Chapter 1. 6 Souls. As the glass scattered across the ground to my right, something seized me. I couldn't even move my eyes, which were, unfortunately, locked on the impressive cleavage of the bitch with green eyes who had just materialized in front of me. It felt as though unimaginable pressure was pressing down all around my body, like I was at the bottom of the ocean. "If I let you go, you're going to be a good boy, aren't you, Ray?" she asked, as she took a sip from a glass of champagne I was fairly sure should be broken into bits across Mortimer's fancy floorboards. While I was unable to move, she somehow perceived that I would indeed be a good boy. "Excellent," she smiled like a shark, and the pressure holding me vanished. I staggered away before spinning and taking in the rest of the room. Everyone was frozen in place. Andrea was in the process of turning around, whereas Jez and Patricia were sporting gormless expressions and had barely moved. Marwan and James had both spun and adopted something of a fighting stance, dropping their center of mass and spreading their arms slightly before they, too, were frozen. "Do help yourself to a drink and go and sit down, Ray. It's been a while since I got to do this bit, but I can wait a few moments longer." I walked past the fighter and the influencer on my way to one of the leather chairs. As I passed, I snagged the glass from Jez, delicately held in between his finger and thumb, pinky outstretched. Pansy. I snorted and took a swig as I sat down. Whatever the fuck was going on was way above my pay grade, and I had a sinking feeling that the $350,000 that had lured me here would not be forthcoming. Should have demanded more. Everything since the war had been bonus time as far as I was concerned, so I felt oddly sanguine about the bizarre turn of events.
If I could kill Carol before I went out, I'd be happy. But I needed a distraction to get a chance against a woman who could freeze me in place with a look. I realized there was no way I'd get a shot at her. I would have to hope one of the people I was beginning to think of as my fellow victims would give me a chance to escape. "I'm afraid we have an interloper in our midst," said Carol. She waved a hand casually, and Andrea dissolved into green mist, her clothing and tray falling to the floor. "The others in the house have been disposed of as well." Mortimer's face turned puce at this announcement. On the plus side, Jerome was now scratched off my list. That wasn't right. Andrea had been committed to her role. The pile of clothes revealed Andrea had been wearing very pink and very lacy undergarments. I narrowed my eyes as I glared at Carol, who smiled beautifully in my direction. "I trust we won't have a problem," she asked pointedly, as the door to the reception hall slammed shut. I raised my glass in a shaky hand and drained it. I shook my head, but whoever or whatever Carol was, she was now comfortably at the top of my "dickheads I'll kill for free" list. She'd knocked my ex-wife into second place with one dissolution of a hard-working woman. "Excellent," she repeated, like she could read my thoughts. I have been known by many names over the years. Perhaps the most common was Poseidon. She glanced at Patricia, whose face had turned an interesting shade of pink. "Just try to remain calm, Patricia. What do you want to say?" Patricia sagged and bounced off Marwan as she righted herself. The man didn't move an inch. She took a deep breath and opened her mousy mouth. "Poseidon was male, according to all the texts." The last was added hastily as Carol narrowed her weird green eyes at the woman. I didn't envy Patricia at this moment. If Carol looked at me like that, I'd be throwing myself out of the window and disappearing into the distance like Wile E. Coyote. What kind of weirdo decided that was the most important thing to ask in this kind of situation? Zeus turned himself into a swan in order to rape a mortal. He was always getting up to hijinks like that. Do you really think mortal sexual dimorphism applies to gods?
Carol raised a perfect, arching eyebrow. Ah, when you put it like that, I suppose not. I take it you claim to be a god, then? Patricia asked carefully. I do not appreciate your skepticism, but I can understand it. A historian faced with the reality of powers beyond their understanding. I'd be more worried if you took it all at face value. Carol flashed a perfect smile that quickly dropped into a deathly serious expression. That was what had disturbed me at our first meeting, I suddenly realized. That pitiless gaze lurked under the charm and beauty. Humans, I would appreciate it if you would please operate on the assumption that I'm not full of shit. While we've largely stepped back from meddling in the lives of you people, eternity can be so tedious without the odd spot of entertainment. So we've let you all get on with it and started organizing the occasional games to amuse ourselves instead. Games? I asked. Games, Ray. You like the fights, yes? UFC, boxing, martial arts? I nodded. No point lying about shit like that. Well, this is our equivalent of that kind of thing. How many of you are there? Gasped Patricia. I blinked slowly. The crazy woman was forgetting that Carol had just locked her in place with a thought and was now operating on an, oh, this is an interesting turn of events, let's look deeper mentality. I shook my head and waited for Carol to dissolve the academic as well. Oh, lots. People like you, sea green eyes narrowed into a glare, are part of the problem. I told Thoth it was a fucking stupid idea to let you all start down the science road, but he and Osiris swayed the vote. Pricks. A tinkling laugh echoed out from Carol that sent chills down my spine. Like me? Patricia asked in a stunned voice. Yes, like you. For our sake. Your sort is so boring. Let's hear from Mr. Thornton, shall we? Jezza, any thoughts? Asked Carol. Patricia scurried over to the armchair next to mine and sat down with a thump, leaning forward with her hands clasped together under her chin, as she visibly struggled to remain calm. She wasn't doing a very good job. Can I go get my camera pack? I can record this on my phone, but I really want a high-quality feed. As soon as he could move, he pulled out his phone and tried to unlock it. Shit. What have you done to my phone? He demanded, which I felt was an extremely foolish choice. Whatever she wants to, you giant fucking wazik, I snarled from my comfy leather chair. He turned and glared at me. The help stole my drink. Robert, I want it noted that this servant failed to treat me with the respect I deserve. 1 star, this motherfucker. Find out his name and I'll run it through the mud. I've canceled bigger men for less. Jez continued in a whiny voice while still trying to get his phone to work. He looked up briefly and stopped when he realized Mortimer was still frozen. Bob? It seems you haven't grasped where the power currently lies, Jeremy, said Carol sadly. The young man's eyes flicked between Mortimer and the sea-green witch. I'm not going to be allowed to stream this, am I? He asked in a sad voice. God damn it, it's so unfair. I'd get fucking billions of views, he complained in a whiny tone. I moved him up my kill list on general principle. Hopefully he had some skeletons in his closet that would allow my code to accept him as a viable target. Assuming we both survived whatever the hell this was, of course. No, you won't. Perhaps Mr. Gallagher might have something useful to offer to the conversation, Carol asked in a sweet voice. The man moved fast for about 1/3 of a second. As soon as Carol unfroze him, he blurred towards her for a moment, then locked back into place. Perhaps not. Colonel, she asked, glancing over at the soldier. Patricia's right hand moved and grabbed my left forearm in a tight grip. I glanced down, then up into her cross-eyed gaze. She offered me an uncertain smile. Whether it was the simple familiarity of human contact or some kind of snapping back to reality. I couldn't tell. I suddenly felt like I had an objective. This woman might be some genius, but she was shit out of luck when it came to a situation like this. As far as I could see, she was innocent, and protecting her would fit comfortably into my, admittedly flexible, moral universe. "My government will protest this treatment," snapped Colonel Amir. I rolled my eyes. Another one who was slow on the uptake. "No, they won't. Honestly, it seems like this was a bad batch. We'll see how you all react to the other side. Mortimer, anything to add?" She didn't bother to unfreeze him. I thought not. As charming as getting to know you all has been, I have a few disclaimers to cover before we get on with the show. Firstly, you all came here of your own free will. Some of you were harder to convince than others. Poseidon's eyes locked on me briefly, and Patricia snatched her hand off my arm. Nonetheless, you all volunteered to be present. We gods have made something of a sport out of these things. There are rules we all agreed to thousands of years before your births. We like to mix cowards and killers together in the game. Sometimes, the hardest people in this world go all soft and cuddly on the other side, and vice versa. It helps make each new game a unique experience. What the fuck was the other side? I had a sinking feeling about where this was going. Carol seemed entirely at ease as she pontificated, waving her hand about gracefully as she spoke. "I'm going to kill you all in a minute," she said casually. I tensed and suddenly found myself unable to move again. The pressure of the deep surrounded me. "Then we're going to ship off your souls to the other side. Things are a bit different there, but you'll all get the hang of it fairly quickly, I'm sure." Another glowing smile graced the room. "The main thing you need to wrap your puny brains around is this. Only one of you can come back, and there's a reason for that. The last man or woman standing among the 6 of you will be eligible to return to this world. I feel it's important for you to understand the stakes before you get going." Some kind of death match? Well, these poor fuckers were bang out of luck then. In the corner of my vision, I could see James and Jez both locked in place. They had their backs to me, but I assumed James, at least, was mirroring my own thoughts. Killing was my business. Shit, didn't the green bitch say some of them were innocent? Patricia had leaned back before we all got frozen again, so all I could see was the dress covering her chubby knees. "You've all been responsible for deaths in some way. Mr. Gallagher once beat a man to death in a fit of rage. Colonel Amir, would you like to reminisce about the town of Gralud? Other than your soldiers, you're the only one who can, and most of that troop has died mysteriously in recent years, haven't they? Patricia, if only you knew the lives you cost with your disclosure of the seal you found under Hetmeki Bevesh. Not your fault, dear, I suppose, but dozens had to be killed as a result. How could you have known beforehand? Jeremy, you obnoxious fucking worm. You know very well what you've done, don't you?" She smiled at him in a way that made my flesh crawl. I couldn't see his reaction. I assumed there wasn't a visible one anyway, as the man was frozen like the rest of us. "How many suicides? How many lives ruined? I'm sure my white knight will have fun with you. Mr. Mortimer, you are an interesting one. You don't perceive the damage you've done at all. Always an excuse and a justification."
It was like that when I bought it. I'm just trying to provide affordable homes for the plebs. Always an excuse in pursuit of profit.
Well, now all of you will get the chance to prove yourselves. Redeem yourselves or indulge yourselves. It will be up to you. No other force will interfere. She finished her lecture with a snake-like smile that panned across the room. "What about the other one?" ground out James. I assumed she'd release him enough for him to share his question. If he'd managed to free himself from this vice-like grip that surrounded me, I'd tip my hat to the bloke. "Ah, my paladin. Ironically, he's the most noble of you all, despite his profession. Raymond here is a professional killer, an assassin extraordinaire. Most of his victims never even saw him until it was too late. Isn't that right, my pet?" She glanced over at me in a way that made me want to disappear. My ex-wife had once looked at me like that after I came back from the wars, once I'd become my true self. Oh, he's so modest. And of all of you, I really must keep him locked in place. One slip, and the garrote he'd planned to use on Mr. Mortimer would be around my pretty little throat, wouldn't it, Ray? She wasn't entirely wrong, but I couldn't see a way it would work even if I got the chance. Instead, I'd be jumping through the window in a heartbeat if she let me move again. When you get where you're going, just remember that while all of you have some blood on your hands, Raimondo over there is bathed in the stuff. It might even be worth you all. The air cracked as a voice rumbled through the room. It was deep and came from all around. "Enough, Pass. Stop stacking the deck. Send them on their way, and let's get the game started." I felt trickles of blood begin to drip from my ears and run down my neck. "Spoil sport," Carol pouted at the air. What the fuck was wrong with this woman? Half flirt, half tyrant, all mental. Fine. A blade of green glass appeared floating over her left palm, and she snatched it from the air. "Morty, you're going first. It won't be much of an advantage, but I'm sure Ray will be hunting you down early on because you're such a defenseless turd, so make the most of the little extra time you'll gain." She grinned, and the blade blurred out to sink into Mortimer's chest. His eyes bulged, but there was no blossom of crimson from the wound. You didn't get stabbed in the heart without making a mess. Was this all theater? Was I drugged? Mortimer's body collapsed to the ground and lay there unmoving. Another sign this was fake. Dead men twitch for a while, and, I'm sorry to say, they often piss and shit themselves. The utter stillness of the body seemed unreal to me. Carol strode from person to person with a smile on her ruby lips and slipped the emerald knife between their ribs in turn. Finally, she strode towards me and smiled down, a long tongue stretching out to catch a bead of sweat falling from her nose. Weird. Did gods sweat? Was this melodrama tiring her? Maybe I was just tripping. "I'm sure you'll have fun on the other side, Ray. This one should be easy for you to put down." The blade flicked out again, and Patricia slumped in her chair as whatever was binding us all released her in death. "Any last words?" I found my jaw and face were freed of whatever was controlling them. Probably not drugs, then. Whatever madness was happening here might not be fake after all. "If I win, can I come back?" I asked harshly. "Only if the others all die first. Then yes, you can come home. Would you like us to get to know one another when you do?" She smiled flirtatiously. "Oh yeah," I snarled. I'd get to know her, find her weaknesses, ferret out her vulnerabilities and hunt this woman down. High explosives were great against tough targets. I'd blow her into pieces, or kill her slowly after making her regret a flash of green, and I glanced down at a knife handle wrapped in Carol's pale fist. If her hand ends there, and the knife was 6 inches long, that means the rest of it is buried in my... Ah, shit. Good luck, my white knight. Chapter 2. Naked as the day I was born. I wasn't sure if it was my suddenly heavy eyelids simply falling down, or if blood loss was sending me into unconsciousness. But there hadn't been any blood on the others. Either way, as the world faded to black, Those fucking letters stayed floating in my vision. You have been sacrificed for the entertainment of the gods. Transmigration initiated. Welcome to the War of 6 Souls. I could no longer feel my body. I tried to blink, but nothing changed, and the goddamn writing still hung before my eyes? I tried to reach out to swat it away, but I couldn't feel my arms. Well, this sucked. Raymond Cobbler. Assessing. I hadn't used that surname in 15 years. Not even Jimmy, the closest thing I had to a friend in this... that. The world knows it. Known aliases: Raymond Potts, Raymond Cobbler, Bob Philpert, David Culpepper, Chris Santiago, Philip Johnson, Reg Smith, Dakota, Idaho, Norman Jones, Peter Bulmer, Ray Shine. The list scrolled on and on. I'd used a lot of names at various points across my life, mostly one-offs for particular jobs, but whatever this thing rummaging through my past was, its thoroughness was no longer in doubt. It didn't miss any of them I could remember, and included a bunch that I'd completely forgotten about. Generating stats based on mental and physical capabilities. Stats? What the actual fuck? The War of 6 Souls is an altered reality. In order to make things more interesting, you will have access to certain abilities you would consider abnormal in the mortal realm. While on other side, you will have access to affinities and a soul shop. While my adult years had mostly revolved around killing and getting away with it, I'd played my fair share of RPGs and D&D when I was a kid. It will be something like that. I'm sure you'll pick it up quickly. If you're listening to my thoughts, got any fucking hints? Don't die. Character sheet complete. Secondary statistics are modeled based on a standard mortal modified by your life experiences and training. A 10 represents almost peak human capability. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 9. Reflexes, 9. Health, 90. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 70. Huh. So I'm pretty good physically and above average magically. Magic? Yes, magic. We'll get there shortly. Primary stats are a shorthand way of gauging the strength of the competitors. They represent a rough outline of someone's secondary stats. This information will be available on site when you meet your rivals. Primary stats. Body, F. Mind, F. Soul, F. Available souls, T, B, C. Calculating souls available at start, a blur of my misdeeds flashed past my eyes while I grumbled internally about getting all Fs in my primary statistics. Everyone and everything I'd ever killed, injured, or caused mental anguish was toted up like a shopping list, which left me feeling extremely uncomfortable and vulnerable. This thing knew everything about me. My code hadn't served me as well as I thought, and I wouldn't be sleeping well for a few weeks after having all the horror of my deeds play out like movie credits in front of my unclosable eyes. Error. Souls available exceed a reasonable starting value. My status screen updated to show 30 souls available. I had no idea how far that would go or how I could spend them. Souls can be spent in the soul shop or invested into leveling up and enhancing your affinities. Leveling up? This fucking writing was starting to piss me off. Was this the gods' equivalent of tabletop role-playing? I apologize for your frustration, mortal. Perhaps you'd prefer I skip this introduction and let you loose on the other side. Was this thing getting pissy with me? Was that sarcasm? I am indeed, and it was. I'll go through the tutorial then if it's all the same to you. What do the stats mean? Body statistics control physical attributes and interactions. Mind statistics control mental attributes and interactions. Souls are a resource to be spent as you see fit. How do I get more of them, then? Impatient bloody mortals. Rolling for soul generation technique. I think this one should be fairly predictable. Killer. Soul can be harvested by killing other life forms. So I have to kill stuff? I'm wondering if we should re-roll your mental statistics, perhaps. No, it's fine. So I get souls by killing stuff. What do I spend them on? I was just coming to that. The first thing you can spend souls on, and one you should pay attention to, is your level. You will begin at level 1 with everything for that level unlocked. Levels are divided into tiers. Level 1 to 9 is Tier 1, level 10 to 19 is Tier 2, etc. This is clear? I tried to nod, only to find I was still disembodied. Somehow, whatever this was, understood. Tier 1 levels will cost 10 souls each. Tier 2 levels will cost 20 souls each, and so on. Each level will unlock purchasable upgrades to your affinities, and each tier you ascend will unlock new options in the soul shop, as well as new abilities. For each level you ascend, you will also receive 2 points to be spent on enhancing secondary stats. How does the shop work? For the love of me. It's a shop. You pay for what you want. This is one thing I'm not going to go into right now. You'll figure it out. Our next little conundrum is getting you to pick your first affinity without taking eternity to do so. The longer you spend in limbo, the more time your competitors get as a head start, by the way. Seeing as you got sacrificed last, you might want to stop wasting both of our time. Shit. I wasn't sure how I felt about having to hunt down the others, but it wouldn't be my first rodeo, at least. I'd have that advantage over most of the others. That's the spirit. Now, on to affinities. You'll receive 1 affinity per tier up to Tier 3. After that, you'll have to discover what happens for yourself. You can choose from the following affinities. Please make your selection. Fire, ice, lightning, light, darkness, life, death, time, space. What's the difference? Fire is hot and ice is cold? Would you like more information? I was pretty sure the thing had sighed in my brain at the end there, but I mentally nodded once more, and a stream of information flashed before my eyes in what appeared to be a spreadsheet. The realization that some prick had installed Excel in my brain proved to be the crowning turd in the water pipe of this day, and that included getting stabbed in the heart by a goddess. It could not get any worse. Each affinity had 1 or 2 abilities, like spells I assumed, per tier. The elemental ones were all pretty similar. Tier 1 was just conjuring the element, a blob of fire for fire, etc., and the upgrades increased the strength and range at which said blob could be summoned. Tier 2 for the elemental affinities had projectiles, making me think of fireballs due to the detonation statistic that was included, as well as walls of the element that could be cast over a set area. No new abilities for Tier 3, so maybe that was just upgrades for previous skills? Tier 4 introduced some kind of shield power and a summon. Some of the affinities got a bit more interesting at Tier 2. Light had an illusion ability, and Dark had something called Cloud of Shadows, which seemed fairly self-explanatory. The ones where it got weirder were Life, Death, Time, and Space. Life offered healing, enhancement, a heal other, something called rapid growth, and at Tier 4 I could get enhance other and minor shapeshifting. Death didn't interest me. Rot and corrode seemed to do the same thing to people and stuff, respectively, and at Tier 4 you could reanimate defeated foes. Time and Space both offered interesting abilities, but seemed too weak at the start. I had a gut feeling that it would be a good idea to pick an elemental affinity to start with, and then choose something later on that I could hopefully boost up fairly quickly. You will receive all the free unlocks for your level when you choose later affinities. The purchasable upgrades will be locked until you pay the soul cost for them, and have unlocked them by gaining levels. So the God voice seems to agree with my thoughts. I do. Piss off. That meant if I picked light at Tier 3, I'd start with projectile and illusion already available. Only at the lowest strength for sure, but it would be a big step up. And if I happened to have a few souls floating about to spam into the tree, I could boost it in strength quickly. I was starting to feel more confident about my chances. Then hurry the fuck up. More confident. I ignored the voice. Still, magic. What should I pick? What will it be like when I get there? The starting location is variable. Equipment. Only what you can purchase from the shop. Huh. So it was going to drop me off naked in a whole new world. Yes, mortal. Pick an affinity. I'm running out of patience. I would like to point out that time doesn't flow here like it does on your world or your new one. Minutes here could be days or weeks where you're going, and the rest are already there. I could just randomize the selection if you like. Damn it. Okay. What would be most useful if I'm appearing buck-ass naked in God knows what kind of world? The shop offered some hope of being able to equip myself with weapons and clothes. Touch wood. What was the most important thing to have in any survival situation? Water, food, and shelter, in that order. Getting water in the wild wasn't usually an issue outside of arid climates.
Not shitting myself to death from dysentery was likely more of a problem as a result of drinking unsanitary water, but I could cross that bridge when I came to it. Food, like water, wasn't too tricky if you know what you're doing, and I very much did. Again, not poisoning yourself and catching nightmare-inducing intranal parasites that would eat you alive ass first was the problem. Shelter? All about keeping warm. The water problem could be solved by boiling, and the intestinal nightmare worm issue could be solved by cooking. Shelter was all well and good, but keeping warm might take some work. You've made up your mind? I chose fire. The first level of the fire affinity unlocked. Tier 1 fire intensity. Heat, 4%. Range, touch. Resistance, 2%. Thank me. Righto. Rolling for starting location. Names of places blurred past my eyes like I was stuck an inch from a slot machine. Marquette City, Hualnem Town, Plains of Grethu, Bucktoon Legion Encampment, Southern Frontier, Jimrak Mountains, Slavers Archipelago, Bridgetown. Endless villages and cities and place names scrolled past. The names rolled on and on. Some of them were familiar-ish and understandable, while others seemed alien and menacing. The rolling names gradually slowed and came to a stop. Starting location, Plains of Grethu. Bye! Suddenly, light and sound returned. The cold wind blew across my body. Yes, I was naked as the day I was born. The rustle of leaves as the chilly wind moved, shuffled about, filled the air. Below me and off to my right stretched a small forest. I had been dumped about halfway up a hill. I could see the forest off to one side, and in the other direction, endless plains of grass stretched away from me. My hands flashed over my body to make sure everything had come along for the trip. I appeared to be whole and unharmed, despite the grim memory of that knife sticking out of my chest. Bird songs assaulted my ears. I'm assuming it was bird songs, but they were discordant and alien to me. Out on the plains below me, I could see herds of large animals moving slowly across the vast grassland in the distance. I glanced around to check my surroundings, old habits and training taking over as my brain was overwhelmed by what had happened to me. A cave disappeared into the hill a few meters further up the slope. Nothing leapt out at me, figuratively and literally,
as a threat, so I risked accessing the soul shop. Words once more hung in front of my eyes, an effect I got the feeling I would come to hate in the near future. 30 souls to spend. I began to suspect I wasn't as rich as I wanted to be. Sure enough, I wasn't. From what I could tell, I'd been thoroughly shafted. If the brief glimpse I had caught of the total number of souls I should have received in payment for my misdeeds was right, I should be able to jump dozens of levels and purchase all the good shit in the shop. As it is, I was functionally broke. The shop was divided into equipment, affinities, and crafting. The affinity section was blanked out, presumably until I hit level 10, so my first stop was equipment. This was the point where my blood began to boil. It was all Stone Age stuff. Sure, I could get a knife, but the most expensive one, at 50 souls, was made from fucking obsidian. Axes, spears, atlatls, cordage. I was back in the fucking Paleolithic. The shop did have a clothing section, thank Christ, featuring shit that would look great on extras in Conan, but was way below the kind of thing I was used to having available in a survival situation. I selected a rough wool cloak for 4 souls and a crude flint dagger that cost 6. I checked the crafting section to find I could buy almost anything I might want relating to pottery, up to and including various sizes of kilns. The largest kiln would set me back the princely sum of 300 souls. Some other time, then. There were also arrays of pots and clay bowls in various sizes and designs, as well as rudimentary tents. Salt and an array of resins were also available, which would come in handy later on for curing meat and making glue. I clicked onto the food menu and smiled to myself. Fresh meats and vegetables were all available, with little pictures next to them, which was helpful, as some of them were definitely not native to Earth. Having to split my souls between equipment and levels would slow my growth. I was pretty handy in a survival situation, and although it had been a while since my training, I was confident it would all come back to me fairly quickly. So, make do, or do without, in order to push my levels and magic up faster, seemed like a good idea. I'd need a few more purchases from the shop, but for now I was happy with the cloak and dagger. I mentally approved the transaction, and a long, dirty green cloak appeared at my feet. On top of it lay a flint dagger in a crude leather sheath. Cordage next, definitely. I picked up the dagger and swung the cloak over my shoulders. I was still tackle out, but fortunately some of the vulnerability of feeling that way disappeared as the heavy wool settled across my back and wrapped over my shoulders. I turned to walk uphill, flipping the sheathed dagger in my hands, and set off to investigate the cave I'd seen earlier. If it was dry, it would make for some decent, zero-effort shelter to get me started. The floor of the cave sloped upwards from the entrance, which was a good sign. Water wouldn't pool and run into the interior when it rained. The air smelled musty with leaf mold, and something slightly rank I couldn't quite place, but it made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I moved deeper as quietly as I could into the cave, which began to twist to the left and leave the light behind. The roof dropped slightly, but I could still comfortably stand upright. As I turned a corner, I figured I'd try out my spell and held out a hand. I thought better of it and stopped to grope around on the floor and find a stick. If the ability was limited to touch range, I had no desire to inadvertently set my hand on fire the first time I tried out my magic. I held the stick awkwardly in the same hand as the dagger as I moved further into the darkness. I focused on the stick and touched it with my free hand. Orange flames wrapped up the length of the stick, throwing dancing shadows all around me. I heard a deep rumble as I blinked away the after effects of the sudden brightness. At head height, I could see 2 rows of fangs gleaming in the flickering light, above which 2 glowing eyes narrowed menacingly. Chapter 3. Burning Hair. Stupid, stupid, stupid. I'd spent so long hunting in the concrete jungle that I'd formed bad habits when it came to good old Mother Nature, who remained, as ever, red in tooth and claw. I silently cursed my lack of professionalism. Fortunately, old instincts and hard-earned training kicked in faster than I could think. The flaming stick stabbed forward towards the left eye of whatever the hell this thing was. A blunt stick isn't as good as a pointy stick in this kind of situation, but when it's on fire, the difference is negligible. As the burning brand hopefully punched into the delicate tissue of the beast's left eye, I had already released the dagger from the 2-fingered grip I'd kept on it at the base of my fiery stick. As it fell, my left hand swept out to catch it. By this time, the brand was giving the monster a really hard time, and I let go as the smell of burning fur reached my nose. I spun to the left, pulling my right side away from a shadowy shape sweeping towards me out of the dark, and snatched the sheath off the stone dagger with my now free right hand. I wasn't going to get this all my own way, as I could now see long ivory claws moving towards me from the gloom to the right of the nightmare visage my fire had illuminated. I continued my spin and drove the dagger upward with my left hand towards where I hoped the thing's remaining eye was. I felt the blade bite into something and used my fire ability again. The dagger was coated in flames as it plunged into the right side of the beast's face. A paw slammed into me. Not as bad as it could have been, thankfully, but it still hurt like hell. My impromptu pirouette had moved my center of mass and reduced the impact, but the claws still sliced into my back. I felt lines of burning pain where they had dug into my flesh, but perhaps the thick wool cloak and my quick reactions had spared me from critical damage. I was thrown to the side and bounced off the cave wall in a daze. I fought down the fog in my head and jumped back to my feet, operating completely on autopilot at this point. The detritus that lined the cave floor crunched beneath me, but I ignored the lesser pain in my feet as I bolted back towards the light. The beast, some kind of bear, I assumed from the size of the damn thing, was flailing at its burning face and roaring like a jet engine. In the narrow confines of the cave, the noise felt like a physical force. As I ran, I brushed an outstretched hand against its flank and used my solitary, weak-ass spell as many times as I could. It seemed the fire spell let me summon a fist-sized blob of fire on whatever I was touching that lasted 5 seconds, unless it found something combustible to ignite. In this case, the shaggy fur of the beast was dry and greasy, perfect tinder for my nascent ability. Each cast cost 10 mana, so after leaving 5 blobs of fire attached to the beast's flank as I passed, I opted for discretion as the better part of valor, and continued to bravely run away. I hoped the blind bastard wouldn't be able to chase me down before I could get outside and put some distance between us. As I emerged into the bright afternoon sunlight, I spun and gasped for breath. The smell of burning fur clung to my skin and my nose. No, it didn't. The fucking thing was stumbling along behind me, throwing strange shadows on the walls from its fiery flank as it charged like a burning bull out of its subterranean home. It was a bear, which, on some level, I found reassuring. This was a new world, and I had almost been expecting some Cthulhu-esque chimera to be chasing behind me. It was far larger and heavier than anything I was aware of on Earth, dwarfing even the mighty Kodiak bears, and it seemed to possess the belligerence of the most dangerous ursine species I might have bumped into back home. I was out of mana, and while I was fairly confident the monster was at least partially blind, My only weapon was sticking out of the thing's right cheek. I backed away quickly and quietly while accessing the shop. I had 20 souls left. What would make a difference here? Axe? Handy for survival later on, but less than ideal for fighting a giant fucking bear. Mace? Trying to batter something with a skull that was probably an inch thick seemed like a losing proposition. A sling or a bow? No thanks. Spear it was, then. I ran through the options quickly and cursed under my breath, just as the monster exploded out into the fresh air of the hillside. The wind caused the fires burning on its face and sides to spread briefly, and then began to put them out. Fuck you, wind. The giant rose up on its back legs and let out a deafening roar. I swallowed my pride and paid 12 souls for a 2-meter spear of hardwood, tipped with a finely crafted shard of razor-sharp flint. The weapon appeared in my hands just as the bear batted the last of the flames from its face with one paw and took a long sniff. I really hoped all it could smell was the acrid odor of burning hair. If I had to suffer through it, the least that could happen was the disgusting smell would cover my scent as well. Another long sniff, and I began to sidle carefully to the side. Sharp stones dug into the soles of my feet as I moved as quietly as possible, trying to get into position to aim for the giant's heart. The big bastard kept cocking its head from side to side. I could see that one eye was completely destroyed. The left eye I'd struck with the brand was milky and clouded, but hadn't been completely ruined like the right. Although the dagger was somehow lodged in the bear's right cheek, the eye just above it was burst and weeping white pus. I made my way round it to the right, trying to exploit the certain blindness on that side. Another sniff, and it shifted its head again. Fluffy button ears twitched just as I decided to stand on a brittle twig, and then it lunged, both forepaws swiping at where I had been. As soon as I heard the quiet snap, I'd dived forward and to the side, ignoring the sharp stones and branches that stabbed me in the back as I rolled to my feet. My spear flashed forwards, aiming to slide between the third and fourth ribs. I left a deep gash along its side as the stony tip met impenetrable bone and skittered along the creature's flank. I leapt away to buy some time as the beast righted itself and spun, snapping at the air with massive jaws. The way I saw it, I had 2 options: land a killing blow or bleed the bastard out. My first effort at a killing blow had been a wash, so the second option became much more appealing. I recovered the spear into a guard position out of habit. A pointless effort, as I was fighting a giant fucking bear thing, not an armed man. I stood very still as the beast sniffed and listened. I could hear my heartbeat thundering in my ears, and I would be surprised if the monster couldn't as well. I crouched patiently, spear held poised at my right side, as I waited for the monster to move. After a few incredibly tense seconds, the head swung away from me, and it shifted its weight. The spear flashed once more, only this time I wasn't aiming for its heart, but at the joint connecting the nearest back leg with the bulk of the body. Rear legs tend to have at least a couple of major blood vessels running down them, and even if I missed those, with a bit of luck, I would mangle the tendons the bugger needed to move about. The shiny black tip slid through the fur and bit deep this time. I twisted frantically to disengage the blade and leapt back once more. The spear was still clutched tightly between my fists as I landed badly and stumbled to the side, a stone stabbing me in the heel. The bear tried to spin after me, following the noise I'd made, but the leg I'd injured gave way as it tried to place too much weight on the now knackered limb. It snarled and lunged blindly, but missed me by a safe margin. The spear flicked out again, aimed at the now exposed throat. As soon as the refractive stone began to bite into the bear's throat, it reared back and roared. I was forced back, and the slice was merely superficial. I crept backwards as quietly as I could. I was leaving bloody footprints in front of me. The stones must have cut deeper into my feet than I'd thought. I began to slide to my left, circling the thing on its blind side. The head snuffled and turned as I moved, but it wasn't tracking me. It twitched and turned at every sound, most of which were coming from the nearby forest, which served as an excellent distraction for me to begin to slip into a position to strike. I made it round the rear of the beast. Its massive, furry ass wobbled from side to side as the wounded leg kept failing to take the weight the monster tried to put on it. I drew in a slow breath and cleared my mind. The spear flicked forward and bit into the still functional rear leg. I missed anything vital this time, but the blade left a deep gash in the muscle that bled profusely. A stream of crimson dripped down the matted and began pooling around its clawed foot. Another spasm of blind thrashing resulted, but I was comfortably away from the danger zone this time. My next strike was aimed at the left foreleg, and the spear tip bit deep into the beast's armpit. Another torrent of blood spewed out, and another limb was crippled. The bear's flailing attacks were becoming weaker with every moment. I bided my time for a few seconds until another opportunity to strike at the beast's throat presented itself.
I'd never trained extensively with a spear, either during my time in the military or in a private capacity, but I understood the basics, and this time everything worked as I wanted it to. The sharp edge of the bladed tip slipped through the fur under the monster's chin and pushed out the other side. The bear reared back in reaction, which ripped the blade free and spelled its doom. The earlier wounds had caused plentiful blood flows, but this cut produced a torrent of crimson that jetted out and painted a good 10 feet of ground red. The jet quickly reduced to a mere river that painted the bear's chest in seconds, and the beast sat down on its crippled rear legs. A faint whine came from it that made pink bubbles bloom from the cut on its neck. Its head turned from side to side in confusion and pain, but it couldn't muster the energy to move. I collapsed back to the ground, landing on my arse. Its head twisted towards the noise I made, but all it could do was lean slightly in my direction. "Sleepy time, big fella," I muttered, as the adrenaline faded and all my aches and pains hit me with full force. My back was burning, and I hoped to hell the thing had cleaned its claws recently. I raised a blackened and blood-soaked hand to my face and felt the bruises and lumps from when I'd face-planted into the cave wall. Good job I'm not vain. Both my hands had first-degree burns from my magic, and the skin cracked as I flexed them into fists. After clenching them for a painful second, I released the hold with a groan. I'd been in this world for less than 15 minutes, and I'd already come so close to joining the local carbon cycle in the form of bear shit that it didn't bear thinking about. I giggled semi-hysterically at my choice of words. This was not acceptable. I was a pro, a trained expert in survival and combat, a cold-blooded motherfucker who killed for money. Sure, a gun would be useful in general, but against an animal that big? I'd need a high-caliber rifle to put it down in one shot. An anti-materiel rifle would have been at the top of my wish list for this job. A big rifle, capable of putting holes in armored vehicles, and a comfy place to hide half a mile away would have been ideal. Pistol fire would just have pissed it off. A shudder passed through me as I realized how lucky I'd been. I'd need to focus on all my close combat and primitive survival training if I wanted to stand a chance. I needed to be better. The bear shuddered and collapsed to the ground at last. A faint burbling noise escaped as its chest finally stopped moving. I'd give it a couple more minutes just to be sure the thing was properly dead. On the plus side, my food situation was covered for the near future. I began checking the shop for the price of salt to cure the meat. Vilis Ursa slain. 16 souls gained.
Huh. Well, it paid for the spear at least. Back up to 24 souls, and I still had the gear I'd bought. I looked at the tattered remains of my brand new cloak and sighed. Then, despite the pain running through my body, I grinned to myself. I decided to take a few minutes before I did some shopping and tried to process the ton of protein I'd just inherited. Chapter 4. Resentment and Resignation. I stayed still for a few minutes as I let the aches and pains wash over me. The cuts across my back itched, and the burns on my hand made the skin painful when I moved. My eyes followed the wisps of smoke rising from the huge corpse of the partially burned bear as the heat finally dissipated. I kept a watch on the tree line. Fool me once, shame on me. As my pain had started to fade into the background, still there but no longer distracting me, I climbed slowly to my feet. I looked down and sighed loudly. Walking normally proved a challenge, but I managed to hobble over to the carcass and made my way round to the head. The fur had been largely burnt away across its face. The long snout hung open, showing 1.5-inch long fangs that were partially yellowed by age. Buried in the right cheek was my dagger. 6 souls worth of useless. I grasped it, doing my best to avoid making the burns on my hand any worse, and tugged. The leather wrapping on the handle flaked away, and my hand slipped off. The fire had ruined it. Now I was left looking at a crudely shaped lump of stone sticking out of an animal's face that I suspected would slice my hand to ribbons if I tried to hold it tightly. I shuffled back to the spear and shucked the cloak off my shoulders. The bear's claws had helpfully sliced almost half of it into fairly even strips. I used the spear tip to trim them off cleanly, hoping fervently the bloody thing wouldn't unravel as a result. Once I had 6 decent-sized strips, I put one to the side and began wrapping my feet. Cordage. It would make keeping the impromptu shoes on my feet a lot easier. I opened the shop, then complained loudly and at length. The cheapest cordage was some kind of string made of plant fibers. 2 fucking souls for 5 meters of Stone Age garden twine. I fought back my annoyance and bought it. A couple of slices later, and I was sporting the shittiest shoes I'd ever worn in my life, but as I rose to my feet, I could feel the difference. The cordage was surprisingly not shit as well. I'd tested it by pulling as hard as I could on a length, and it hadn't stretched or snapped. I was still pissed off about the price. 22 souls left in the bank. The thought of buying the crude but undoubtedly more effective footwear I had seen under the leather items section in the shop was an itch in my mind that I refused to scratch. Everything I bought meant less souls on my levels and abilities. I needed to min-max this shit if I was going to get home, and that meant extreme frugality was all that lay in my future. I needed to spend my souls on me, not items I could cobble together myself. Health, 58/90. The bloody bear had half killed me, and I was going to get my revenge. Sure, I'd already killed the bastard, but now I was going to make the damn thing useful in death. With my stylish new boots, I walked a little more easily and went to retrieve my knife. The stones still dug into the bottoms of my feet, but it was considerably less painful. I wrapped the last strip of my cloak around my hand and gripped the stone jutting out of the giant's face tightly. I leaned back. I pushed it in, then pulled back again. The thing was very definitely stuck. I tried to tease the knife from side to side ever so gently. While I was more used to carbon steel, I wasn't completely ignorant of the nature of stone weapons. They could be wickedly sharp, but they were invariably brittle. With a gentle twist and lift, I managed to free the short dagger, leaving several chips from the sharpened edge behind, judging from the now ragged shape of one half of the blade. It would still do its job, though, so I clutched my prize tightly. I looked around to keep an eye on the tree line as I carefully moved the wrapping from my fist to the handle of the knife, winding it around before tying it off roughly. The sun was still high in the sky. I probably had a few hours of sunlight left, so the question became what to do with my time. I weighed the still functional dagger in my palm and sighed. I needed the sheath. That meant going back into the darkness, but I was out of mana. It had ticked up slightly, but it seemed the rate of recovery was slow enough that I'd never be running about throwing fireballs willy-nilly. I went and picked up what remained of my cloak and pulled it back on. I was now flashing my left butt cheek at the world whenever I moved, but I had a plan to solve that issue. Bearskin undies were in my future. First things first, though. I moved off to the nearby tree line to look for firewood. I was assuming I'd been dumped into this world in the middle of summer for this latitude. The air was pleasantly warm when I was out of the breeze, and I was happy to find plenty of dry deadfall. I was leaning on my spear with my left hand, and in my right I held the dagger loosely. I propped the spear against a tree and began dragging dry branches and leaves into piles. Despite the throbbing pain, I was paying attention to my surroundings. I'd been an idiot when I'd wandered into the cave, mistaking the musk of the resident monster for the musty smell of rotting vegetation. Very much a virgin error, and I couldn't afford anything like that again. I probably wouldn't be so lucky again. Birds chirped and chittered and whooped around me, but they all fled almost as soon as I saw them. The weird bird noise was already starting to fall into the background of my attention, but the noise was a sign that no threats were close by. I had just dropped another bundle of sticks onto my growing pile when I spotted a ball of fluff on a nearby tree. Its coloring was almost a perfect match for the bark it was standing on, which was why I'd failed to notice it before. One end was a fluffy tail, and at the other a beady black eye was carefully not staring at me. I paused for a moment as I nudged the sticks into a slightly neater pile with my foot. I gauged the distance carefully and moved my right hand, the one still holding my dagger, back behind my body slightly. I felt the balance of the knife in my hand. An underhand throw would be less than ideal, but a half spin at this distance should be doable. As I continued to turn away, it looked like the little guy relaxed slightly. His location and state became the focus of my attention in my peripheral vision. I pivoted smoothly back towards him, and the little shit moved to run up the tree. Always the same with squirrels. Altitude might equal safety most of the time, but not when it makes your movements predictable. The knife flipped half a spin and slammed into the creature's back, pinning it to the tree a foot above where I'd first noticed it. I limped over. Dark eyes looked at me, full of resentment and resignation. Sorry, little bloke. Better luck next time. With one hand, I pinned its neck to the tree, hard enough to hear the delicate bones snap, and tugged the dagger free of the bark with the other. Normalis scurus slain. One soul gained. I grunted as the dagger came free from the body and turned back to my pile of sticks with a sigh. It seemed I could get souls from anything I killed. I began eyeing the ferns growing nearby speculatively, but my gut told me only animals would be included in the list of useful victims. This opened up some opportunities that almost made my heart race, despite my exhaustion. I could think of a few ways to abuse that loophole. Unfortunately, my how not to die list had a few points that needed to be covered off before I could begin to harvest souls properly. Clutching my fluffy prize and dagger in one hand, I stooped and gathered an armful of sticks under my right arm before grabbing the spear with my spare fist and limping my way back to the cave entrance. The bear carcass was going to be a problem. Currently, it partially blocked the approach to the cave mouth, which was fine, but soon it would start to smell and attract predators and scavengers. I was already pretty beaten up and wasn't feeling like fighting off wolves and hyenas or whatever this place's equivalent of those animals might turn out to be. I started building my stock of firewood a few feet into the cave. I moved the cordage I had left to the opposite wall and put the dead squirrel down next to it. It took me 5 more trips to fetch the rest of the wood I'd gathered, and I sat down to rest, leaning my back against the uncharred side of the bear corpse. It was surprisingly comfortable. The next bear bit would be messy, though. After a few minutes just breathing and gathering my strength, I checked my status. Health, 59/90. Mana, 11/70. Well, that was a good start. I'd been worried I'd have to buy potions or something to recover. 1 health and 10 mana every hour or so if my guess was right. I rose and eyed the massive body of the bear. Before the light faded, I needed to be in a position to skin this big bastard and harvest what I could from it. The larger bones would make passable maces or handles for improvised tools. The tendons would be cut free and set aside to be used as better cordage than the crap I'd bought in the shop. Much of the viscera would go to waste, but the liver, kidneys, heart, and balls would all go in the pot when I got round to making or buying a pot. I quietly prayed that meat would be edible. I knew from experience that some predators' flesh tastes utterly vile. I looked over my hairy, smelly, and unprocessed potential larder, then sighed. Even if the meat was tasty, there was too much here to eat before it began to rot. I'd need to drag it far enough away that I wouldn't be constantly pestered by scavengers. So much to do, and so little time to do it. Before anything else, I needed water. My endurance was good, and the pain was little more than an annoyance now. But I was building a mighty thirst. I could get a water skin in the shop if I had to, and with a lot of reluctance, I accepted that was most likely inevitable. But for now, I'd hang on to my souls. I retrieved the spear and dagger, wrapped my cloak around me as best I could, and hobbled deeper into the woods that surrounded my little cave. With a bit of luck, there'd be a stream nearby, or a pond at the bottom of the hill. I was starting to feel a little more like my old self. The absence of consumer electronics, in particular things like freezers, was weighing on my mind, but the clean air and what I was gradually coming to think of as melodious bird noises helped perk my mood back up. I kept a careful watch as I picked my way down the forested slope, making note of a few things that caught my eye. Animal runs for what I guessed would be Normalis rabiticus wove their way through the undergrowth, and I followed the largest one I found as it led downhill. I spotted a variety of berries and plants that interested me. The berries were deep red, and I carefully tested them on the skin of my forearm, then the inside of my lower lip, before waiting half an hour. As I waited, I used a stick to scratch at the base of a plant whose leaves reminded me of the potatoes my grandfather had grown in his allotment when I was a kid. Sure enough, a few inches below the surface, I found large white nodules of tuber. I sliced one open and sniffed at it. Seemed like a potato to me. I dug up half a dozen more and bundled them into my cloak that I held closed with one hand. Having experienced no obvious ill effects from the berry, I picked a few handfuls of them and popped one into my mouth, chewing carefully. They were sweet and juicy. My thirst ordered me to gobble the rest, but I fought down the urge. I needed to wait and see if I felt sick before eating any more. I optimistically added a few more handfuls to the pouch I'd formed in my cloak, trusting I would survive the first one and have a source of vitamins for the future. An hour later, I was starting to worry, but then I found what I was looking for. I'd been expecting a tinkling laughter of a babbling brook to announce my much-longed-for water source. Instead, I stepped out from a dense thicket of brush to find a stony slope leading down to a wide river. It flowed between my hill and the next, then curled to what I assumed was the west as the sun was falling in that direction. It wound round the base of my neighboring hill before eventually cutting south into the grassy plains in the distance. I moved out onto the stones and checked my surroundings. Water sources were always popular with predators and prey, and I fully intended not to become the latter. Nothing larger than a bird was moving around me, so I stepped forward, and the spear butt slipped off the smooth stone and plunged an inch into the mud. I pulled it up and spun the shaft around. I poked the brown coating, then grinned. I tossed the spear behind me and carefully laid down the cloak to keep my victuals within it clean. Once I was free of my burdens, I carefully heaved aside one of the large, shiny stones and scraped at the muck beneath. It was firm and tacky. Clay. Fuck you, shop. I'd still have to get some basics, but I could now make my own bowls and simple storage items, a useful saving on my outgoing soul balance sheet. I moved further onto the stones and approached the edge of the river. It was a good 10 meters across, running deep and fast. Not suitable for swimming, then. I desperately wanted to dive in and wash the blood and stink from my body. I checked upstream and could see a decent distance, but wasn't going to get fooled that easily. Again, I controlled my thirst and checked the shop. Fuck you once again, shop. In the leather items section was exactly what I needed, but once again, it wasn't cheap.
I grumbled as 2 leather water skins appeared on the ground in front of me. 5 souls apiece, but they could hold 3 liters between them, and they came with handy straps to let them hang from my shoulders. I refused to drink as I carefully filled them, keeping the open mouths right at the surface to minimize the sediment they picked up. The wooden stoppers were quickly jammed back in place, and I slung one under each arm. By the time I'd made it back to my cave, the sun was much lower in the sky. I scanned around, but couldn't see any evidence my property rights had been violated. No scuff marks in the litter covering the ground on the approach, other than ones I was sure I'd made myself. I went into the entrance of the cave and laid down my weary load. Some of the smaller twigs I'd gathered were piled together, and I laid a few larger branches over them. I had to snap some of the longer ones against my knee to break them into useful lengths, which made the burns on my hands sting. Once I had a simple fire arranged, I bent down and wormed a finger into the tinder at the heart of the crude construction. With a thought, I spent 10 mana, and a blob of fire appeared. Snatching my hand back as my finger began to burn, I leaned forward to blow gently onto the tinder. It caught, and soon enough I had a merry little blaze going in the mouth of my new home. I kept feeding it wood until I was confident it would stay lit, then eyed the bear. Not yet, I concluded. I needed a drink, and I had no intention of shitting myself to death due to some waterborne amoeba or other microscopic rascal. I had 13 souls left. With a grimace, I spent 3 souls on a crude clay pot that could hold a liter or so of liquid. I built up the fire a bit more and filled the pot from one of my water skins. I shook it and found it was still about 1/3 full. I laid it back down by the cloak and nudged the pot over till it rested against the burning wood. Soon enough, you thirsty bastard. Soon enough. While I waited for the water to boil, I picked up the dagger and made my way over to the bear. Still big, smelly, and dead. I'm not sure why I was worried about it not being dead, but seeing as I could now conjure fire with a thought, I figured I had best not take anything for granted. After a few experimental kicks and pokes with the knife, I was satisfied the thing wasn't going to rear up during what came next. With a blank face, I crouched down and slipped the unchipped edge of the knife into the bear's exposed stomach and slowly pulled the blade up towards its chest. As the knife moved, the already swelling guts spilled out over my badly wrapped feet, and I cursed. I set about skinning the giant animal with a vigor that surprised me. Some hidden source of strength fueled me. It may have been spite stemming from all my aches and pains, Chapter 5. My Last 10 Souls.
It turned out, to no one's surprise, that the bear meat tasted bad. Once my pot of water had boiled for a few minutes, I let it cool, then drank my fill. I'd peeled and chopped the potato-like tubers, then cooked them in the remaining water with a couple of handfuls of berries, while I held chunks of bear meat threaded onto a green stick over the hotter parts of the fire. The bear tasted like licking the insides of an old man's slippers. Not that I'd ever done that back on Earth, but it was how I imagined that would taste. Long story short, it tasted like shit. Uncle Hunger and Daddy Thirst both backed off, and despite the lingering pain from my fight with the now partially disassembled monstrosity, I felt a lot better. I put some more wood on the fire and went back to work. I'd found some kind of bush in the tree line that had weird leaves. They were broad, almost 1.5 feet long, and waxy. I'd gathered a pile of them while I took a break from butchering and wrapped the squirrel body in one, neatly bound up with a short length of cordage. I was being stingy with that stuff. I wanted to get my money's worth from it, as it was vital to my near-future plans. As I stripped meat from the bear, I carefully wrapped it in the deep green leaves and stacked it in the cave behind my fire. I kept having to stop in order to feed more wood to the fire and keep the orange flames dancing as the light went away and the stars came out. I began to fret that I hadn't gathered enough wood to last through the night. Nothing I could do about it now, and the alien stars were deeply unnerving. Navigating by the night sky was something I knew only too well, and the unknown patterns above me drove home the fact I was no longer in Kansas, as Dorothy might say. The viscera of the bear that I wasn't interested in were placed in leaf parcels and carefully carried to the edge of the forest. If it was still there in the morning, I'd move it further into the woods, far enough that anything coming to have a look wouldn't be a direct threat to my little homestead. I got back to scraping the larger bones clean with the knife. I'd rigged a tripod over which I'd draped the bearskin to dry by the fire. The stuff I was keeping was placed in leafy envelopes next to my cloak. The air grew colder as the night dragged on, but it wasn't uncomfortable, and the physical activity kept me warm. I was grateful when the moon rose and added some extra light. I carefully ignored the unknown patterns that marbled its surface. When a second moon crept above the horizon an hour later, I just shrugged and continued my work. Of course, there was a second moon. Why wouldn't there be? I had no idea if this place had a 24-hour day, and keeping track of time was tricky when you were splitting your attention between slicing, dicing, and watching your surroundings. At around what I guessed to be midnight-ish, I moved the last of the unwanted bear parts to the tree line and returned to feed my fire. Health, 65/90. Mana, 70/70. Another day or so and I'd be healthy as a brick again, which was distinctly unnatural. I should be recovering for days or weeks from these kinds of injuries. I put some strips of meat on sticks that I propped up on tripods and positioned them to sit well above the flames, but in the smoke. Not the most effective method, but hopefully it would help preserve some of the huge pile of meat I'd harvested. Tomorrow, I'd gather some green branches and set up a better smoker for the rest. I had a sneaky suspicion most of it was going to get burned or disposed of as it began to rot, but I'd do what I could in the meantime. The night was filled with noise that I hadn't noticed while I was busy. Now I found myself huddled quietly by the fire. Wrapped in the remnants of my cloak, the ambient nocturnal sounds began to stand out against the crackling of the wood as it burned. Shrieks and cries were the most common sounds to break the quiet, followed by strange clicking, whirring noises that flew through the darkness just outside the cave entrance. A howl split the night, and I reached instinctively for the spear next to me before my brain processed that the noise was from some distance away. I relaxed ever so slightly. There's nothing worse for a man than to have time to think. That was according to my ex-wife,
so I'd always taken it with a pinch of salt. But now the words rang true. I was stuck in this wilderness. No money, no connections, and, most importantly of all, no bloody weapons other than sticks and pointy stones. Were my 5 competitors trying to survive in the wild as well? I remembered one of the place names for a starting location had been some kind of Legion camp. That suggested an army and all the infrastructure that went along with it. Therefore, there must be organizations that approximated civilization of some sort kicking around in this world. If Patricia had been dumped in the outback, she'd be dead already, which would make my job easier. 6 out of 6. Fucking system. Okay, so everyone was still alive. And if the pissy god that briefed me was being honest, they'd been here longer than me. Why should I kill those pricks anyway? Sure, they'd all been responsible for some deaths, according to Poseidon, but she was a lying bitch. I could honestly see the fighter and soldier having blood on their hands, and I knew damn well Morty did. But the TikToker and Patricia would be hard-pressed to kill a spider. Health, 73/90. Mana, 70/70. I wanted to get home. The feeling rushed over me suddenly, and I took a moment to stoke the fire to try to calm myself down. It wasn't that I had much going on back home.
I killed a few people a year so I could live an easy life. No friends, no living family. None of the things normal people use to justify their pointless existences. I'd lived to do my job as well as I was capable of doing it. The fact that my job was killing people for money didn't matter. I was the same as any professional who strove to be the best in their field. Hardly my fault that life and genetics had led me to being a hitman. That green-eyed bitch. Aside from the obvious motivation of not becoming collateral damage as one of my rivals sought to get home, I wanted revenge on the woman who had claimed to be a god. As I considered the long-term situation, I could see a couple of the other competitors becoming a real problem if they managed to get their feet under them. They'd go out of their way to hunt the rest of us down, so I'd probably have to deal with them sooner rather than later. The longer I could make them wait, the stronger I'd be. But the soldier and I were going to have it out, I was sure. And he would be dangerous when I finally found him. The others were a different issue. If I wanted to find a way to stick a knife between that wavy-haired whore's ribs, assuming that was even possible, I'd have to be the last man standing. Then I could take my time and figure out how to kill a god when I got home. My thoughts rumbled round and round in circles as I dozed in my cloak and fed wood to the fire until my pile ran out. I'd smoked a few kebabs worth of bear meat, but the vast majority of it was still neatly wrapped in waxy leaves in a pile slightly further into the cave. As the moons began to set in the sky, the cold became sharper, and I huddled closer to the embers of my fire. I didn't fancy stumbling about in the dark looking for more fuel. That was an easy way to break an ankle or get eaten by whatever the fuck was making that whirring noise. "Piss off already!" I yelled, and the sound of something flying nearby moved away. I don't think I got any real sleep that night. At best, I dozed fitfully, constantly jerked awake by some unexpected sound or that weird feeling of falling you get on the edge of true sleep sometimes. As the sun began to lighten the sky, I lurched upright and glared around. Nothing out of the ordinary, except for the whole New World thing. I staggered into the tree line and relieved myself downslope of my new home. As the steam from my piss rose into the air, I began planning the day's activities. It would be another busy day, but hopefully I'd be able to sleep properly tonight if things went well. My feet felt much better, but when I sat by the remains of my fire and peeled the wool strips away, they were painted red. Oh, right. The bear's guts. Hope I don't get an infection. I poured a little water into my pot and used another scrap from my cloak to rinse the worst of it off. Beneath the mixture of my own and the bear's blood lay clear skin. I stood up tentatively and shifted my weight from foot to foot. Much better. The bear skin had toughened somewhat overnight as it dried, but the flint knife was sharp, and I soon had a pair of crude foot coverings, furry side in, that I bound up with the cordage I recycled from the rank woolen strips I'd used yesterday. The fat on the skin side of the boots would begin to go rancid soon, just like the rest of the hide I'd harvested, but I'd deal with that later in the day. For now, I wouldn't split my feet open on every rock and thorn, which was good enough for me. I went out and scoured the nearby woods for more firewood. I spent an hour building a decent pile, nearly the same size as I'd started the night with, then laid a new fire and ignited it with a finger poked into the center of the wigwam of wood. I poured some water into the pot to rinse it, then added the rest to boil once the fire got going. A handful of berries and some badly smoked, shit-tasting meat served as breakfast. The foodstuffs section of the shop called out to me, but I resisted. Maybe tomorrow I'd splurge, if today worked out how I hoped. No, you greedy bastard. Souls are for levels and abilities. If you can hunt and cook, you don't need to waste them on food. 4 relatively straight, year-old saplings at the edge of the woods were marked for harvest, and I carefully cut them down with the knife. They were a good 3 meters long, perhaps half an inch thick at the bottom. I laid them out just beyond the bear's final resting place and tied them together at one end with the shortest length of cordage I could spare. After that, I returned to the forest to find more green sticks, about a centimeter thick and at least a foot long. I returned and began weaving. With the 4 longer rods bound at one end, I moved down, clipping any leaves and smaller offshoots from them. Then I spread them out in a fan pattern and began threading cross pieces between the staves. Over one, under the next, I worked my way down the length of the 4 sticks. It was like making a wicker fence. The first cross piece was a bastard to get to hold in place, but once I had a few done, it got easier. I ended up with a litter that was 1.5 meters long and maybe half a meter across at the widest point, where it would drag along the ground. I'd have to be careful. I'd trimmed the cross pieces down as much as possible, but bumping into trees and bushes could undo the depressingly fragile transportation I'd thrown together. I stopped for another drink, finishing off the last of my water before I dragged the litter to the pile of neatly wrapped viscera I needed to dispose of. I loaded up most of it, but a few packs wouldn't stay on. I moved them back into the cave because I'd had an idea for using them later, piled up some more wood on the fire, and prepared to step out. The cordage and the spear gathered up, I'd be leaving the rest of the hide to continue drying on its tripod, as well as my wrapped food supplies hiding deeper in the cave. Hopefully, the smoke from the fire would keep any pests from investigating too closely. Even species that have never stumbled upon human beings know to fear the smell of smoke, and I'd just have to trust it would be the same here. I pulled what was left of my cloak around me and returned to my litter. It was awkward and unwieldy to drag the damn thing. I had to walk almost sideways with one hand behind my body to keep it steady, but it let me carry far more than I could by hand. On balance, it was a fair trade. The other hand held my spear, and the knife rested at the top of the pile of semi-wrapped body parts I wanted to dispose of. I stopped regularly as I made my way down to the river. Whenever another animal run intersected the big one I was using, I'd put down my burden and walk a few meters into the bush along the secondary trail. A few twigs and a short length of cordage were quickly transformed into a snare, waiting for some unlucky furry thing's throat. A dozen snares later, I arrived back at the river and stopped to catch my breath. I wasn't going to dig a 6-foot hole with my bare hands to dispose of this shit safely, so it was all going into the water. I carried the parcels a good distance downstream before tossing them as far into the river as I could manage. I wasn't sure how my physical strength stat worked, but I was pretty sure I was able to lob the offal a lot further than I would have been able to back home. A handful of trips later, I had an empty litter and the bulk of the unusable chunks of bear had been disposed of. I refilled my water skins and sat down to watch the river rush by. I carefully removed my bearskin slippers and massaged my aching feet. The cold stone felt good against them as I lay them flat on the riverbank. I shrugged out of my tattered cloak and set it to one side before carefully slipping into the water. The mud squelched between my toes as my feet sank into the bottom of the river. There wasn't a chance in hell I was going swimming, but a little paddle and a wash would be just what the doctor ordered. I'd watched as the offal went into the water, and the lack of frenzied splashing suggested this unknown waterway probably wasn't chock full of piranhas. I dunked my head into the icy water and scrubbed at my skin with some sand I pulled up from the bottom. Feeling better, I got dressed, and then went back to my litter and began loading large flat rocks onto it. I wouldn't be able to carry much of a load. The stones were a lot heavier than the offal, but I managed to get half a dozen balanced, so they'd hopefully survive the trip back home. It looked to be about noon at this point, and I needed to drink and eat again, so I set off up the hill, dragging a bunch of rocks in my wake with sloshing waterskins bouncing off my sides. Birds did this world's equivalent of tweeting contentedly in the background, and while I heard the odd rustle of leaves as something slightly larger moved away from me, nothing leapt out and attempted to eat me. All in all, day 2 was shaping up a lot better than day 1 had turned out. The column of smoke helped guide me back to the cave, and I found the fire had mostly died out. It was reduced to glowing embers as I dropped my litter of stones. I stacked up some more wood and blew on the golden ashes until the fire caught again. No point wasting mana, after all. I wandered around the woods nearby, gathering more dead wood and 3 more saplings that I carefully cut down with my increasingly worn knife. I wasn't entirely sure how the hell you sharpened a flint knife, and was worrying I'd soon be wasting more souls on a replacement. Once I'd built a pile of firewood 3 times the size of the one I'd put together last night, I began sorting through my stony loot. One of the simplest traps you can make involves 2 big stones, 3 strong twigs, and some bait. You can make do with 1 stone, but if you want a solid splat, you need a solid base. The leftover offal would be my bait, and I had my stones neatly lined up. Time to make the sticks. A figure 4 trap is pretty simple if you understand where you need to cut the notches on the sticks so they would sit together just right. I trimmed and carefully gouged notches into 6 sets of sticks. I took 1 set in hand and collected 2 of the rocks I'd dragged up from the river. I walked along the tree line until I found a likely-looking spot and carefully set up the deadfall trap. The horizontal trigger stick got a blob of guts on the end to serve as bait, the end that sat directly beneath the center of mass of the largest stone. Should something come along and nibble hard enough to disturb the trigger stick, it would find itself crushed under the stone propped up by the other sticks. It was a beautiful way to kill small animals, if viewed dispassionately, and had been known for thousands of years back on Earth. I repeated the process, carefully laying out 6 deadfalls around my camp to complement the dozen or so snares I'd deployed on my way to fetch water. If I really did get souls from everything I killed, with a bit of luck tomorrow morning, I'd be a richer man and have access to meat that didn't taste like ass. If nothing else, it would serve to reduce the population of small pests that might invade my home and threaten my food supplies. I settled down near my fire and took a drink of recently boiled water. Assuming I was going to get an influx of currency overnight, I needed to figure out what to do with the 10 souls I had left on hand.
I couldn't afford any upgrades to my fire spell, and the shop could fuck right off for now, which left me only one option. I mentally selected the level up option, and my last 10 souls vanished. Level 2, primary stats. Body, Fut. Mind, Fut. Soul, Fut. Available souls, 0. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 9. Reflexes, 9. Health,
90. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 70. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, touch. Intensity, plus 4%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. You have 2 stat points available to spend. Level 2 upgrades to affinities are now available.
Chapter 6. Return on Investment.
Not only had some asshole installed Excel in my brain, the system seemed to like to work in decimals. Only health and mana were out of the single digits on my starting status. I mentally reached out and clicked on my health to spend a stat point. Health. 76 over 100. Okay, so I'd get 10 points to health and presumably mana per point. I wasn't terribly interested in improving my mental stats at the moment. Maybe it would bite me in the ass in the future, but right now I felt like I was living on the ragged edge. Magic was great and all, but making a slightly hotter flame or... being able to summon it a meter away from my body might actually be helpful. Ah, shit. The level 2 upgrades to my affinity all cost 10 souls. Right, so stat points were limited to stats. Kind of obvious, really, but it had been worth a try. That meant I was looking at improving my physical strength or my reflexes. What difference would each stat make? Who knows? I sure as hell didn't. With a sigh, I put 1 point into my reflexes and checked my new status. Level 2 primary stats. Body, E. Mind, Fef. Soul, Fef. Available souls, 0. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 9. Reflexes, 10. Health, 100. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 70. Okay, now my body stat was an E-. What the fuck did that mean? I didn't feel any different. With a frustrated sigh, I set aside the total lack of supporting information I'd been given by the bloody system. I waited, hoping for the God voice to appear in my head and be a dick as it explained some apparently basic shit to me, but nothing happened. Never mind. I retrieved my knife and pulled the remains of the bearskin off its tripod. Moving into the cave, I cleared away the detritus to create a relatively clean area to work. Then I sat for the next few hours and scraped the fat off the inside of the skin. Everything I scraped off went into a neat pile on one of my favorite types of leaves, the broad, waxy ones, to be rendered down once the pot was free. I took a break in the middle of the job, just as the sun began to set, to cook some more meat and gobble down a handful of berries. I drank the rest of the water in my pot and began throwing the fat into it to render down. The fat would be useful as a combustible and to waterproof leather, among other things. I poked at it with a stick as it started to sizzle in the pot. I listened to the snap and crackle as the last of my drinking water met the boiling fat, and I glanced back into the cave. I still wanted the sheath that had come with my dagger back. Using some sticks, I carefully levered the pot over and let the hot fat drain out onto a leaf I had propped up into a bowl shape between 3 sticks. Once the fat cooled and solidified, it would be much easier to handle. I didn't want to leave anything boiling or cooking while I probed the darkness, so I left the pot off to one side and I added more fuel to the fire to keep it going. I took up a bundle of dead wood and advanced into the abyss that had very recently contained the shining jaws of the giant bear. Taking up my spear in my spare hand as I passed, I moved carefully forward, ears alert for any unusual sound, until I had rounded the corner and the light began to fade. I was confident the cave was empty. Nothing had emerged since I'd been here after all. But I was still nervous of a repeat of last time. I held the sticks away from me and summoned fire at the far end of my bundle, snatching back my fingers and immediately thrusting it deeper into the void. Nothing snarled. No yellowed ivory gleamed as the sudden light danced on it. I was alone. I moved forward until I found the sheath, stooping to pick it up and checking it over in the flickering light. Bone dry and exactly as it had been.
With a bit of cordage, I could attach this to a belt or one of the straps on my water skins. I wrapped it roughly around the spear shaft and held it in place as I pressed on. The cave didn't extend much further, thankfully. It curled on for perhaps 5 more meters. There were a few piles of bones. The half-eaten carcass of what I assumed was a deer of some sort accounted for an increasingly unpleasant smell. But otherwise, the rest of the cave was clean, dry, and safe. I returned to the entrance and took long, deep breaths of fresh air. I'd need to clean the place out if I were going to stay here long term, and I honestly felt like I should. Maybe it was just the human affection for the familiar, but despite only having arrived here yesterday, it was beginning to feel a bit like a home, minus the mod cons and easy access to supermarkets, of course. The air was pure, and I hadn't had to dissemble once since I arrived here. My life on Earth had been one of concealment. Other than Jimmy and the occasional client who required a face-to-face before they forked over the cash, I was pretty much unknown. It wasn't that no one knew me. Shop assistants, people I bumped into on my street occasionally, and other assorted random encounters all had some idea of Raymond, but none of them knew the truth. Keeping my professional life separate from my day-to-day existence was simply a necessity. I hadn't had to lie to anyone since Poseidon had dumped me here, and it felt strangely refreshing. Liberating. The masks were falling away and leaving me feeling more relaxed than I had in a long time. I was almost at peace in a way I hadn't been for over a decade back home, other than a few hours here or there in my workshop. What that said about me as a person, I had no idea. I assumed it wasn't good, but that was how I felt as the sun began to set and the first moon rose, while I scraped fat off the inside of a giant bear pelt. Once I was fairly confident I'd gotten as much of the fat off the pelt as my stone knife was likely to manage, I set the pelt aside and looked over at my grisliest trophy. I'd removed the beast's head while I was cleaning it and decided not to dump it in the river. I vaguely remembered reading a book a long time ago about using brains and piss to tan leather, so I had kept the head. I picked up a rock that fit snugly in my hand and walked over to stare down at the monster's remaining blank eye. I don't want to dwell on the details. Still, soon enough, the bear's teeth were neatly stored away in a leafy envelope, and the pelt was in a shallow hole, coated in its own brains. At the same time, I stood above and released a stream of golden righteousness down on the last recognizable remains of the animal that had tried to kill me. There was something cathartic about the moment. Whether my improvised curing process would set me on the path to not having to pay in souls for leather or not, it kind of felt like I was pissing in the eyes of the assholes who dumped me into this crazy world. It was getting late again, so I added plenty of wood to the fire and settled back with the remains of my cloak wrapped tightly around me. Bedding and a bed were making a rapid climb up the "shit I want now" list, but there was nothing I could do about it for the time being. Clothes would have to come first, but to even get what I needed to wrap my privates, I'd have to see if any of my traps found victims in the night. Pulling over a long sapling I'd cut down, I began smoothing off the base, carefully slicing away the splinters where I'd broken it free from its roots. Once I had it reasonably smooth, I trimmed the top and took off the side branches. I was left with 1.5 meters of slender wood. It wasn't perfectly straight, but I'd selected this trunk and the 2 similar ones because they were the least crooked of my options. I added a splash of water to the pot and swilled it around. Then I threw the mixture onto the fire, where it spat and sizzled for a moment. I topped the slightly cleaner pot up with water and set it next to the fire to boil as I began stripping the bark from my stick. It came off in clumps and chunks, not the elegant ribbons I was aiming for, but as the water reached the boil, I had a slender rod of pale wood that gleamed in the flickering light. Sighting down the length of the stick, I rotated it to spot as many of the curves as possible and began holding the slight deviations in the steam from the boiling water. Once I'd bathed a section in steam for a few minutes, I carefully bent the stick across my knee, cursing at the pain of the hot wood the first time I tried. I covered my knee with my ragged cloak and tried again, holding the rod until it kept the new form. Over the next hour, I stripped and straightened 3 short spears. As I reached for my knife to trim the thinnest ends to points, there was a faint thump from the tree line nearby, and I received a notification. Normalis Muse slain, 1 soul gathered. I grinned as the writing flashed across my vision. My plan to cheese some souls by trapping the local wildlife looked like a winner. Not only would I get meat that I wouldn't have to hold my nose in order to eat, I'd be keeping down local pests and filling up the old soul wallet. As I sat and sharpened my spear points, I received 2 more notifications. I smiled happily as I laid the points of my short spears in the embers, turning them carefully to make sure they didn't burn too much. Fire-hardened throwing spears might help me get some bigger game over the next few days. Bigger game meant bigger rewards, I hoped. And I would be able to supplement the low numbers of souls I would collect from my traps with yet more souls. Then, I scraped them against a patch of exposed rock until the hardened points were painful to press a thumb against.
It was all positively medieval. In fact, the average medieval person would sneer at what I had to work with. It was Paleolithic, but it was a little step in the right direction. "And I didn't have to buy anything from your bloody shop," I called out. The sound of my voice was startling. While I had never been big on conversation for its own sake, I had rarely gone more than a day without speaking to someone. Loneliness was going to become an issue at some point. The only people I was confident existed in this world were all tasked with killing me, so I didn't hold out much hope of making friends with any of them. Not that I wanted friends, but the occasional polite chit-chat might start to seem appealing sometime soon. Once I was done with my improvised throwing spears, I set them aside and waited for the water to cool. The second moon was riding high as the first one fell towards the horizon. The moonlight cast a lustrous glow across the forest, stretching away down the hill, and the hoots and squawks of the local nocturnal birds were almost comforting as they broke the eerie silence. I drank the rest of my water and went to piss on my bear pelt again. As I walked back, another notification popped up. Vilis lepus slain, 2 souls gathered. I had no idea what a lepus might be, but it was apparently worth 2 muse in terms of souls, and could be killed by a snare. I was up to 5 souls again, and the night was still young. The effort of setting up the snares and deadfall traps had been time-consuming, but it essentially gave me a passive soul income, so I resolved to expand the area I covered tomorrow. I checked the shop. It was time to hide my shame. A pair of simple woolen shorts would cost me 3 souls. They looked crude and would probably be scratchy against my nethers when I moved, but being tackle out, while refreshing at first, was starting to lose its appeal. With a grimace, I purchased the shorts and pulled them on. They were dark green and surprisingly comfortable, with no scratchiness thus far. They reached down just above my knees, were tied in place with a cord that had come as part of the price, and matched the cloak I'd wrapped around my shoulders. I fed more wood to the fire and tried to doze. It was yet another restless night. I woke up regularly as the heat from the fire died down and it needed more fuel. I received a slew of kill notifications as the night wore on as well, which added a significant boost to my mood but failed to temper the creeping feeling of exhaustion. I wouldn't be able to manage many more nights like this. As the light began to sneak back into the world, I had 18 souls ready to spend. I put the last of my water on to boil and stretched.
I watered the pelt once more to relieve my bladder and put some chunks of the foul bear meat onto a stick to roast over the rebuilt fire. Damn, I'd forgotten to set up a smoker. That was amateurish, and it filled me with irritation. I sniffed at some of the meat, carefully unwrapping it from the green protection I'd used to seal it up. Happily, none of it had started to turn yet, but that wouldn't last much longer. I decided to buy some more cordage, 2 souls wasted, but the return on investment was good as long as I could find some more animal runs. Back down to 16 souls, I checked the option for decent footwear. My bearskin booties were starting to fail across the bottom after just one day, and while I wasn't unfamiliar with a rank odor emanating from my feet, this was considerably beyond my previous experience. The cheapest footwear was 3 soles. Crude wooden soles, a bit like topless clogs with some leather straps to hold them in place. I stamped my feet in my new shoes and grimaced. There was certainly no comfort in the design, but I'd now be immune to the thorns and sharp rocks that had been able to poke into my delicate skin with almost every step I took today.
It seemed a silly thing to be so proud of having an extremely basic pair of shoes, but it filled me with a faint feeling of optimism as I drifted in and out of sleep while I waited for the sun to rise. Chapter 7. Spend souls to make souls. Waking up was a gradual process. I'd spent most of the night hovering between true sleep and paranoid wakefulness. Grumbling to myself about mattresses and duvets, I started out by inspecting the deadfall traps. The first 5 had all killed mice. The mice were now very flat, but I gathered them up anyway, heading towards the last trap with them swinging from my left hand. This one had been triggered, but whatever it was had been a lucky son of a bitch as it had made a clean getaway. I took my booty back to the cave and picked up 6 berries. I didn't have many left, so I made a note to gather some more when I went for water later. I reset the traps, baiting them with berries that I squeezed slightly to free some of the juice. Hopefully, sweet fruit would work just as effectively as bits of bear guts. From my notifications, I confirmed that normalis mus must mean mouse. 5 dead mice and 5 souls from normalis mus. I'd also killed a single Vilis lepus and 11 normalis lepus while I dozed. Fervently hoping that a lepus had nothing to do with leprosy, I grabbed my gear and set off down to the river with my litter in tow. I took the new cordage and stopped regularly to set new snares. When I got to the first of the traps I'd set yesterday, I found it was undisturbed, so I continued on with a shrug. Next, I found a strangled rabbit that I slipped free from the noose and chucked on my litter. I reset the snare and continued towards the river. By the time the rushing water spread before me, I had 11 regular rabbits and 1 big bastard of a rabbit, twice the size of the others, laid out neatly across the top of the litter. Vilis must mean steroid addict or something, and would explain why the bear had been such a monster. I'd reset all my snares and added another dozen along other nearby animal paths. Hopefully, tomorrow I would reap the benefits of purchasing the extra cordage. Slipping off my uncomfortable footwear on a stone, I sat down and rubbed my feet. The wood was polished smooth and waxed or oiled in some fashion, so I hadn't suffered any splinters. But the loop that held my big toe in place and the thongs that tied the shoes to my ankles had rubbed the skin raw as I walked. I stripped down and walked into the water for a wash. As I was splashing water across my chest and shivering at the chill, I froze, locking in place. On the far bank stood a deer the likes of which I'd never seen. It stood 6 feet high at the shoulder and was covered in long, shaggy green-brown fur. A rack of antlers, nearly 3 feet long, grew in delicate whorls from its forehead. They looked almost fragile at this distance, but I was quietly grateful for the rushing water separating us. Hello, ambulatory bag of souls. I wonder what you're worth. Was this a vilis or a normalis? I had no idea, but I knew how to find out. I continued to wash myself and kept an eye on the beast. It didn't seem to be scared of me. The stag kept an eye on me as it drank, but otherwise paid me no mind. Perhaps there weren't enough people in this part of the world for the animals to have learned to fear us. Maybe the only people in this world were the 6 of us killed in Mortimer's fancy smoking room by the green-eyed bitch. I finished my crude ablutions and went back to shore to dry off and get dressed. I started pulling out clumps of the clay-like mud that lined this side of the river. I formed them into rough bricks and flattened them out before adding them to my litter. Once I had as much as I was comfortable to risk loading on my fragile construct, I turned to check on my new friend and future victim. But it had moved away without me noticing, and I was once more alone. With full water skins and having rinsed off the mud that had caked to my fingers, I set off back towards my camp. As I walked, I began to hum a song I'd liked many years ago. I couldn't remember the words, but I could hum the tune. It was about being a survivor, a veteran of 1,000 wars or something. I whistled the tune happily as I climbed back up the hill, stopping occasionally to dig up some tubers or pick some of the berries I was now fairly sure were safe to eat. The off-pitch tune I hummed was strangely soothing, and I arrived back at camp in a much better mood than I'd felt since being dumped on this world. I dropped my sleigh of goodies just beyond the tree line and went to boil some water. I had a busy day planned, but the sun hadn't reached its zenith yet, so I stretched out as I waited for the pot to boil and continued humming to myself. "What do you reckon?" I asked the bear's head, which was perched just outside the cave, snout aimed at the fire. "Nah, about the song. I know you're pissed off I killed you." I knew it wasn't talking to me, but I felt a need for some company. It would be a while yet before loneliness drove me mad, but I could feel it looming in my future if something didn't change. At home, I'd had interactions with people almost daily, even if it was just a few words at a shop counter. The sense of complete and utter isolation would get to me sooner or later. "Fine. Screw you, Fluffy." The water had boiled, and I moved the pot aside to cool. I stood back up and went to gather yet more wood. I'd soon be running out of dead wood in the nearby area, but I should be okay for a few more nights of fuel. I rebuilt the pile just inside the cave and set up another tripod. I'd used the one I'd dried the bear pelt over as firewood last night. I went looking for branches with plenty of green leaves on them, flipping my dagger in my hand as I went. I dragged the leafy masses back to the cave and sat down to weave several lattices of sticks. Once I had 3 ready to go, I set up my newest tripod in a clear area and used some of my precious cordage to tie off the lattices along its height, making sure that the lowest was far enough off the ground that the fire I planned to build wouldn't cook the meat. The bear meat was sliced thinly so that I could hang them from the lattices, and I began propping the branches covered in leaves around them. Once it looked like it was pretty well covered, I built a small fire and took a burning stick from my main fire to light it. I huffed and I puffed, and soon enough the flames caught, and I sat back happily. The smoke was leaking out of the badly made thatch of greenery, but enough would be trapped inside to do a decent job of smoking the meat. I sat down to skin the rabbits, carefully piling the innards onto broad leaves for later removal. As I worked, my flint knife flicking easily through skin much thinner than that of the bear, I contemplated my situation. Fishing was an option. It would be expensive in terms of cordage, but there were other options as well. I could make a lattice-work fish trap easily enough, or I could dig a small depression out to the side of the river and bait it to lure the fish in, leaving them trapped with a narrow channel they couldn't get back up. 12 souls left in my account. I ran through the options I had available once more, as my hands worked on automatic to make a neat pile of skinned bunnies. A kilo of salt was 1 soul. That would last me a long time if I just used it for seasoning. A lot shorter period if I tried to use it to preserve meat. I finished up the bunnies, ending up with a small stack of bodies to go in the pot and a small stack of furry skins. I wasn't too confident about my piss and brains tanning method, so I chose to put them around the fire to dry them out, rather than adding them to the muddy and stinking hole that I had consigned the bearskin to. Time to experiment in pottery.
The main crafting equipment available in Tier 1 was kilns. The simplest was way too expensive, and the largest and most complex example was even more bloody expensive. I'd need to improvise, but if I could start producing small pots, they could be used for storage, especially if I made lids for them. I pulled over a flat stone and sat in front of the fire. I brought over a couple of slabs of clay I'd dragged up the hill and began sorting through them. I pulled out all the stones and twigs, creating a smaller mound of hopefully clean clay. With a little water and some careful sculpting, I produced 3 bowls that I set to the side of the rabbit fur to dry in the ambient heat of the fire. The sun had definitely started to fall by the time I was done, so I took some more meat and skewered it over the fire. Another meal of boiled tubers, berries, and shit-tasting bear meat followed that left me full, if not happy. An army marches on its stomach, and I might be an army of 1 at the moment, but the food situation was already starting to affect my morale. I resolved I'd have rabbit stew for dinner to break up the monotony in my diet, and I felt my mood perk up a little. 12 souls left. I was hopeful for an even bigger haul tonight, but for now, I had to assume this was all I'd get. I weighed my options again and came back to the same issue as before. Range on my spell would be helpful, but I could live without it for now. Intensity on my spell didn't make any sense to me. It made the fire talk about politics when everyone else was just trying to have a good time. As an unknown, I ruled it out for now. After some pondering and popping over to check on my smoker, I sat down and made up my mind. A kilo of salt appeared in front of me in a flaxen bag. Bonus. If my pots worked, I'd transfer the salt into them and have a free bag. Then I spent 10 souls to go up to level 3. I picked physical strength, bringing it up to 10, and put a point into mana. I was pleased to find it went up by 10, just like health had. My new stat sheet now floated before my eyes. Level 3 primary stats. Body, E. Mind, F. Soul, F. Available souls, 0. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 10. Reflexes, 10. Health, 100. Magic strength, 6. Focus, 7. Mana, 80. I was now completely into the E grade for my body stats, which was interesting. If what the arrogant God voice had told me was true, my physical characteristics were now all at the peak of human capability. I checked my smoker and added some more green wood to the fire under it before moving off towards the trees to put myself through my paces. I sprinted back and forth. I was faster than I was used to being, but not by a significant amount. I played reflex games, letting a stick fall and trying to catch it in a specific place with my other hand. That did seem considerably better than I thought I was capable of before, but I was releasing the test stick, so I was probably cheating. However, my hand would snap shut with unerring accuracy on the bit I was aiming for. My health had recovered back to full during the night, and I wasn't willing to start injuring myself to test it, so I shelved any experiments that ran the risk of strains or wounds. I eyed one of the thicker trees and took off towards it at a sprint. I leapt up,
my feet landing a good 1.5 meters up the foot-wide trunk, and I monkey-climbed rapidly to the first main branches. That was definitely an improvement of some sort. Not that I had spent much time doing similar tasks back home, but I felt the fluidity and strength in my muscles more clearly than I ever had before. The thought of what the future might hold if I could continue to increase my stats made me smile savagely. Those poor bastards wouldn't know what hit them when I finally hunted them down. Dropping back to the ground with a thump, I went back to my fires. I was going to run out of firewood quickly at this rate. The fire on the smoker burned more slowly and needed wet wood rather than deadfall to generate the smoke, but it was still an extra drain on my resources. As the sun began to set, I ran around the hill, building up a huge pile of firewood in the cave. It wasn't like I wouldn't be able to use it sooner or later. Before the light failed, I took the smoked meat out and wrapped it in leaves with a light dusting of salt. I replaced the meat on the racks and fed the fire once more. The rabbit stew was bland, but a delicious change from the last couple of days. I salted it, and the flavor, while gamey, at least tasted like proper food. I slurped down the dregs of the water I'd cooked it in and lay back to try and sleep. Despite waking to refuel the fire regularly, I felt more refreshed the next morning than I had managed thus far. I was also 25 souls richer. The next week passed in a pleasantly dull and similar fashion. I gathered water and wood every day, smoked meat, set traps, and collected the bounties in meat and souls. My first clay pots failed, cracking apart as they were fired, but I ground them up between some stones and used the grog to mix in with the next batch. I soon had an array of relatively waterproof pots with lids. The salt was stored in them, deep in the cave, which I had by now cleared out. Salt was valuable, and while I hadn't seen any rain yet, I suspected it was only a matter of time. I refrained from spending any of my souls, and as the sun rose on my 8th day in this world, I had 183 souls sitting in my wallet. For some reason, my soul stat had risen to E when I passed 100. It must operate differently from the rest for some reason, but the answer eluded me. I munched on grilled rabbit and poured water from one of my new clay vessels into the cooking pot, while I contemplated how to increase my rate of soul gain. I wasn't entirely happy at being forced to kill some of the others. Patricia, at least, had seemed like a fairly decent person, but it was the only way to get home and take my revenge. It was time to spend souls, to make souls. Once I was strong enough, I'd go hunting my fellow contestants.
Chapter 8. New Affinity Unlocked. Having disposed of the bear's head a few days ago due to the increasingly unpleasant smell, I had been lacking in conversation, but had made do. I peed on the bear pelt in its hole and poked it with the end of my digging stick. I had no idea if it was working or not. The skin was soggy and pliant, but I wasn't sure how long it needed to be treated for, assuming this treatment would even be effective. I was beginning to suspect I'd simply ruined the pelt and made an inefficient toilet. I'd carved a short, thick digging stick into a wedge at one end and hardened it in embers. I dug myself a more sensible latrine and completed my business. A small pile of the broad, waxy leaves weighed down by a rock substituted for shit tickets. I filled in the hole and strolled contentedly back to the cave. I got some water in the pot and set it to boil, then prepared a rabbit kebab on a thin stick of green wood. 183 souls. It was wealth beyond imagination. I could jump to Tier 2 in one go and get access to the next level in the shop. I was naively optimistic that it would yield some much more useful and reasonably priced options. I had started dreaming about steel knives and spearheads, and each morning
I awoke with a lingering regret that surged whenever I looked at my flint knife. With a broad smile on my face, I spent 80 souls to jump to level 10. Level 10 cost me twice as many souls as the previous ones, making me wince. I should have guessed it wouldn't be 10 souls per level all the way up. Level 10. Primary stats. Body, E. Mind, F+. Soul, E. Available souls, 103. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 12. Reflexes, 13. Health, 120. Magic strength, 8. Focus, 8. Mana, 100.
Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, touch, intensity, plus 4%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed, plus 3%. Detonation, 1 meter cubed, plus 0%. Firewall, area, 1 meter squared. Imbue unlocked. New affinity unlocked. Level 10 upgrades to affinities are now available. Tier 2 upgrades to affinities are unlocked. Tier 2 is available in the Soul Shop. I had put 2 of my points into mana, 2 into health, 1 into focus, 2 into magical strength, 3 into reflexes, and 2 into physical strength. My mind stat had bumped up to F+ for some reason, possibly because mana had reached the peak human level. Body was now in E grade as well, and all 3 stats were beyond peak human, so I was starting to suspect that the more secondary stats crossed a decimal threshold, the higher the primary stat rating. My new spells looked interesting, but I was only really excited about the projectile. I moved away from the cave and pointed a finger at a nearby tree. A blast of fire scorched the tip of my finger and flew away at the speed of a thrown stone. It was the size of my fist, but when it struck the trunk, it exploded with a boom, and a ball of fire engulfed the nearby area. The flames didn't stick and quickly died down, leaving a scorched section of trunk, but not achieving anything particularly spectacular. I had hoped for more. Having to summon the damn thing on my fingers was a painful irritant, and I checked my options on summon range. Each level would cost 10 souls, but the first would allow me to summon the flame an additional meter from my body. Then each level gave an extra 2 meters of range. I bought 3 levels in range and 3 in intensity, just to see what it did. Affinity, fire. Summon fire. Range, 5 meters. Intensity, plus 16%. Fire resistance, plus 2%. Projectile, speed plus 3%. Detonation, 1 meter cubed. Firewall, area 1 meter squared. I cast another fireball, summoning it at a comfortable meter in front of my outstretched hand, and it flew gracefully into the next tree along from my first victim. It erupted like last time, but on this occasion it burned noticeably brighter and hotter, leaving a darker char on the bark. Neat. It was incremental, but the improvement was apparent. I got giddy and began lobbing fireballs at the nearby trees until I ran out of mana. Wasteful, but it was satisfying to vent my frustration and loneliness on something. Down to 63 souls, and each cast of fireball cost me 20 mana. This halved my number of shots versus simply summoning a blob of fire. More mana would be needed in the near future. I finally gave in to the temptation and pulled up the shop in my mind. "Fuck you, shop!" My voice echoed back at me from the cave. Sure, the stuff was all bronze and copper now, a marked improvement over stone, but the price had skyrocketed. The most basic copper knife would cost 30 souls. I knew damn well copper was shit for fighting. It could be honed razor sharp, much more easily than tougher metals, but it would lose the edge after just a few cuts. The forge equipment was also far too expensive. The option to buy a primitive smelter and blacksmith setup was tempting, but it would cost at least 700 souls to get the basic equipment I would need. I thought longingly of the workshop in my garage, with its tiny gas-fueled forge and all the wonderful machines that made shaping wood and metal so simple. I had options for bronze armor and weapons as well, but again, they were prohibitively expensive. I wished I still had the bear head so I could kick it into the forest in a fit of rage. There were new options for everything, but it was all too... Something in the crafting section that was new caught my eye. Health potions, mana potions, all sorts of potions and poisons. I had no idea how much health or mana I would recover, but at 100 souls, I hoped it would be fairly significant. Couldn't afford them at the moment, but the prospect of a quick and easy way to recover health and mana lifted me out of my funk at the extortionate prices for everything else. I decided to hang on to my souls for now.
I'd aim to keep 100 souls in reserve from now on, just so I could buy a potion in a moment of desperation if I needed one. Imbue was interesting. I could impart my fire summoning ability to an object for double the usual mana cost. I couldn't put the item down, or the charge would dissipate in a couple of minutes. I frowned suspiciously at how helpful this particular entry had been. Maybe the god voice was warming up to me and throwing me some extra info. I'd put a lot of thought into what my second affinity should be. Ever since I'd passed 60 souls and realized I had enough to jump to level 10 and unlock it, the dilemma had weighed on my mind whenever I had a quiet moment. I'd reduced it to 3 options, and now that I was faced with finally making the decision, I was frozen. I had days' worth of probably preserved food, but smoking and salting weren't perfect, and it would still rot eventually. I'd had to dispose of the last of the bear meat, so I wasn't particularly upset to see that foul meat leave my diet. However, the wastage had bothered me on some level. It was inefficient and amateurish to waste food simply because I couldn't keep it fresh for long enough to eat. The ice affinity would make some kind of primitive freezer viable. I had envisioned a low container with thick mud walls filled with ice that could freeze my food and make it last weeks or months. Occasionally, when I daydreamed about this idea, a bottle of chilled beer would somehow appear in my imaginary freezer. Light was tempting as well. I could move about in the night without the constant risk of breaking my ankle, and the illusion of power seemed tempting. I wasn't sure how it would work, and I didn't expect to get any kind of hints from the bloody system. So, while it was tempting, I was uncertain about making it part of my repertoire. Finally, I had considered life. Healing would be a huge boost. Mana regenerated 10 times faster than health, and a mechanism to convert it into health was very tempting. The aches and pains the bear had left me as mementos of our brief relationship had faded surprisingly quickly. I suspected the system gave me some kind of regenerative boost based on my stats, but it had still taken days before I felt like myself again. On Earth, without medical assistance, it would have taken weeks, I was quite sure. Speeding up recovery in the future could be decisive. Ideally, one should take an opponent by surprise and hit them first, thus reducing the risk of taking any injury yourself. But I wasn't hunting in the concrete jungle anymore, and it seemed likely I would take damage on occasion. Rapid growth didn't really interest me. I assumed it would let me grow plants faster, which could be great if I wanted to plant a farm, but I had no plans to set down roots. I would have to go to my enemies, and that would preclude spending the time to raise crops. Enhancement was a nice bonus. I expected the boost to be minor to begin with, but if it scaled as I increased my physical statistics, it could make me extremely dangerous. Finally, there was the distant goal of minor shape-shifting.
Simple tricks like dyeing my hair or changing the color of my eyes with contact lenses had long since been part of my skill set at home. Vital parts of my skill set, if I were honest. While I was largely unknown to my victims beforehand, and afterwards their knowledge was buried with them, bystanders and witnesses always had to be taken into account. Changing my appearance before and after a job had always been simple common sense. With a grimace, I selected life. I expected I'd regret it later, but right now it seemed like the most valuable. Ice would be helpful in some ways, and light in others, but overall, life offered the best boost to my chances of getting home again. Affinity. Life. Heal, self. 5 HP and 4% increased recovery rate for 1 hour. Seals light wounds. Enhancement, self. 2%, lasts 5 seconds. Resistance, all. 1%. Projectile. Speed minus plus 3%. Heal other. Rapid growth. Area, 1 meter squared. Interesting. Life had a weaker but broader resistance. I assumed the 2 first-tier spells would require 10 mana per cast. 2% enhancement for 5 seconds seemed pretty useless, but it would get to 18% at level 9, a significant, albeit short-lived, boost to my strength. I was reasonably happy with my choice and set off to go and gather the night's catches with a spring in my step. I took my dagger and a length of cordage to tie the rabbit bodies to. I had my empty water skins hanging from my shoulders, and a tuneless whistle echoed out as I set off along the now well-trodden path down to the river. I picked up the bodies and reset my traps as I passed them, a process that had become thoughtless and routine over the last few days. I got to a trap about halfway down the hill, 6 bunnies swinging from the string in my left hand. I grimaced as I rounded the first corner of this little animal trail to find the rabbit had been chewed apart. Barely any of the little guy was left, a gory head and shoulder lying with the noose biting into its throat. The rest of it was missing, presumably taken by a fox or something. I hadn't seen any large predators since the bear, and I figured the presence of an apex predator like that creature had kept the rest of the locale clear of more dangerous beasts. I put down my rabbits and worked the noose free, throwing the remnants downhill into the bushes. I'd gotten the souls for the kill, so it wasn't a total waste. I reset the trap, snapping a new twig to hold the noose in place across the mouth of the run. As I rose to collect my prizes, a blur slammed into me, and sharp teeth snapped closed on my shoulder. I was thrown to the side and slammed into a tree, but even while I was still in the air, I reacted in the best way I knew. Channeled violence. My right hand had snatched the dagger from where it lay sheathed on my chest and swept round to plunge it into the throat of whatever had attacked me. The tree trunk knocked the air out of my lungs, and I gasped as I collapsed to the mud and leaves littering the ground. My head was foggy, but I knew I'd lost my grip on the blade as the thing had recoiled at my strike. I rose with a muddled mind and put my back against the tree. A large, gray wolf, far bigger than any wolf from home, looked at me, slightly cross-eyed. A quizzical expression passed across his eyes as his rump fell to the ground. He whined piteously, and pink bubbles spread out from the handle of my knife sticking from the beast's neck. Health, 82 over 120. Mana, 19 over 100. "Fuck you, bloke," I muttered, as my back fell back against the tree. I looked down at my shredded shoulder and winced. My cloak was painted red around the new rips in the material. That was expensive. I cast heal and watched as the blood flow slowed. It didn't stop completely, though, and the pain began to radiate out from the wound, making my eyes water. I blinked them clear and looked back up at the mortally injured wolf. "Good job it was only one-on-one," a growl cut off my asinine comment. A growl came from the bushes to the right of my first victim. I drew myself away from the tree and crouched slightly, ignoring the tugging feeling on my left side as the wounds stretched and fresh blood started leaking out. A more normal-looking wolf stepped out and growled at me again. Vilis lupus slain. 7 souls harvested. That's not very sporting. Mind you, fighting fair is for fools. Come on then, puppy, let's get this done, I babbled. The blood loss was making me dizzy. When I said puppy, the growl dropped half an octave, and the wolf sprang forward. It soared through the air, but it seemed to be moving through water.
Whether it was desperation, fear, adrenaline, or the impact of my boosted reflex statistic, I watched it fly towards me almost as though in slow motion. My right fist arced round like lightning and slammed into the beast's ribs at the same time I slipped aside and dodged the jaws. There was a satisfying crack as the wolf changed direction and went tumbling through the scrub and out of sight with a pained yelp. I snorted and groaned, rubbing at my face with my right hand to try and clear my head. Wolves were pack animals. 2 meant there were probably more. Leaving the rabbits behind, I limped as quickly as I could back towards my cave, and the spear I knew was waiting there for me. I'd never leave home without it again. Every twig that snapped, and every rustle of the leaves in the wind had me spinning nervously to check for more of the beasts. I could burn souls for a weapon if I had to, but they were precious, and I refused to compound foolishness with wastefulness unless I had no other choice. Chapter 9. Wilson. The ferns, bushes, and grass were a green blur as I shuffled along. I wasn't moving quickly due to a pronounced limp, but still, my surroundings seemed indistinct and melted together. Why the hell was I limping? I glanced down and saw a short length of broken branch protruding from the side of my calf. Must have got stabbed with it when I bounced off the tree. Fuck you, tree. I'd buy an axe and cut that bastard down. I paused, setting aside my new vendetta against a bloody tree of all things, and leant down to rip the wood from my leg. I suppressed a scream as the jagged piece came free from my limb, and blood began to trickle down over my sandals. I cast heal again, and once more, the flow slowed but didn't stop. My injuries were too severe to be immediately sealed by the shitty low-level spell. Health, 83 over 120. Mana, 0 over 100. The blood loss must be draining my health. My thoughts were feverish as I resumed my ragged flight to what I hoped would be the safety of my cave. The pain was like hot irons held to my leg and shoulder, making my eyes blink away tears and my muscles shudder. The now familiar stench of rotten brains and rancid piss greeted me as I emerged from the forest. I really should have sighted the tanning hole somewhere further away from my regular path. Despite the agony, new energy filled me as I saw my home, and I sped up to reach the edge of the cave. I snatched up my shop-bought spear and the 3 short throwing spears I had made, but not yet had reason to use. Dumping more wood on the fire, I hoped it would catch quickly and scare away the rest of the pack. My mind was convinced more wolves were even now slinking through the undergrowth towards my refuge. My imagination populated every shadow with gleaming eyes and powerful jaws. I backed behind the fire and leant against the wall, the throwing spears falling from my numb left hand, but the stone-tipped spear was clutched tightly in my right. I put my back against the wall and propped the spear horizontally in front of me, point leveled towards the woods, as I searched desperately for the enemies I was sure were eyeing me hungrily. Long minutes passed, and nothing happened. Eventually, my back began to relax, sending fresh bursts of pain through my ruined shoulder. I lowered myself down and examined the damage carefully. Strands of wool seemed to be embedded in the wounds,
jagged tears in the muscle that had dragged short gouges of flesh away as the beast had recoiled after my knife found its neck. I gently peeled away the now completely ruined cloak. It clung wetly to my skin, leaving large splotches of crimson behind. I used the spear tip to awkwardly slice what was left of it into strips. One was dipped in previously boiled water stored in a nearby clay urn and carefully wiped across the injuries. As the gore was washed away, the true damage was revealed. It wasn't as bad as I'd feared. It didn't appear any tendons had been severed, no muscles had rolled up and bulged out, but the layers of yellow-white fat showed clearly beneath my tanned skin, the teeth having cut through to the subcutaneous tissues. I began to bind my shoulder with a few more strips of wool, pulling them tight enough to make me hiss in pain. Hopefully, the pressure would stop the bleeding soon. My leg was easier to treat. The wound was deep, but I was optimistic it wouldn't leave me crippled, should I survive long enough for it to heal. And avoid an infection. I washed it clean as well, wincing at the rough cloth scraping into the gouge, and bound it tightly. With a final grunt, I leant back and took deep breaths. My health had stabilized after my primitive field first aid. I watched my mana ticking slowly up, 1 point every 6 minutes, and prayed nothing would bother me until I'd had a chance to get a few more casts done. Then I'd be in a much better position to deal with any stragglers from the pack. I looked up as a shadow moved at the edge of the tree line. I tensed and snatched my spear back up. I tried to heave myself upright, using my right leg to slide my back upwards against the rough stone of the cave wall, but it slipped before I was halfway there, and I slid back down with a grunt. I pulled the spear across my lap and gripped it tightly, the stony tip wavering slightly, but held firmly in the direction of this new threat. A wolf dragged itself forward, emerging from the greenery like a gray ghoul. One of its legs, the front left, wasn't working correctly. It tried to put weight on it, but kept falling to the side. Its ribs or spine must have been damaged as well, as it flew away from me after I punched it, as its back legs weren't stable either. It crept towards me slowly. Its teeth were bared in a silent snarl. "You sure about this, little guy? I'm pretty sure I've got the drop on you," I grunted. The wolf's ears flicked back and lay flat against its skull. The fur was matted with twigs and leaves stuck along the right side of its body. I hefted the spear slightly as it drew closer. It slunk around the far side of the fire, and I prepared to fight. Then the damn thing lay down and whined, like a puppy being loaded into a bag with stones. It had been a long time since a plea for mercy had been able to move me. When they started babbling and offering to double my fee if only I'd let them go, I just tuned it out and finished the job. This wasn't some asshole who had pissed off someone capable of retaining my services. Even if it was, I still had my code. How do you judge a wild animal by human standards? Was it unethical of the bloody things to steal the meat I'd caught in my trap? Maybe. But they had just been following their nature. Admittedly, laying a fucking ambush and blindsiding me had been a dick move. However, it was a tactic I'd used myself on many occasions. There is no point letting the bloke you're going to kill know in advance what you're up to. I couldn't fault the bloody things, and the big one had paid the price. This poor little bastard must be a baby or something. It was big, even stretched out on the ground, but smaller than I'd thought back in the heat of the fight, when adrenaline had been firing every nerve in my brain, making the world take on exaggerated detail. Still a big fucking dog, though. I used the spear to slowly climb to my feet, leaning heavily on it as I finally stood upright. It whined again. "Fuck off, dude. It's a mercy, okay? Don't look at me like that." Large green eyes were staring up at me. There was no threat there, not anymore. It was begging for its life. "I'm going to regret this," I muttered. I painfully picked up an empty bowl, wrapping my armpit around the shaft of the spear to keep my balance, and scooped it into the slightly bloody water I'd used to dip the cloth that had cleaned my wounds. It was faintly pink against the orange of the fired clay. I moved the bowl into my left hand, hissing slightly as I clenched my fingers on the rim. I inched around the fire slowly. A faint growl rose up, and the wolf shuffled forward slightly. "Enough of that shit, you ungrateful bastard," I snapped. I leaned forward and put the bowl down, then used the butt of the spear to nudge it closer to the animal, while balancing carefully on one leg. The wolf snapped at the spear, but I swatted it into the side of his jaw, and he whined again. "For some dumb fuck reason, I'm trying to help you, idiot. Don't be a dick." I left the bowl near the wolf's face and backed away, grateful to be able to lean my weight on the spear as I went. Why the hell was I helping this thing? Was it some deeply ingrained sense of wrongness at seeing something so similar to a dog in pain? It would be kinder just to end his life, but I knew I wouldn't do that. Some selfish part of me rubbed its hands together at the thought of having a companion, even a crippled one. A companion that, unlike almost every human I'd known back home, I wouldn't have to lie to. If the beast survived and stuck around, I'd have a friend that I could be honest with. The blood loss must have been messing with my brain. I was a professional killer and ought to be far beyond this kind of maudlin emotional self-indulgence. My ego died over a decade ago. That's what I always told myself anyway. The wolf sniffed at the water and began to lap at it. I had backed away and settled down next to the piles of smoked meat. I pulled out a green package and began to chew on the tough, heavily flavored meat. The wolf finished the bowl, knocking it over at the end as it tried to get at the last few drops. It looked at the meat in my hand, and its tongue lolled out as I slowly took a bite and chewed. "Hungry fella?" I asked. A whine followed by a growl was my answer. He crept slightly closer, his belly pressed to the ground, and kept his eyes locked on the scrap of rabbit flesh. "I guess you've got a taste for the bunnies, eh? Seeing as you stole my kill." The wolf heaved itself up and snapped forward as far as he could manage, but the butt of the spear flicked out almost without thought and swatted him away. "Bad dog," I muttered. It turned sad green eyes, misty with pain, on me, and I felt genuine pity for the poor bastard. I reached back, resting the spear carefully across my outstretched legs so I could snatch it up in an instant if I needed to, and pulled out another strip of meat. I tossed it in front of the wolf, who sniffed it suspiciously. "If I wanted you dead, I'd not bother feeding you, mutt." He cocked his head at me, glancing up from the morsel I'd offered. With a clomp, the meat vanished. A short whine and a pleading look followed, making me sigh loudly. "When did I become so soft?" I muttered, tossing the wolf another strip. "I'm not sure how this is going to work, dog. If I go to sleep, are you going to try and eat me?" Long ears flicked backwards, then forwards, and his head cocked to one side in what I was convinced was questioning tinged with hopeful body language. "Ah, you stupid bloody dog." I began to slowly drag myself back towards my urns of water on the far wall. When I was halfway, the wolf jerked forward towards the meat, and once again I smacked him in the snout with the base of my spear. "No, that's mine," I said angrily, and his ears went back. He shuffled away from the meat slightly. "Good boy. I'm the boss here, bloke. Just remember that." I dipped a bowl into the pink water and took a long drink before falling into companionable silence with the wolf for a few minutes. I used heal again and felt considerably better. I checked my wounds, carefully peeling the bandage on my leg to the side, and while the wound was still fresh, new skin had formed around the edges of the injury, and the bleeding had stopped. "It's gonna be a long fucking day. You know you nearly got me? If the pair of you had attacked at once, I'd have been fucked. The big fella might have died, but if you'd struck at the same time, I'd have been toast." The wolf cocked his head again and started to inch towards the meat. He stopped as I slapped the butt of the spear against the stone of the cave floor. As I was saying, hanging back was your mistake. Want to know the thing about fighting? You've got to strike hard with everything you've got when it's time to make your move, before the other guy makes his. I don't know if the whole living as a wild animal experience equates to military action, or killing pricks for money. It was a lot of money, you know. Way more than I got in the army. I could get medals in the army, I guess, but money is better than medals. Still, being a hitman was less risky and more lucrative.
I picked my jobs. Like, I'd tell clients to piss off if they were being stingy, and I didn't have to charge into the guns when some idiot LT got a bee in his bonnet. The wolf made a chuffing noise I took to be laughter. It was safer, better paid, and I got to keep to my code. I'm pretty sure all the Hajis were pieces of shit. The ones I knocked overseas, I mean, but maybe some of them were like us? Just following our nature. Who fucking knows? I muttered, taking another bowl of water and drinking deeply. We need to come to an arrangement. The wolf had lain down, resting its head on its functional forelimb, the other stretched out crookedly to the side. For some reason, it perked up and turned to look at me. You're a good listener, mate. I bet you'd be handy in a scrap as well, as long as you learn to strike when the iron's hot and not lurk at the back like a pussy. How about you and me team up? I'm kind of woozy from the blood loss, but if we're both still alive in the morning, how's about it? Can we give it a go? My words were slurring slightly at this point. The adrenaline, pain, and blood loss, all adding up, leave me rambling insanely to a wild animal that couldn't understand me. A faint whine answered me, and I smiled. It would be nice to have a friend. A real one who didn't need to be kept at arm's length. Someone I could be honest with. No pretense and no lies. You're gonna need a name. How about Wilson? I chuckled. Chapter 10. A Whole New Dynamic. It was supposed to be another story of a boy who dies on Earth under unfortunate circumstances. Summoned by the goddess of another world, granted exceptional powers, tasked with defeating the Demon King. A story of magic and fantasy, dwarves and elves, swords and blood, lovely allies and terrible foes. Monsters and men, heroes and villains, a tale told countless times. But there is a blip, an anomaly, a boy who is neither hero nor villain, neither sidekick nor mentor, but someone with no role at all. He wasn't reincarnated, he wasn't summoned, he just let himself in, a manaless man in a world of magic. Equipped with the knowledge that this world is nothing more than then, by that logic, every person he meets and every place he goes is an elaborate show orchestrated by one known as none of this is real. It's fiction. One big lie. He's just here for his memories, and he'll be gone before anyone even knows he was here. He doesn't want the story to be about him. He doesn't want to meet they're just puppets on strings, dancing to the tune of another. But then something changes. He meets someone who is just as equally as lost as he is. Abandoned, abused, and all alone. She should just be another puppet, another doll. But here she is, clinging on to life. Despite having lost everything, she doesn't want to die. Not yet. And something in his heart twists, and against all reason, he extends his hand. And suddenly, the story begins. Suddenly, there's something that matters. This dream of a world may be more real than he thought. Maybe these puppets of people are more valuable than the strings that control them. But that remains to be seen. Chapters release Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Advertisement. Report.
The thing was, Wilson, if someone was willing to hire me, they automatically ended up being fair game at the same time. Hiring me made them de facto murderers. I got a job to knock some Korean businessman, Young Sum Kim or something like that. I forget his name. Anyway, it was 5 or 6 years ago, and he'd gotten into bed with the wrong bunch of Tokyo triads, helping them move into Seoul. Their competitors wanted me to end the association permanently. So I did. I took a drink of water. I'd been casting heal every time I had enough mana, and though my health was back to full, the deep ache in my shoulder and leg told me very firmly that just because I was healed didn't mean I was fully functional again. So I'd spent the day recovering and talking to the wolf. My bandages had been peeled away some time ago, and thin, pale skin now stretched across the teeth marks in my shoulder and the hole in my calf. My left arm remained sluggish and painful. I was still limping whenever I moved to get another urn of water. Wilson was an excellent listener, though. I'd never been able to tell my stories to anyone back home, not even Jimmy. The moral dubiousness and obvious criminality of my adventures meant finding someone I could trust with my tales was a non-starter. So later on, the triads who had been working with Young paid me to knock the blokes who'd sent me on the job to kill him. Funny how things work out in the end sometimes. I bet you've never had that happen. Take down a deer or whatever, and then have its mates hire you to go after their competition? Wilson chuffed quietly, but didn't look up. Every client was another potential mark. I finished happily. I picked up another leafy envelope of smoked meat, unwrapped the good stuff, and chewed thoughtfully. Every day I had gathered more firewood than I would need, and I had a decent pile built further back in the cave. Enough that I wouldn't have to worry about getting more for a few days at least. The meat would last me a week or so, but without the berries and tubers, I'd eventually end up malnourished. I tossed a lump of meat to Wilson, who heaved himself over painfully and scarfed it down without even chewing. So the question is, mate, do I heal you? Sure, you're pleasant enough conversation right now, but you're crippled, and I'm throwing lumps of meat at you. Once you're up and about, our relationship will take on a whole new dynamic. Thoughts? Wilson ignored me as he lay his head back down on his undamaged paw. I was torn. I felt confident that the worst that would happen would be that the wolf took off as soon as he could move again. With the spear and a full tank of mana, he wasn't going to be much of a threat to me now that I was largely recovered. I'd lose my friend, either by defending myself if he attacked, or if he legged it for the woods, and I found I didn't want to lose the company. It was nice to be able to talk freely, no masks and no deception. I felt my moral compass twitching at the back of my mind. I couldn't keep the poor bastard crippled and in pain just so I had someone to talk to. An anticipatory sense of loss passed over me as I accepted I would have to lose this newly forged bond and be alone once again. As I rose shakily to my feet, the sky cracked, thunder rumbling as the flash of lightning illuminated deep into the cave. Bugger. Of all the times, it had to start raining now? I hurriedly created a new fire 6 feet into the cave and far enough from the entrance that the rain wouldn't put it out. With a click of my fingers, a ball of flame appeared in the heart of the tinder and kindling, quickly igniting it. I added a few larger sticks to get it going properly and turned as the rattle of falling rain began to echo into my subterranean home. Wilson whined and shuffled forward before stopping and staring up at me. Big green eyes. Intelligent and cautious, they pleaded with me for shelter. Fine, come on in. As I backed away to indicate he could move out of the rain falling like a waterfall, I cast Heal Other. A bolt of green light appeared at the tip of my finger and shot into the wolf's face, startling him and eliciting a snort and a sneeze. He shook his head, then tentatively rose to his feet. His legs were steadier, and he breathed more easily. He looked at me with what I could have sworn was gratitude. He slunk in and moved towards the pile of stored meat he'd seen me fetching him snacks from earlier. "Ah!" I admonished, wagging a finger at him as he looked up at me. Wilson whined faintly, but moved away from my larder and stretched out by the fire. "Well, that completely ruins the rest of the day," I muttered. "I wouldn't be able to get out and reset my traps, so I wouldn't get a windfall of souls in the morning." All in all, this setback wasn't too significant, but it still frustrated me. The others were out there somewhere, getting stronger every day. The rain passed in what I estimated to be under an hour by tracking my mana regeneration, but by that time the sun was fading to the west, and night would be on us soon. "If I get some shut-eye, can I trust you to leave the meat alone?" Wilson glanced up, then put his head back down without a sound. That was as much as I could expect. A great listener, but not much of a conversationalist. I had enough mana to throw another heel at the wolf, who chuffed in a way that suggested he was far more comfortable as the green bolt vanished into his flank. I had water for a couple of days, meat for a week, and firewood for 3 or 4 nights. Tomorrow, I'd have to retrieve my knife and reset all my traps. Some more water wouldn't hurt either. Wilson started twitching and whining in his sleep, probably dreaming about stealing someone else's rabbits. The wolf was closest to the mouth of my cave, with the fire between us. If anything came at us, he would be first on the menu. His senses were likely sharper than mine, so he should act as a good sentry and alarm if anything came by in the night. Leaning back on the pile of crinkly furs I'd collected from the rabbits and crudely stitched together into bedding, pulling a stretch of it across my legs, I contemplated sleep. I kept the spear handy and leaned back against the wall. It was comfortable enough to doze off, but too awkward to let me sleep deeply. An unhappy compromise, but one that I felt was wise in light of Wilson's still unknown loyalty. I awoke to a quiet crack and lurched upright, pulling the spear I'd hugged all night into something resembling a fighting stance. Wilson looked up guiltily, then bent down to drink from the urn he had knocked the lid off to get at the water within. I hadn't woken up when he started moving around, so I did a quick inventory of my limbs and fingers. Yep, I had not been nibbled on. "Good boy," I offered. I was pleasantly surprised he had left the meat alone while I was asleep, so I pulled open a couple of leaf-wrapped packages and put the contents of one in a bowl that I popped down at his side. I made a note not to drink from the urn he had used myself, and pulled over another to slake my thirst. As he turned to his breakfast, I decided to leave the lid off Wilson's one to mark it out as dog water. He shied away slightly as I reached across him to pick the lid up, but he kept his snout in his food bowl and didn't bolt. I needed a piss, so I walked out towards my experimental tannery. The warm sunlight hitting my face and chest robbed the morning air of some of its chill. I no longer limped, but I felt a sharp pain in my left calf whenever I bent my left ankle or knee too much. My shoulder still ached constantly. The rain hadn't helped my experiment. The mixture of rancid brains and old piss had largely been washed away, but I watered it anyway. Wilson came out of the cave and sniffed around. He shook himself vigorously and trotted over to join me, cocking his leg and adding his own precious urea to the mixture. I went back and picked up my belongings. Water skins were slung over my shoulders, and I winced as the one over the left settled into place. I didn't want to take the litter, even though it might make it easier to come back with full skins. I was going armed for bear this morning, or at least I'd be armed for wolves. I took a pair of the throwing spears I'd made and used imbue on one of them. 10 mana ticked away, and I knew the next thing it struck would get a blast of fire summoned at the point of impact.
I eyed Wilson suspiciously, but he returned a perfectly innocent look my way. "Don't eat the meat," I told him firmly, earning a confused look and a quiet yip. With a shrug, I set off for the river. It wasn't as though he'd be able to eat too much if he hung around the cave. I was only planning on being away for a couple of hours, and he'd already had a decent breakfast. As I headed onto the muddy path, I marveled at how the brief wash of rain had changed the once familiar woods. Nothing had visibly altered, but there was an aura of growth and vitality that the cold water had stirred from slumber. The air had smelled incredibly good to me before. The complete absence of pollution left it fresh in a way I'd never known on Earth. But now it had a loamy odor that smelled of future growth. Wilson followed along a short way behind me. He moved quietly, slipping along without a sound as only feral creatures can. He waited as I reset my traps and tossed away the prey that had been left on the ground for longer than I was willing to risk. He shot into the brush after the first rabbit and came back with it hanging from his jaws. Whenever we stopped, he would tear at it, pulling the fur back and chewing at the meat within.
At the third trap, he approached me with a leg hanging from his jaws and laid it at my feet before backing away and looking at me expectantly. "I'll eat this later. Thanks, though." I tucked the mauled limb in my left hand with the throwing spears and decided to find a suitable location to dispose of it without offending my new friend. When we reached the site of the fight, Wilson whined and crept past me. He crawled along on his belly as he approached the body of the much larger wolf. Another high-pitched noise, and he shoved at the prone beast with his snout. The body had stiffened overnight. A faint growl escaped him as I stepped past and shoved the head to one side. "I just need my knife back, bloke. I'm not going to hurt him. Maybe we can come back tomorrow and bury him, okay?" Green eyes blinked, and the wolf chuffed quietly, clearly unhappy. The rabbits I'd been carrying yesterday were gone. Mostly gone, at any rate. Whether it was foxes, birds, or some creature I'd yet to meet, they weren't tidy eaters. Bits were scattered here and there, creating a macabre scene with the giant wolf body as its centerpiece. I left the trap on this animal run alone. I'd fix it when I came back to bury Wilson's buddy. The rest of the traps had all been robbed in some capacity, and any bits of bunny went into the bushes as I reset them. I was making sure to split my attention while I worked. Even with Wilson as a pseudo-sentry orbiting my position, I wouldn't let myself be caught off guard like I had yesterday. We made it down to the river, and the wolf ran up and down the bank, occasionally splashing his way into the water before leaping back out. Was he playing? I couldn't help but smile at his antics as I stripped down and had a wash, finally removing the last of the bloodstains from my skin. Refreshed, but with a chill seeping into my bones, I came out and picked up my water skins. I filled them carefully and set them on a stone beside me, then sat down to drip dry in the warm sunlight. Hopefully, tonight, the sole income would be back in business, and I could begin building myself up before venturing out to find my counterparts. Wilson approached me as I lay back and nudged my arm. It was the first time he'd dared to make physical contact with me, and I took it as a good sign for things to come. I looked up, tilting my head over and shielding my eyes from the sun with my right hand. The wolf ran off a short distance, then ran back and yipped at me. "Get lost, kid. I'm not playing." Again a nudge and a run and retreat. "You want me to follow?" I sat up, then stood and slipped my shorts back on. I picked up my gear and headed off after the wolf, who fled further away this time before stopping to wait for me. Wilson led me down the bank of the river in this fashion. "What's got you so excited, buddy?" I asked aloud. We came to an animal path I hadn't found before. The wolf had dragged me farther downriver than I'd wandered on my own. Wilson crouched low and began to slink into the bushes upslope. I moved quietly behind him, focusing on placing my feet carefully to avoid making any noise.
The steady wind was blowing down the hill and pushing our scent to our rear. Was he trying to teach me how to hunt? Off to my right, I could hear the gentle burble of a small stream, and the ground became damper as we moved uphill. He stopped and lay down on his belly just ahead of me, so I crouched low and snuck up to his side. With the tip of my spear, I shifted a broad leaf hanging in front of my face to one side. Before me lay an idyllic pool, lined with young trees and young vegetation. It was perhaps 3 meters wide, and on the other side stood a stag the equal of the one I had spotted across the river. I moved very slowly, painfully aware of every tiny noise, and brought my imbued spear into my right hand. This was an awkward position from which to throw. I had to hope my improved reflexes, coordination, and strength would counter the poor stance. The spear crept back behind my ear, the tip hovering in my peripheral vision for a moment. Then it sped forward as I put my whole strength behind it. I had not fully appreciated how improving my statistics improved my capabilities until that moment. The spear shot forward like it had been launched by a ballista, unerringly zooming towards the stag's heart. As it left my hand, it burst into flames and left a streak of smoke in its wake. The prey's head snapped up, and I watched almost in slow motion as it tensed to flee. Before it could do more than tighten its muscles, the spear slammed into its flank, piercing it clean through and exploding out of the far side in a red mist. The momentum of the blow knocked it off its feet, and the stag was left pinned to the ground as it died almost instantly. Chapter 11. My next victim. Villas Service slain. 6 souls gathered. Wilson shot past me and splashed his way across the shallow pond to inspect the deer. After a cursory sniff to ensure it was dead, he shook himself, throwing droplets all around him. I was still standing where I'd thrown from, locked in surprise at how much more effective my movements had been. Despite the twinges and throbbing aches left over from yesterday, I had felt more powerful than I ever had in my life. Physical exercise and maintaining what I thought of as a fighting trim were old habits long ingrained in my daily routines, but I'd never been this physically capable. Exercise hadn't been necessary since I was dumped here, due to the constant physical exertions needed to eke out an existence on the edge of survival. I still ought to have lost some of my muscle mass and general fitness due to the relatively poor diet and repeated injuries. Whatever else the body stats did, they had made exercise obsolete. I walked around the pond rather than splashing my way through and stopped next to Wilson. The deer was pinned to the ground, its upward-facing side prevented from lying naturally by the spit of wood holding it in place. I grasped the blacked end of the spear and tugged experimentally. It gave a little, but the cloying mud was holding the sharpened point in place. I gripped with both hands, grimacing as my shoulder ached, and yanked back as hard as I could manage. A burst of pain went from my shoulder, through my jaw, and up into my teeth, but the shaft pulled clear with a soggy, slurping sound. I stumbled backwards as the deer fell to rest as gravity intended. Wilson stepped forward and licked at the corpse's face. "Enough! Come away!" Wilson looked up, and after a moment's hesitation, he backed away as I'd requested. Smart puppy. Should have brought the litter. I had 2 options: clean and butcher the deer now, or find a way to get it back to the cave intact.
As it was currently in one piece, it would be far easier to move than if I chopped it up into more manageable chunks, however, as I had no means to carry so many smaller packages. I opted for a compromise. I pulled out the dagger and flipped the carcass over with a grunt. With its legs in the air, I slit it from groin to throat. I flicked the dagger into a nearby tree trunk, where it landed with a satisfying thunk. Then I got messy. I leaned in, thrusting my arms up to the elbow in the animal's guts,
and pulling great, gory gobs out onto the grass and mud. I tossed the kidneys over to Wilson, who snatched them out of the air and barely chewed before swallowing them down. The diaphragm presented a challenge to my fingernails, so I retrieved my knife. I cut through the tough membrane and dragged out the heart and lungs. After rinsing my hands in the pond, I moved over to its head. The deer was a big animal, probably half a ton before it was eviscerated. It was considerably lighter now, but I still expected it to be too heavy to move easily. To my surprise, I found the body wasn't entirely unmanageable. It wasn't light, but what remained of it could be dragged or carried fairly easily. "Venison for dinner, bloke. Good find. If you know any more places like this, make sure and drag me over to them." I bound the deer's legs to the shaft of the blackened spear. There was 1/2 meter clearance at the bottom, and perhaps 1/3 of that at the top. I picked it up by the pointy end and dragged it experimentally. I'd be slow, noisy, and at a distinct disadvantage if I got jumped again. Nothing for it, though. This was a lot of meat, and I had some ideas for the impressive antlers that skittered along the ground behind me as I set off back to the riverside. I walked back along the stony beach slowly, the butt of the spear clattering as it bounced from stone to stone behind me. When I got back to the trail home, I paused briefly to rinse myself properly and remove the gritty bits of the deer's insides that clung to me. Then I set off back up the hill to my cave, thoughts of rich, gamey stew filling my mind. I could almost smell it already, a fatty gravy, flavored by the meat and the berries, coupled with boiled tubers, would be a major improvement over my usual fare. Despite the awkward weight of the slung deer in my right hand and the pair of spears clutched in my left, I didn't feel like I was tiring as I plodded uphill. Wilson repeatedly passed me both ways, running ahead, then circling back, only to run past me again, or loping down the hill, his fur brushing my leg as he zipped by. I stopped about halfway and leant the spears against a nearby tree. I pulled a water skin around and looked at it. I was thirsty. I sighed and let the skin fall back against my side. No point risking dysentery when boiled water was waiting for me 1/2 hour's walk away. Maybe I should get a 3rd one so I could carry a skin filled with safe water when I went on my little expeditions in the future. I had 76 souls in the bank thanks to the lump I was dragging uphill. A step closer to the 100 I would need for an emergency healing potion. I set the thought aside. I'd wait to see what the traps brought in overnight. Hopefully, in the morning, I'd have enough to start leveling again and keep a reserve for a potion. The walk was pleasant and peaceful. I kept a watchful eye on my surroundings, and my ears were pricked for any sign of a threat. But all I heard was the now mundane noises of birds and insects. As I rounded the corner that marked that the walk would only last a few more minutes, perhaps 15 with my baggage, Wilson charged up next to me and stood rigidly in my way. "Come on, Wilson, out of the way, bloke. This shit's kind of heavy." The wolf didn't move, so I was forced to stop behind him.
A low growl rumbled out from his chest, deep and menacing.
I glanced around, looking for whatever had spooked him, and eased the deer off to the side. I kept my longer spear in my left hand and moved the shorter one to my right. I used Imbue again, losing 10 mana, and felt the charge of fire settle into my homemade weapon. Wilson's growl escalated to a bark, a loud, sharp sound that killed the birdsong around us. He took off up the hill at a sprint, moving far too quickly for me to keep up. I charged along, careless of the noise I was making, my crude sandals clattering as they slammed down into rocks on the path as my legs drove me forward faster than I had any right to move. I still couldn't keep up with Wilson. By the time I reached the visible corner on the winding trail, he had already rounded the next one. I put my head down and pumped my legs, ignoring the pain the sprint was causing in my left leg and shoulder. A short howl echoed down the slope from above me, and I found new energy, picking up my pace. The noise had cut off sharply, and my common sense finally caught up with me. I slowed down, still moving at a fast jog, but no longer recklessly running across the uneven ground. I slowed again as I neared the clearing outside my cave. Then I skidded to a stop and ducked into the undergrowth to the side of the path. Human voices. It hadn't been that long, but being a castaway on an alien world for weeks had made it seem like forever. The words were guttural and incomprehensible. Sicarescan plainsman language acquired. The babble suddenly made sense. "Waste of a good pelt! That would be worth a dozen ons. They've been pissing on it for weeks from the smell of it." A gruff baritone voice. "I still say it's a female Ervile. They have to leave their tribes to prepare to breed. Might be one of 'em in seclusion. Maybe she's ripe." A tenor, high-pitched but undeniably male. He sounded excited by his theory in a way that I immediately found unsavory.
"Have you seen an Ervile? Even the females are half again your size. Your skinny forearm wouldn't satisfy her, let alone the sapling you call a pecker."
Another tenor, deeper and meaner sounding than the first.
"Erisk's balls. Can't a man dream? You never know until you try," replied the second voice with an evil chuckle.
3 of them. I began to creep closer through the brush. Can't be an Ervile. The shit in the cave is all the wrong size for one of them monsters, whether it has tits or a dick. Voice number 4, deeper than all the others. A hint of command there as well. Intelligent.
"You don't know shit. This is your first Coriolis too."
Number 5 made his presence known. He sounded almost the same as voice 3, just slightly whinier. "Whoever the fuck it is won't be far behind their dog. Get into position. We can sell them to the mines if they're no good as a slave," Number 4 said.
"That wasn't a fucking dog, Keop, and you know it," said Number 5.
I ground my teeth together in frustration. Even with my new strength and painfully limited magic, taking on 5 men at once was a losing proposition. Fights aren't like what you see in the movies. A dozen dogs can kill a lion easily. A few might die in the process, but the end result would always be a foregone conclusion. Slipping farther into the bush, I began to creep forward slowly. The spear in my right hand meant I could even the odds a little at the outset, and Wilson would be around somewhere as a potential backup. Maybe he'd come to my aid when the time came, maybe not. I wouldn't blame him for staying out of this. The necessity to attack was plain. They were going to wait in ambush, sitting on all my hard-won resources until I showed up. I could abandon everything I'd built up and a relatively safe campsite, or I could remove the threat. I paused to lay down my water skins, putting the sheathed knife between my teeth, and then I silently moved closer. I paused a few feet from the edge of the clearing, hidden by the ferns and bushes. A big man was sitting in the mouth of my cave, disinterestedly inspecting the smoked meat I'd hoarded over the last week. He pulled out a strip, bit into it, and chewed thoughtfully for a moment before spitting it out with a look of disgust. I scanned my gaze across the clearing, irritated by the greenery obscuring my view. I spotted 3 of the others, spread out around the edges of my home. The nearest was situated a few meters to the side of my usual trail, barely 10 meters from where I was crouched. If they decided I was a Lady Ervile, an unlikely conclusion for them to reach when they laid eyes on me, I was possibly going to be raped. Otherwise, I was to be killed or enslaved. I briefly weighed their karmic balance and concluded I was more than happy to kill these fuckers. I shifted my throwing spear to my left hand and pulled the dagger from the sheath I had clenched between my teeth. I let the scabbard fall to my knee, then tilted my leg so it fell silently to the ground. It would be a bitch to find again afterwards, but such is life. I moved so slowly.
It took over a minute to advance a foot. I made no sound as I moved into my first victim's blind spot and crept steadily closer. When I was a meter from him, I paused. His breathing was quiet and controlled. His back was tense, partially covered by a wolf pelt, but with no armor on his upper body. The knife moved forward. It was almost as though the knife was the living thing, and I was just an afterthought dragged along behind it. As it got to 6 inches from his skin, I leaned forward and slid the blade between his ribs. A vicious flick ruined the man's right lung. Then I stood quickly, took the throwing spear in my right hand, and hurled it with blinding force at the bear of a man sitting in my cave entrance.
My first victim had only been able to make a startled, gasping intake of breath, his last, before blood began to bubble up his throat to silence him. Stabbing a man in the lung was a mean thing to do, but it was extremely effective. He'd suffocate eventually, but wouldn't be able to cry out. The spear ignited as it left my hand and shot across the clearing to bury itself in the bigger man's stomach. Another killing blow, but not a quick death. He was out of the fight, though. Now for his friends. I dove backwards into the bushes and scurried as quietly as I could towards the next closest victim. I caught a glimpse of the big guy pulling the burning spear from his stomach and struggling to his feet. His pained bellow rang out a moment later. "On me!" he snarled and coughed. His remaining, soon-to-be corpses helpfully rushed to his side. One helped him balance, while the others formed up, backs to the cave with weapons raised. One had a bow and a quiver of arrows hanging from his hip. The others pulled crude maces from their hips, perhaps as long as my arm, with a round, polished stone head mounted on the end. The stone had been drilled somehow, so the handle fit through it to create a primitive but effective club. They were all wearing wolfskins over their shoulders, with rough-spun shorts on their legs. I eyed their leather moccasins greedily. Hopefully, one of them was my size. I needed some better footwear. "Show yourself, coward!" called one of the mace-wielders. A dog barking into the night. "We'll hunt you forever, little man!" called what must have been his brother. The resemblance between them was remarkable. This pair were voices number 5 and 3. So, one hawk, a crippled bear, and a pair of dogs to deal with. The archer would be an issue. I had my dagger and the soul shop spear. Only a fool would throw his longest weapon at his foes in this situation. Fortunately, I had other options. I stayed hidden, but moved closer to the edge of the woods, ignoring their continuing insults. Once I was in position, I cast a fireball at the archer, summoning it 5 meters to my right so as not to give away my position. The ball of fire shot across the clearing and slammed into the man. His bow went flying as the detonation tossed him to the side and threw his friends to the ground at the same time. He screamed and flailed at the wolf pelt over his shoulders as it caught fire. One hawk down. I charged forward behind my spear, rushing out of the trees with an unintelligible battle cry. Dog 1 had been furthest from the blast and recovered first, sprinting towards me alone and swinging his mace in a vicious arc aimed at my right temple as soon as he was close enough to strike. Flicking his weapon aside with the shaft of my spear, I twisted it in my grip and ran the stone tip into his guts. He dropped his mace and grunted, latching both hands onto my weapon and preventing me from freeing it. I released it. He fell as the support vanished and crumpled into a bloody heap at my feet. I switched the dagger to my now free right hand. Hawk had managed to put out his fur cloak and was running as fast as his injured condition would allow, faint smoke and whimpers of pain trailing behind him as adrenaline lent him strength and stamina to flee. Dog 2 screamed in rage as his brother died, clutching tight to the spear,
having removed my range advantage. He advanced and swung low, aiming to break my leg with his stone-headed mace. I pivoted around it, shifting my weight effortlessly to let the blow whiff past my knee, then shifted my weight so I could drive my other leg into his side as my body spun round to add force to the blow. My shin slammed into his kidney, and he was knocked sideways, clutching at himself. Before he could move again, I was on him, pulling back on his hair so I could drive my brittle knife through the thin bone at the base of his skull into his brain via his throat. I gasped for breath and checked my surroundings. Bear was looking at me with terrified eyes, shivering as a puddle of piss spread out to mix with the blood escaping his stomach wound. To one side of him, I saw Wilson's body, 2 arrows protruding from his chest. He wasn't moving, and I could tell at a glance that he would never move again. A stone mace had partially stoved in his head. Fury boiled up inside me. Normalis humano slain times 3. 30 souls gathered. With cold eyes, I pulled my dagger out of Dog 2's brain, letting his body fall to the ground limply, then flicked the gore off my blade before advancing on my next victim.
Chapter 12. Shikriken. I walked past the dying man with cold disregard for his condition and picked up the bow from where Hawk had thrown it. I turned it over, examining it closely. It was well made and surprisingly sophisticated in its design. Horn and wood had been glued together to give the back and belly of the bow distinctly different colors. It had then been polished smooth and treated with wax or fat of some sort until it gleamed in the sun. The string was made from sinew? I couldn't tell for sure, but it looked a lot stronger than the cordage I'd acquired from the ever-damned shop. I tossed it on the pile of furs I used for bedding and retrieved a pair of arrows that had escaped the archer's quiver when he fell. "Well, fuck me. How were we to know?" grunted my guest. I turned and fixed him with a glare. "You're a Shikriken," said the last bar one of the raiding party. The word didn't translate directly into English. I didn't know why the system had given me access to the language, but it made the alien words make sense, and I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. The language sounded like a blend of Welsh and Turkish to me. I understood what the strange word meant, though. It meant harvester of souls. "What makes you think that?" I asked pleasantly, going back to my work. I built a pile of leaf-wrapped dried meat by the bow. "Hold that thought. You don't have anywhere to be, do you?" I asked. "You used magic. Only the great blue awaits me now, bastard. There's no need to toy with me." Jolly good. I went back outside and hunted down my sheath and water skins. A few minutes later, I came back to find him slumped unconscious. He'd dragged himself a few feet out of the cave. I emptied my skins of river water over his upturned face, making him cough and splutter as he was dragged back to painful consciousness. "What is a Shikriken?" I asked, as I began to fill my skins with boiled water. "A curse from the gods. You are all mad," he spat. "Where is your friend going to run to?" I questioned, pointing in the direction the man that I'd mentally tagged as Hawk had fled.
"My brother is running to our forward camp. He'll return with a full war band," groaned the man. I squatted down opposite him and took a drink from my water skin. He eyed it greedily. The steady trickle of blood from his wound hadn't slowed. In a movement so fast I surprised myself, my hand lashed out and slapped him across the face. "Don't lie to me again," I growled. He spat and shuffled himself into a sitting position, his back propped against the cave wall. "Too fast. Too strong. You're not of this world for sure. Stranger, I would ask a favor of you for killing me." I looked at him blankly. Killing this man freed me of all obligation to him as far as I was concerned. I raised an eyebrow to invite him to continue.
"When you hunt down my people, tell my father I died well," he grunted. "I don't give a shit about your people. I owe your cowardly brother for putting arrows into Wilson and planning to sell me as a slave, and possibly for being a rapist. After that, I don't give a shit about the rest." He took a wheezing breath and stared at me, seemingly trying to gauge if I was being sincere. I was. I had no intention of killing his tribe or clan or whatever it was. 10 souls per person was tempting, but I wasn't going to abandon my rules in a fit of pique. "Dilth hasn't had a woman," he groaned out, a laugh at the thought. "He isn't a man yet." "He looked like a man to me. Boys don't try to ambush and kill a stranger," I replied. 16 winters. He'd seen 16. I noted that the man was already using the past tense for his still-living friend. "This was our first Coriolis. You aren't a man until you return with booty. Then you can take a wife and become a man of the tribe. Aresk cursed me with you, and has seen fit to deny me that honor," he finished bitterly. Some kind of rite of passage? Primitive.
The sophistication of the bow and finely crafted flint-tipped arrows suggested this was some kind of late Stone Age civilization. I hadn't seen any metal items on the men. Boys, I corrected myself. Technically children. I set that thought and the uncomfortable emotions it stirred up aside for now. I checked the bodies of Dog 1 and 2. Aside from the stone maces, they each had flint daggers attached to their belts. I tossed the daggers down by the bow on my furs. "What do you call yourselves?" I asked him as I contemplated my next actions. "We are from the Eriskin tribe. My father receives homage from 4 other tribes and is king of much of the northern plains," the man bragged. "Eresk has always sent us hardships to make us strong." He grunted and pressed both hands down on his stomach wound. "I thought we were blessed, but now—" He narrowed his eyes at me as I stood over him. "If I'm not bothered by them, I'll pass them by." I'd made up my mind. I would head south, catch and kill the archer on the way, then move out across the plains. I couldn't stay here forever, waiting for a competitor to wander by. I had 5 true souls to harvest, and this place no longer felt like a home. It had been violated. I had some more souls, and the urge to spend them was strong. Each level would cost me 20 souls now, so I could go up a few and have enough left over that I could afford some things from the shop as I traveled. I grimaced at the thought. I would only use the shop if I absolutely had to. I bought 3 more levels, reducing my soul stat back down to F and leaving me with 46 in reserve. Level 13. Primary stats. Body, E. Mind, F+. Soul, F. Available souls, 46. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 16. Reflexes, 15. Health, 120. Magic strength, 8. Focus, 8. Mana, 100. I put 4 stat points into strength and 2 into reflexes. My limbs felt different again. Nothing changed visibly, but when I poked my bicep experimentally, it felt like bands of steel had replaced the muscle. "What did you do?" he gasped at me. "I spent some souls." "What do you know about Shikrakin?" I noted it was apparently obvious enough when I spent souls that a man whose vision must be hazed by pain could tell I had done something, even if he didn't understand what I'd done. "They grow stronger. Some by fighting with honor, some by trading, or leading warriors to war. The old tales even speak of Shikrakin, who could get stronger simply by speaking to other people. Your demigods.
too strong, too fast. He repeated his complaint from when I'd slapped him. Do you know of any others like me? I asked. I moved over and stripped Dog 2 of his cloak and leather satchel. I checked his boots, but his feet were too small for me. I eyed the dying man's footwear speculatively. Not for many seasons, none for a generation or more. But there are old stories we still tell around the fires, he coughed. How many people are there in the tribes of the plains? The last time the tribes came together was for the Haleth festival in spring. All my clan has known since then is the plains, as it should be. Many hundreds. I began loading my dried meat into the satchel. I took the little package with the bear's teeth in it as well. Aside from that, I couldn't see any reason to take the rest of my meager possessions. I poured the salt from my urns back into the bag it had come in and attached it to the satchel with cordage. Salt was likely valuable in an economy as primitive as these plain dwellers seemed to have. I retrieved my spear from Dog 1's guts and wiped it down on his wolf cloak. I pulled the wolf cloak from Dog 2 over my shoulders, and the head, with fangs fitted along the upper jaw, was pulled up as a hood. I imagined I looked particularly savage. So much for my superpower of a naturally bland appearance. I have spoken a lot.
I did not have to. I ask for another boon, he rumbled. I looked over at him. What? End me quickly. A warrior should die at the hands of a worthy enemy. It assures a better seat at the table after the Great Blue. He met my eyes with a proud stare. I knelt down and put a hand on his shoulder. He was a strong man, and I think under other circumstances, I could have respected him. He had handled the pain of his wound with as much dignity as could be expected, and he had provided me with a lot of useful information. What's your father's name? I asked. He smiled faintly. Hakubin. You will know him when you see him. Tell him Graben died well. If I see him, I'll tell him, but I won't go looking for him. Goodbye, Graben. The knife in my right hand lunged forward and sank through his eyeball, breached the delicate bone around the optic nerve, and slipped into his brain. I let him fall backwards, lowering him gently with my left hand as the right retrieved my blade from his skull. I donned the satchel and moved over to Wilson. I'd known the beast for less than a day, but I would miss him. I carefully extracted the arrows from his body, cleaned them, and threw them onto my pile. I stopped and picked the wolf up. He weighed almost nothing to me now. I would need to be careful outside of combat. I was too strong, too fast, as Graben had said. Carrying Wilson into the deep part of the cave, I laid his body out gently. I stood for a minute and contemplated my fallen friend. I didn't say anything. I didn't know what words would be right. Leaving him behind in the darkness felt like cutting a cord holding me to this place. I took the time to move all the wood I'd gathered back into the cave and piled it around Wilson. With a flick of a finger, the pile started to burn, and I retreated to the entrance. I stole Graben's moccasins, offering a silent word of thanks that the man had feet big enough that the leather wraps weren't too uncomfortable when I put them on. Taking the bow and arrows in my left hand, and with the spear in my right, I set off after the archer. My waterskins sloshed as I jogged along in the direction he had run. Once I reached the tree line, I slowed slightly so I could look for signs of his passage. In his panic, he hadn't taken any care to avoid brushing against the bushes and ferns, and the trail was easy to see. Broken leaves, snapped branches, trampled stems, and the still damp mud made following him a simple affair. If it had not been for the rain last night, I'd have spent less time preparing myself to leave my first home in this world. My thoughts were confused. The anger at the killing of Wilson bubbled in the background, but Graben's words troubled me more. The gods had used this world before for their fucking games.
Was this a real world, or just some fiction they cooked up for my game? Was Graben a boot in the coal seam, a hint that this place was a new creation with an elaborate, fictional backstory? Or was this a genuine world, with real people living out their lives? At least I knew I wasn't alone out here in the wilds anymore. The prospect of Stone Age savages being my nearest neighbors took any comfort I gained from that thought away. As it was, I followed the archer for perhaps half an hour, masticating on my unpleasant thoughts as I ran to where he'd gone to ground. I found him, huddled with his back to a thick tree, flint dagger in his right hand, and his left arm curled across his badly burned chest. I stepped out of the brush with the spear leveled in both hands, having left the bow and arrows carefully on a dry stone to wait for me. This wouldn't take long. "Demon, go back to the hells you came from!" he barked. Perhaps I should have tagged him Dog 3 instead of Hawk. "Hello, Dillith. I owe you for Wilson," I said quietly, closing the distance carefully. He swiped his knife back and forth in my direction, which made me smile. "Fuck you, Horson.
Our souls will haunt you forever."
Again, the knife swished back and forth at me. "I think I'll probably just spend them." He paled and turned to try to run, but I crossed the distance in the blink of an eye, and the spear slipped between his ribs to destroy his heart. Normalis humano slain. 10 souls gathered. Now with 4 daggers on my belt, a man can never carry enough knives. I stepped out of the woodland at the base of what had been my hill, but was now simply an unhappy memory. The river wove its way across the steppe to my right, and I took the time to drink my fill, emptying 1 water skin. Refilling at the river, I surveyed the grasslands to the south. The rain had swept through, but the grass was still tinder dry, having sloughed off the heavy droplets. A few casts of summon fire, and I could probably set the whole area ablaze. The possibility of letting the plains burn before I stepped out to walk through the ashes towards whatever passed for civilization in this world was tempting. I could envision earning a lot of souls by doing so. Fighting down the urge wasn't as difficult as it might have been. Despite my greed, I was a creature of focused, channeled violence. Indiscriminate killing was for the artillery and the Air Force. My rules, my code, forbade me from acting so recklessly. The plains rolled gently away from me, and on most of the low hilltops, small patches of forest had grown up. I settled my gaze on one I was fairly sure was due south and set off to see what the grasslands had to offer me.
Chapter 13. Goodbye, blandness, my old friend.
My beard had grown out since I arrived in this world. I had passed through the itchy phase and was now moving into Grizzly Adams territory. I eyed the dead aurochs and hoped the arrow had survived. The giant bovine creature clearly had not, and fortunately, when it collapsed, it had fallen with the arrow sticking out at the top rather than snapping it under its weight. Normalis aurochs slain. 5 souls gathered. I used the dagger to cut away at the entry point and carefully worked the thin wooden shaft out. It came free with a sucking sound, and to my relief, it was undamaged. I was down to 2 arrows, having had half of my supply break while I had been hunting over the last week. This was the 4th aurochs I'd killed since walking into the grasslands. It was a waste of time to properly clean the guts out or harvest the meat. I'd never used that much, and I couldn't carry it with me. Instead, I put the knife into the cavity formed where the beast's uppermost rear leg met the torso and began slicing in a circle to remove the limb. Working the blade into the cartilage of the joint was a delicate process. My knives were brittle and could easily snap. The rest I would leave for the scavengers, large birds that always circled overhead. With the meaty prize slung over my shoulder, I headed back towards my latest campsite, a slight depression at the edge of one of the hilltop woods. A small lake, more of a pond, lay on the other side of the trees, and I had camped here for 2 days now. I didn't understand the villus and normalis denominators. I'd initially concluded that the bear and the oversized rabbits were given that tag as a result of being larger than they should be, but these aurochs were much bigger than the cows from Earth that they resembled. Yet they were normalis all the same. Sitting down beside the fire hole I'd dug, I began to strip the hide off the meat.
I'd rigged up a pair of sturdy tripods on either side of my fire and rested a thick branch of green wood across the gap. It was simple enough to adjust the height, and thus the temperature, of the meat by sliding the tripod legs in and out. Putting the skin I had removed from the leg to one side to be buried later, I began slicing strips off the muscle to hang on my improvised spit. Once I had taken enough for tonight, I set the rest of the leg aside on a stone and balanced the long, thin strips across the crossbar. With a glance, I ignited the fire I'd laid earlier. I had realized that physical gestures felt natural and possibly looked very impressive, but they were unnecessary when it came to using my magic. I had managed to avoid spending any souls in the shop so far. With semi-regular watering points in the form of ponds and streams, plentiful forage in the small forested patches, and large game to hunt, I was self-sufficient in everything that mattered for now, especially since discovering that the rapid growth ability could turn a straggly berry tree lacking fruit into a bountiful harvest for 20 mana. Weighing my options with regard to my available souls had become a constant distraction. I wanted more levels. The sense of growth from spending physical stat points was intoxicating, but magic was increasingly useful as well. I was trained for physical combat, but with the addition of magic, I could be truly dangerous. It was limited. It would let me fight against odds that I shouldn't stand a chance against, as it had back at the cave, but if there had been 10 of them instead of 5, I suspected I would have fled rather than attacking. It was an advantage, but it didn't make me unstoppable. All my competitors would have the same advantage when I finally found them. The fat began to drip off the meat, spitting as it hit the flames and embers below. The smell was delightful. Aurochs tasted just like beef, and I had been unable to stop myself from searching through the foodstuff section of the shop for some horseradish sauce. No luck, unfortunately. I decided to take 2 more levels. The first tier ability points were only 10 souls per level, so I could improve 4 of them for the same cost. Tier 2 abilities required 20 souls, just like Tier 2 levels. The impact of the stat points was what decided me. Since reaching midway through E tier, I was so much stronger and faster. My endurance was far beyond anything I had been capable of on Earth. Perhaps one day I'd stop and save up to keep enough in reserve for a health potion, but access to the healing spell obviated that need for now. Level 15 Primary Stats. Body, E+. Mind, F+. Soul, F. Available souls, 43. Secondary stats. Physical strength, 20. Reflexes, 15. Health, 120. Magic strength, 8. Focus, 8. Mana, 100. Putting all 4 points into physical strength in order to confirm my theory, I was pleased with the result. E+ meant I had 1 D-tier statistic. When health or reflexes joined my strength, I would advance to D-. Waving the auroch's leg next to me in the air seemed to prove my theories about my statistics. It was noticeably lighter for sure. It felt like it was made of balsa wood, but the limb must weigh nearly 30 kilos. As before, nothing had visibly changed, but I felt the new power in every movement. I turned the meat strips and waited for them to start to blacken. I had stopped boiling my water due to the necessity of being on the move,
and had so far not suffered any ill effects. But intestinal parasites were something I could still easily prevent. Thus far, the evil god called dysentery had given me a pass. The sun was falling in the west when I first heard the rumble. It sounded like a train heading my way, or being near a busy road. I had finished my meal and was quietly contemplating the first stars to emerge in the darkening sky at the time.
The alien patterns still baffle me, but I was confident I had located an equivalent to a pole star. I'd watched the tiny spark circle above me for the last week on the plains, and at the end 3 stars in a configuration that resembled an axe, laid on its side when compared to the horizon, seemed to point to the most static star I'd found. Standing up, I looked around, but nothing was moving for miles as far as I could see. The rumbling grew louder, and I began to consider other possibilities. Was this some kind of geological event? A hidden geyser in the lake on the other side of the small hill? I was considering moving my campsite as a group of riders swept round the west side of the hill and began to fan out across the grass in front of my fire. I wouldn't call them horsemen based on their mounts. They were stocky ponies at best, and the mounted men looked more like adults riding donkeys at the beach than a formidable cavalry force. One of them rode forward slowly, taking his time to check the shadows behind me for signs of any threat. I felt the masks dropping back into place in my mind. Dissembling was second nature for me, but the brief freedom I had found alone in my cave and had affirmed with Wilson was something I didn't want to give up. Graben had seemed like a straightforward man. In the end, he'd been unafraid of death, asking for mercy where most would have begged for more time. "I'm alone. Would you like some food?" I called. Hospitality was my best option in this situation. A quick count revealed 15 of them, and they all carried short, stabbing spears in their right hands and a small hide shield in their left. The uniformity of their weapons was mirrored in their dress. Short green tunics of woven cloth covered them down to their knees, and sturdy leather boots covered their feet. There were no stirrups, and the saddles consisted of a thick blanket tied to the animals' backs with leather straps. The only control they seemed to have was reins that they held in their left hands behind the shields, but the animals reacted well, forming neat ranks as they spread out and stopped at a slight tug. "You offer me the meat of my own herd, from aurochs that you've hunted without my permission." The man raised his eyebrows at me in feigned shock. His voice was expressionless. "I don't recognize your accent, stranger. Where is your war band?" called the one I assumed was the leader in a flat voice. There was no inflection at all, and it was hard to gauge whether he was threatening or just being polite. This one's tunic was a bright red color, marking him as some sort of commander, no doubt. "I have no warband." "You're dressed for Coriolis. Are your brothers gone to the Great Blue?" He inched his pony closer and stepped down, dropping the reins in the grass. The horse stayed still and bent to crop the grass at its feet. "I am not with a warband, nor am I on Coriolis. I was attacked by a group of men wearing these skins, but I ran away after killing one of them and taking it for warmth." "An unlikely tale. What is your tribe?" He kept moving closer, and I was very aware that he kept his body in a fighting stance. The spear was casually pointed just away from me, but it would take no time at all to align the stone tip with my chest. "Eriskin," I lied. Old habits. He chuckled. "How interesting. If I were to tell you we are feuding with them, what would you do?" "I cannot do much against 15 horsemen." My voice was calm. What I could do would certainly surprise these riders, but I would have to run in the end. I carefully avoided looking at the now riderless horse a few meters behind the man, while I plotted out how to put him down and steal it as I distracted his friends with fireballs. "What would you do if I told you that I am Eriskin, and I do not know you?" "I'd say it's a wide world, and no man can know everyone." The man laughed harshly and stepped close to my fire, allowing me to see him clearly for the first time.
A bushy brown mustache separated his chin from his nose, and his long hair was pulled back in a ponytail, but cut short at the front. "May I sit and enjoy the warmth?" he asked politely, inflection finally entering his tone. "What about your friends?" "My armsmen will secure the area. I will rejoin them when we are finished talking, if the blue wills it. I do not recognize your accent. Where are you from, in truth?" In truth? I wasn't sure it was a good idea to share that information. Graben had been very convincing that Shikrikin were viewed with superstition and fear, likely for good reason. "I'm looking for Hakubin. I have a message for him. Then I'll be on my way." The man's eyebrows rose, and he leaned backwards. I offered him a water skin, and he accepted it, taking a long drink. "What do you want the king for?" he asked. "I carry a message from his son." "I can deliver it for you. I know him well," he replied with a twinkle in his eyes. "It's not a happy message. It might be best if I didn't share it with anyone else." "They rarely are. Nonetheless, please. I swear on Eresk's bones, I will pass it faithfully to the king." Graben had been a prince? That was unfortunate. I didn't particularly care one way or the other. I could discharge the promise, and if these men turned hostile, I'd kill the closest, steal his horse, and run like hell while throwing fireballs to scare off the rest. Very well. Graben asked me to tell his father that he died well, fighting with honor. Having discharged my oath, I could now bypass the local tribes and look for civilization further to the south. This bloke was clearly associated with the nearest tribe, and his accent was almost identical to the raiders I'd killed. It was a safe bet that this was Graben's tribe. The man leaned back and hissed softly. "How do you know this?" he snapped.
I was there at the time.
"You mean you killed him?" It wasn't a question. This man was direct, and I saw no reason to lie anymore. I nodded. "Come with me," he said, rising to his feet and moving back to his horse. "Respectfully, I'd rather not," I said. "It wasn't an invitation, stranger." "Respectfully, no." As I stood up, the riders who had been creeping closer twitched slightly, making their horses stutter to a stop. The leader was barely 5.5 feet tall, and only one of his companions was taller than that. Childhood malnutrition among the locals probably meant my perfectly unremarkable 6 feet of height was now outlandish and eye-catching. "Goodbye, blandness, my old friend." "Very well. We will leave you in peace, stranger." He spat the words like they left a foul taste in his mouth. Once he was mounted, he glared at me, then turned his pony and began to trot away. His men swung around to follow. I watched them ride away, making sure they were far enough to give me some time to react if they changed course, before I went back to my fire. I turned away from the empty grasslands and started towards my camp. As soon as my back was to the plains, I heard a crack, followed less than a second later by a whirring noise buzzing past my right ear. I pivoted and saw a man 30 meters out in the grasslands, recovering a sling to reload it. I threw myself to the side as another rose up and released his stone at me. The whip crack as the tail of the sling broke the sound barrier echoed out again, but he had missed. I was sure of it. I heard yet another crack, and a moment later, my head exploded in pain.
Chapter 14.
The Dreamer. As I came back to consciousness, I vowed to resume all of my old habits. The brief time I had spent free of the lifelong masquerade of being open and unfettered had clearly been a colossal mistake. The throbbing pain in my skull was all the reminder I would need. My arms ached as well, a burning fire in my shoulders that almost matched that in my head. Whoever that rider had been, he was now only behind whichever slinger had got me on my shit list. I could see why the bloke with the bulletproof suits threw away his code, but I wasn't quite there yet. I will take him as my slave. An old voice, high-pitched and vaguely androgynous. No, he goes to the women. They can take his balls, and when they're done, the young men will use his head for sport. My campfire visitor's voice was rich with command and confidence now. At least I hadn't been killed outright. So far. Unfortunately, it didn't sound like that would remain the case. He survived 2 days tied to a horse, after taking a bullet to the head. Jaitik swears it was fired clay and should have been a lethal hit at that range. Something is amiss here, Hakubin. He might be the one from the dreams. An ally? At least someone who wanted me alive rather than gelded and my head turned into a football. I'd take what I could get in this situation. He killed Graben. Fuck your dreams. Hakubin's voice ground out. He was clearly not a fan of mine, and I cursed my assumption that Graben had not been seeking revenge with his request to let his father know he was gone. Going out into the wild must be dangerous, and many would not return, their fates never known to their families and friends, so I had seen the reasoning behind the request. Granting some closure like that was probably a rare boon for these savages. However, I was fairly confident Graben had screwed me from beyond the grave. And he came to tell you about it.
The other person cackled, a wheezing, gasping sound that still conveyed their amusement.
Graben would not have wanted you to slay this man, or he wouldn't have made that request. You know I'm right. Another cackle. You are sonless. Don't speak to me about family, uncle, Hakubin snarled. I'm the tribe's dreamer. King Nephew, what happened the last time you ignored my counsel? Hakubin grunted non-committally in reply. Give this man to me. He will maintain my wagon and tents, cook my food, and serve as I see fit. The wheezing voice was firm. He can hang for another day. If he still lives after that, do as you like. The sound of heavy footsteps moved away. You always were an ass, Bin. My brother would be disappointed in you, my savior muttered quietly. Lighter footsteps came closer, and I felt a damp breath on my chest and cheeks. This man must be even shorter than the ones I'd seen before. He was so close, and I was so vulnerable. Fear ran through me, but I suppressed it ruthlessly. I know you're awake. A hand touched my shoulder gently, but it still sent a jolt of pain through my chest and shoulders. I didn't move. Endure a little longer, and we'll talk properly. Or go to the blue and feast with Eresk. The choice is yours. My faint sense of his presence faded away. Health, 48/120. Mana, 100/100. I cast heal 10 times, and my health went up to 98. I felt better, but the pain didn't disappear. My thoughts felt fuzzy and hard to grasp. This wasn't my first concussion, and the fact I had survived being unconscious for so long suggested the worst was behind me, assuming I wasn't brain damaged. My eyelids were stuck. I tried to move a hand to rub at them, but the pain in my shoulder spiked. I realized I was spread-eagled, thick ropes binding my arms out to either side, and the weight of my body was hanging on them. I moved my feet slowly, struggling to take some of the weight off my chest.
I could barely reach the ground, but I was able to push my toes into the mud, taking some of the pressure off. Immediately, I felt my breath coming easier, and my mind began to clear. Opening your eyes when they are glued shut by dried tears, and whatever else had been smeared on my face during the time I'd been out, wasn't easy. It was frustrating. Something that should have been simple was seemingly impossible, and I was denied my vision as a result.
Being blind was always something that had terrified me, and I fought down the bowel-churning fear that this wasn't simply sweat, tears, and blood. If Hakobin had taken my eyes in revenge for his son, I was doomed. After a lot of straining with muscles unused to that kind of exertion, a crack of light appeared in my right eye. My head was still hanging against my chest, so all I could see was an expanse of mud and churned grass at my feet. There were brown marks across my chest and legs where someone had been throwing something at me. Judging by the smell and the streaks, I had a pretty good idea what it had been. I briefly wished the shop had some antibiotics. I'd pay whatever the soul's cost was, however unreasonable. It didn't. Fuck you once again, shop. I raised my head as I forced my functional eye fully open. The left one seemed to be welded shut and wouldn't move at all. My back ached as the weight of my skull shifted. Further away, the grasslands stretched out in a blur. In the distance, men on foot and a few on horseback were herding aurochs, driving them away from wherever the hell I was. The sounds began to clarify as more oxygen reached my addled brain. The noises of animals, horses, dogs, and cattle made up a background hum, but on top of that, I heard voices. Men, women, and children were going about their business somewhere behind me. Friendly conversation and irritated arguments, perfunctory greetings and brash boasting assaulted my ears and made my head hurt even more when I tried to pick out and follow any of the many threads of conversation. How many of them were there? The sounds of construction hit my ears, sawing and banging, craftsmen and women discussing the work in progress. Civilization lurked behind me, and I couldn't crane my head far enough to see. The pain in my neck flared as I struggled to look back, but I ignored it as my situation became clear to me. I was tied by each wrist to the end of some kind of large wagon. I had been stripped naked and left in the sun for God knows how long. It had been long enough for my skin to redden and burn in the harsh light. Where I wasn't covered in blood and muck, I saw that my flesh was raw and pink. My feet barely reached the ground. I had been functionally crucified. The rough wood of the wagon had left splinters in the flesh of my back and continued to scratch at me every time I breathed. Thirst consumed me. Hunger was there as well, but I would have chosen a drink over food in a heartbeat. As the sun moved painstakingly slowly across the sky, I faded in and out. Every time I lapsed from consciousness, my legs would sag, toes slipping through the mud, and the pressure of being hung by my wrists would compress my chest, making breathing difficult. In a panic, I'd gasp for air and struggle to plant my feet again in the slippery muck. There was no way for me to escape back into darkness now that I was awake. As the sun was fading, I heard someone coming round the wagon. I didn't have the energy to raise my head anymore. The footsteps stopped a few meters in front of me, and there was the sound of something heavy being set down. I was in a universe of pain and delirium, so I ignored the distraction. A few more hours, and I'd be cut down. Once I had my strength back, I'd escape these fucking savages and head south again. My thoughts rang hollow even to me. I was going to die here. Graben couldn't have fallen to you. You're a liar. A boy's voice. I struggled to raise my head for a moment, but even that was beyond me, and I was terrified of losing my footing and dangling by my wrists again. Something wet slapped into my chest, and I opened my functional eye to see a brown mess slide off my skin and land at my feet. The smell made clear what it was, although I couldn't tell what animal had produced it. I was glad in a way. I'd gradually pushed the mud away from my feet during the long day, and it had become harder to keep the weight off my chest. If this brat was going to fill in the troughs my toes had dug during the long day, he was doing me a favor. The next wet slap sent a shock through me. A spike of pain had come with it because the little shit had been aiming at my groin. A giggle rang out, high-pitched and mean-spirited, signifying he'd done it deliberately.
"Can't ignore me, peasant. You must have ambushed him, but Graben was too smart to be ambushed by a shit like you. So, how did you do it?"
The lump of dung struck me in the face this time. I coughed and tried to shake my head to clear my nose and mouth, instantly regretting it as the fire in my skull reignited. I blinked my working eye clear and looked up to glare at the kid. He was perhaps 10 or 11, allowing for how short these people were. Brown hair cut short on the sides and left long at the rear. Mullets. Just like the rest. Why did it have to be mullets? His right hand was covered in shit from the bucket at his bare feet. He wore a red tunic that hung to his knees, and the sleeves had blue threads woven through them to make intricate knotwork patterns. He tried to ambush me at my home, but I returned the favor. Standing still in a fight is a bad idea, even if you don't know it's started yet, I tried to growl. It came out as an unintelligible groan. "Can't even speak?" he asked.
I guess you're out of luck. Another lump of shit was thrown into my chest.
"Would you do this if I weren't tied up?" This time I did growl, and it came through more clearly. "Your head's going to be used for the next Grack game. It doesn't matter what I do to you," he taunted. I let my head hang and didn't bother to respond. His face was Graben's in miniature, but the eyes were different. A younger brother, probably. None of this mattered. If I survived, I'd be a slave for a while. Then I'd be gone. I just had to make it through the night. Eventually, the boy ran out of shit to fling and grew bored by my lack of response. With a final taunt, he went back into the town behind me, and I was left blessedly alone. I would never complain about feeling lonely again. The sun was setting, and the sky was a cascade of reds and oranges. A few more hours, I kept telling myself. Just a few hours can seem like a lifetime under certain conditions, and this was one of them. The moons rose and set as I hovered between waking and sleeping, never able to fully step into either state. I envisioned women I had known. Some I had even loved coming to my aid. I saw long, tall glasses of water where half the glass was filled with ice. Men I had killed came to put me out of my misery. Pizzas, burgers, roast beef dinners, ice-cold beers. They all flashed before my eyes at various times, but the tall glass of water always replaced them sooner or later. I was lost in hallucinations of food and drink as the sun finally began to rise, and I thought for a moment that the plains had caught fire and these bastards torturing me would all burn. Alas, it was only the red light painting the steppe. Eventually, I heard the sounds of feet approaching, and I braced myself for more shit to be thrown in my face by an obnoxious little princeling. I craned my head up to face down my tormentor. Instead of the brat, it was Hakubin and another man who stopped in front of me.
Hakubin was much as I remembered, but his bright red tunic now hung down to his ankles, cinched in the middle by a thick leather belt, on which hung one of the stone maces these people seemed to like. Something glinted in the morning light, and I realized his mace differed from those I'd seen before. The round head was made of a polished metal. It looked like gold in my hazy vision, but even in my current state, some part of me assumed they would use bronze or copper for what was obviously a weapon. The other man was a shriveled raisin, stoop-shouldered and wrinkled enough that Mother Teresa would likely have told him to take better care of his skin if she were here. His skin was pale beneath his long white hair that he left unbound to fall around his face and shoulders. A thick beard obscured his mouth,
but it became wispy and thin the further it grew past his Adam's apple. He wore a dull red tunic that hung to his knees, and his skinny legs were a patchwork of varicose veins. Unlike the others I'd seen, his belt was hung with dozens of leather pouches, in addition to the ubiquitous stone mace. He survived. "Will you keep your word, King?" said the dreamer, his voice half-remembered in my feverish state. Hakubin stepped forward and peered closely at my face. "You think he is something more?" he asked. I considered trying to bite his nose off or set him on fire, but now was not the time to fight. Aresk has been speaking to me these last few weeks. Opportunity was the feeling I got from the dreams. Perhaps danger as well. I think this man might be the source. The dreamer wheezed, his breath whistling through his facial hair. "Spice-addled hallucinations are not..." Hakubin sighed before continuing. "You're the dreamer. I've done as you asked, Uncle. I do not want to see this man again. Keep him at the edge of camp." Hakubin gave me a final glare and left. "Well, my wandering friend, slayer of aurochs, bastards, and princes, it seems you're in my hands now."
I trust you won't harm an old man like me.
His voice had changed, dropping in tone to be clearly masculine. He chuckled and drew a short metal knife to slice the ropes holding me upright against the wagon. As the ropes parted, I fell to my knees and curled up in the mixture of blood, piss, mud, and shit beneath me. I rolled over and gasped as blood began to reach the extremities of my arms again, and they seemed to catch fire. Aside from a few days of peace, all I'd known in this world was pain. I needed to get back home.
Chapter 15. Another Giveaway. "On your feet, boy," Dreamer said harshly. The snap of command was there in his voice now. I began to think this wasn't just some old shaman. He was a leader in addition to whatever other functions he carried out in his culture. I struggled upright and untangled the remains of the ropes from my wrists. The rough material had dug into my skin, rubbing it raw and drawing blood where stiff threads had stabbed into me. I couldn't stand up straight. My shoulders didn't want to take the weight of my arms, so I stood hunched over, clutching my limbs in front of my chest. Even slouching, I was still looking down at the man. He had a bald spot on the dome of his skull. "You need a wash, boy." "I'm not a boy," I croaked, but I followed as he walked out into the grasslands. "I've seen 70 winters, boy. You haven't been on Coriolis, therefore you are a boy. I'm not one of your people. We don't need to raid to be seen as men. Raiding isn't what makes you a man, boy, nor the killing. It's the trial that makes the change." He turned back for a moment to look me over, and I glared at him with my good eye. "Maybe you've passed your own. Aresk likes his killers, and I can see the blood on your hands," he muttered before moving on. I glanced down, but my hands were more muddy than bloody at the moment. He led me to a stream that ran just a few minutes' walk from the camp. As soon as I saw the water, I tried to sprint to it, but all I managed was a stumbling run that ended in a painful crawl as I reached the edge of the narrow waterway. My reflection shocked me. The left half of my face was coated in blood that had matted thickly in my hair and beard as well. I brought my hands up and began to brush at the blood and muck sealing my left eye. There was pain as my nails scratched at the accumulation of filth, and then I began scooping water onto my face to ease the process. Frantic splashing resulted in my face looking more like it should, and as my left eye finally opened, a deep sense of relief washed through me. A foot slammed into my ass, and I fell face first into the water. I spluttered and pushed my face above the surface, then dove back down to drink my fill. My burning thirst had knocked dysentery down a few places on my list of concerns. "Here," said the dreamer, holding out a small leather pouch.
I reached out cautiously and took it, tipping some of the contents into my palm. I looked up at him quizzically. It was a rough powder of leaves that smelled citrusy and sharp. "It's to wash with. You have such things in your land?" he asked sarcastically. I tossed the pouch to the bank and worked what I had in my palm into my hair. It formed a thin lather that I used to scrub the filth from my head before working on my chest. It took longer than it should have, due to my aches and pains, but I eventually had myself looking reasonably human again, and despite the chilly water, I felt worlds better. The dreamer had watched for a while, but then settled down cross-legged to fiddle with the grasses in front of him, weaving the blades into little green towers. I stepped out of the water and refused the urge to drink more. I would make myself sick if I did. My body needed time to absorb what I'd already drunk. "There's a tunic and loincloth in the bag." He tipped his head to where he'd thrown his satchel. "Won't fit you, but better than running around showing your danglies to the world, eh?" he cackled. I pulled the rough garments out of the bag and began to put them on. The tunic was straightforward, but tying a loincloth was a new experience. I felt like I was putting on a diaper. "Not from here at all, then," my rescuer muttered. "Hungry?" he asked with a gleam in his eye as he looked up at me. I nodded. I needed food and rest to regain my strength. Then I could settle my debts with Hakuben and bugger off, hopefully to somewhere with a less savage population. "Come on, then." He rose and began walking back towards the Eriskin settlement. "The plains are a great place to live if you've got the knack, you know. It's hard, and there are always threats. Other tribes, ervile slavers, the vile cats are dangerous too, but mostly it's a good life." He continued to mutter at me as I trudged along behind him back to the settlement. I had thought it would be a town, if not of bricks and mortar, at least wooden buildings, but I was wrong. I suppose in a way it was a village, but it wasn't like any I'd ever seen before. Perhaps it resembled a Mongol tribal center from Earth, back in the 13th century, but history wasn't my strong suit, so the reference could be way off. 2/3 of the perimeter was composed of huge, heavy wagons with solid wooden wheels, parked end to end to form a porous barricade. The rest of the circular perimeter had crude stakes hammered into the earth to form a rough palisade. Within the, in theory, secure space, this created there was a maze of large, yurt-like tents and open areas. Smoke rose throughout the camp, and by the palisade were rows of tethered ponies within crude fencing. Hundreds of people flowed around, going about whatever the hell primitives like this did with their days. "Behold the mighty king's city," Dreamer giggled. "He thinks he's done so well. My brother built the alliance that made him a king, and Hakuben has almost... well, let's just say it could be better. Have you ever seen a real city? Stone buildings and towering walls?" "I haven't." "Lies," Dreamer laughed happily. "This will be fun. If you tell me of your adventures, I'll tell you about mine. Deal?" "You've seen cities?" I asked. "I was a wanderer in my youth."
Mighty Helipican, with walls taller than the biggest ervile and thicker than 3 men laid on the ground. Sinister Junt, where the Kantani slavers harbor their ships. Many places, boy. I've been to many places, but I always longed for home, he finished in a wistful tone. "Why?" I asked. "Civilization is all well and good, but family is family. I could never stay away for long. Have you ever had an ambitious brother?" I shook my head, baffled at the seemingly disconnected ramblings. "Well, I did. Hakubar was a good man, on the whole. He actually asked me to leave the first time. Some of the families were pushing for me to claim the chiefdom. Idiots. As if I wanted to spend my life pandering to them and fretting about the herds. So I went away for a while,
to give my elder brother a chance to consolidate his power and, coincidentally, removed any arguments for my assassination. He cackled once again. "But why come back if you were being threatened?" I asked. Once Hakubar had made the Gretakin bend the knee, he was secure. I didn't know that, of course. I was studying philosophy in Helipican at the time. But a tribe needs a dreamer, and my predecessor had been old when I departed. His apprentices were shite. Stupid little worms, more interested in potions to make women forget the night before than medicine or natural law. A dream told me to come home. A dream? I was surprised. If this man were the local equivalent of a doctor, why would he be moved to turn his life upside down by a dream? "You don't dream?" "Of course I do." I would not elaborate on the contents of most of my dreams. Despite my code, I still saw the faces of some of my victims in the night. "No, you don't. Not properly. I can tell. But we can fix that, boy. I'm afraid Ereskine isn't much of a place. There are no alehouses or brothels, no markets filled with spices and exotic goods, but it has a few amenities. You'll need to stay the hell away from all of them for now."
Hakobin is a vicious bastard, and his almsmen will happily split your skull at the slightest provocation.
They already tried. I rubbed my left temple. Perhaps I should wait here? We had reached the gap in the palisade that led into the town proper. "If anyone sees you without me or my apprentice, you're dead, boy. The word has been spread about, and you stick out like a cock in a henhouse with your height and color. I'm your bronze token, so make sure nothing happens to me, okay, boy?" He smirked at me and blew his mustache out from his lips. "Let's go." He entered the barricade, and the guards glared at me as I passed, following along like a duckling. They wore leather vests over their tunics, some kind of armor, I assumed, and thick cloth caps on their heads. The stone maces hung at their hips, and they leant on 6-foot staves that they carried in addition to daggers and stone maces. They all sported the clan mullet. The dreamer led me to one side almost as soon as we passed the watchman. We threaded our way through the tents, and I kept having to carefully step over guy ropes that my companion avoided without apparent thought. We circled around the perimeter until we reached a yurt set just inside the barricade of wagons. It was perhaps 15 feet across and made of some sort of thick material. I brushed a hand against it as I stooped to pass through the door flap, and it felt like matted plant fibers. Inside was a dimly lit space. A small fire at the center let out a curl of smoke that dissipated before it reached the hole at the peak of the tent. On one side was a small bed, a low platform heaped with furs, and on the other was a crude set of shelves. On the shelves were small vials, clay pots, scrolls, and, honest-to-God, books. A few primitive wooden chests lined a couple of the sides. "You're literate?" I asked in surprise. "Ah, that will be a nice change. The warriors view books as dead weight, firelighters, or shitwipes. It will be nice to discuss the written word again." "Gedrick!" He screamed the last word, and I heard some mumbled, high-pitched swearing from behind the far wall of the tent. A few moments later, a disheveled boy scurried in through the entrance and bowed to the dreamer. "Master?" he asked, keeping his head low. His clothing was green, like most of the people, but it looked ragged and dirty. His skin was streaked with muck as well, and the snot he repeatedly wiped from his nose with the back of his left hand had created a line across the dirt on his right cheek, which appeared to be the cleanest part of the boy. "Food. And get the fire going again. Bloody lazy little shit of an apprentice." The boy scurried out as fast as he'd come in response to the dreamer's yells. "That's another giveaway, you know." He stared at me without blinking. I didn't react, simply meeting his fierce gaze flatly. "You don't have the habits of a peasant, boy," he explained. "I carry a bronze blade, not stone. You see the color of my tunic and stare me in the eyes like you're my equal. We aren't like the serfs in Helipokin, but the lower classes here still show deference to their superiors." "What's your name?" I asked. He smirked at me and waved a hand around his tent. "You only prove my point once more. No master, no ridder, not even a sirah. No honorifics at all, and you can see my wealth all around you. I own 3 prime bulls and a dozen heifers out with the herds as well. I'm of what passes for the nobility in this part of the world, and you are oblivious. My name, boy, is Haku Krill. You can call me Krill. And what is your name, if I might be so bold?" I paused for a moment. The ramifications of using my real name could be significant if any of my competitors ever heard it, especially as it was so out of the ordinary when compared to the locals. But the old bastard had known I was lying about having seen cities without even being able to see my face. I had magic now. Perhaps some of the locals did, and this wrinkly specimen was one of them? "Raymond," I said softly, erring on the side of caution. "A pleasure, Raymond. Where the hell did that boy go?" Krill made his way to the tent flap and stuck his head out. "Gedrick! Get your ass moving, boy!" He came back in and went to sit on his pile of furs. "Take a seat, Raymond." Krill waved a hand at a spot by the barely lit fire, and I sat down, stretching my legs out to the side. I still ached all over, but it was starting to pass. I'd need to drink more soon. "What are you planning to do with me?" I asked. "Gedrick is a lazy shit. He needs some competition, and me keeping you around will piss the king off." Another cackle. It seemed to be the man's equivalent of pausing for breath. "But I have some questions of my own." "Ah, thank Eresk. What took you so long, boy?" Gedrick had ducked through the flap and had a bowl of something that smelled divine in each hand. "I had to get permission. Sorry, master," said the boy, keeping his head down again and refusing to meet Krill's eyes as he put the bowls down in front of him. "Get out for now. I want you back here at sundown. You will learn the difference between crushed fennel seeds and powdered dandelion root, or I will beat you like your absent father ought to have done. Understand?" The boy nodded jerkily and ran back outside, letting the flap fall behind him. Kids these days. "Eat." Krill gestured at the bowl closest to me as he bent down and picked up his own. I moved over and took mine, sniffing cautiously at the contents. The rich aroma made my stomach rumble. It was almost a soup rather than a stew, despite the lumps of meat and vegetables floating in it, and I found a thick slab of unrisen bread soaking up the liquid. I ate ravenously and felt better for a moment, before my stomach cramped painfully. Krill had barely eaten half his bowl, and he laughed as I groaned. He took his time, mopping up the juices with his bread, whereas I had tipped them down my throat. 3 days since you ate. You should have been more careful." He rose and picked up a clay jug, pouring water into a pair of crude cups, and passed one to me. Despite my latent suspicion of my new master, I drank gratefully, but made sure to sip the liquid slowly. Damn the boy, he forgot about the fire. Krill rose and walked over to his shelving, taking down a leather pouch. He picked up a leaf-wrapped package that I recognized as one of my own. "Do you have the rest of my things?" I asked hopefully. "I do, but not here. Tell me, Raymond, Why were you carrying these? He tipped the bear teeth I had kept from my first kill in this world into his palm and stirred them with a finger. I don't know why I kept them. I just didn't want to throw them away. Perhaps they could have been useful in the future, I muttered. Vile bears are no joke, boy. You killed this one. You didn't find it dead and rotting? He fixed me with a piercing gaze, and I nodded. Alone? Impressive. He put the teeth back on his shelf and picked up some firewood that was waiting to one side of the rickety-looking furniture. He laid out the fire and blew on the remaining embers to get a blaze going. As the wood began to crackle and the flames reached up, he sat down on the ground opposite me and fiddled with the pouch he'd taken from his shelf. You have never dreamed. Not truly. True dreaming is a secret known only to a few, but I have a sense about you. No harm can come of it either way, and my curiosity is itching like fleas. His voice had dropped to a mumble, then almost a whisper as he talked, and I leaned forward to catch his words, my face perilously close to the fire. He poured something from the pouch into his hand, and I leaned even closer to try to see what it was.
With a flick of his wrist, the powder shot into the flames, and as I recoiled, I snatched a lungful of acrid smoke. I sat back, stunned and more than a little frightened. Sleep well, boy. It will open your eyes. I'll be here when you wake. I slipped backwards, my still aching shoulders unable to catch my weight as my arms splayed to the sides, and my back hit the soft ground behind me. Chapter 16. Whispered it in my dreams. The first thing I noticed was the complete absence of pain. It had been so long since I didn't have a recovering wound to twinge and grumble when I moved in an unusual way. The blessed sense of peace that came from the change was refreshing. Next was my clothing. I was in my comfortable, years-old coveralls that I wore while tinkering in my workshop back on Earth. Compared to what I remembered wearing recently, they felt like silk pajamas against my skin. For a brief moment, I hoped the last few weeks had been some fever dream. Perhaps I'd had a stroke in the workshop and hallucinated my recent history. As I glanced around, I felt that optimism fade away. I was standing at the foot of a colossal bronze statue. A broad man wearing a chest plate beaten to resemble muscles and a helmet that covered his cheeks, sporting a high crest that seemed to sway in the breeze, despite looking like it was also cast in metal, towered over me. Below the knee on the left leg of the giant was an ornate greave. His right hand clutched a long spear with a broad leaf-shaped head, and in his left hand he held a round shield at his side. I felt dwarfed by the thing and began to back away. Leaving so soon? The voice was deep, masculine, and seemed to come from all around me. I spun, reaching for weapons that weren't there, only to find myself alone, bar the Titan. I turned back and looked up. The head of the statue bent forward and looked down at me. I wanted to shiver as an aura washed over me, but I was locked in place, unable even to blink. It felt similar to the one I'd felt from Poseidon when she had revealed her power in the smoking room. It was different, though. Hers had felt like the pressure in the deep ocean, unstoppable and unfathomable. This felt like the clash of weapons against shields, armor refusing to break under a brutal assault, like being penned in by your comrades in a shield wall or phalanx. Raymond Cobbler, I was hoping it would be you who fell into my lap. Taking another's favorite toy is always a joy. Who the hell are you? I asked as I regained some freedom of movement. Despite my best effort, my voice trembled slightly and came out half an octave higher than I intended. A smile creased the metal of the statue's face in response. Krill calls me Aresk. That is a name lost on our world,
Even the eternal is changed by time, alas. Perhaps you have heard of Ares? Another god. War is your thing, right? I asked flatly. Indeed. How are you finding our little competition? Ares asked jovially. It's great, I deadpanned, as I got myself under control. This giant wouldn't kill me. I was part of his game. Booming laughter rolled out and shook the air in my lungs, making it hard to breathe. Why did I need to breathe in a dream? Ah, such a card. Tell me, boy, will you live to take your revenge alone? I'm just trying to survive. I'll kill the others if I have to, but only if they come for me. You lie so smoothly. I can understand why she wanted you, despite objectively better candidates being available. The sea can seem calm and kind one moment, and then be a raging storm the next. That soldier was my pick, but we can see inside your heads, little mortal. Your thoughts are transparent to us. Oh, don't worry. She doesn't care. What threat are you to one of us? The statue grinned down at me, bronze teeth flashing to reinforce my insignificance in comparison to beings like him. His point was not lost on me, nor did I miss the futility of dissembling to this god. Why am I here? Is Krill your minion? I blurted. Worshipper, follower, not a slave. I'm the god of war, boy. Slaves are beneath my attention. Krill is a good man. I'd listen to him if I were you. You're here for, I suppose you'd call it a job interview? I'm out of the hired killer game, thanks to the green-eyed bitch, I muttered. Oh, you really aren't. It's not that kind of job anyway. If you were to agree to operate on my behalf in the game, I would be willing to be of considerable assistance to you. Make it worth your while, you know. What do you want, and what are you offering? I demanded flatly. If we were haggling, I had something of value, even to a being like this. Ha! A man who doesn't mince words. A man of action, of violence. Perfection indeed. If you agree to serve me, I will give you my mark, as well as other, perhaps, lesser boons. It will help you greatly with my worshippers, and you are currently in the heart of my domain. Even should you stray from my lands, I have worshippers everywhere men organize for violence against their fellows. They will trust you and follow you when perhaps they would not under other circumstances. And what is the price? I said politely. I was almost certain I was going to be sent back to Krill's tent one way or another. I needed every advantage I could get. The booming voice had become warm and friendly, and I had no wish to piss off this god in his own little world, so manners were in order. Dedicate your victories to me. Say my name as you slay your competition. That's all I ask. Ares or Eresk or something else? Any will do. As long as you mean to refer to me, it will work. So we have a deal? I paused to think. Any advantage I could get was tempting, and seeing as this god's name was woven not only into the name of the tribe I was with, but the language group that they spoke, suggested I was indeed deep in territory controlled by this being. Can you tell me anything about the others? I asked. I can tell you a little, if you agree to my perfectly reasonable requests. Let me sweeten the pot. When you reach level 50, I will give you a boon.
What more could you ask for?
A gift from the god of war, boomed Ares. I agree, I said simply. Excellent. Now, my new favorite mortal needs his mark. The statue bent down, the right hand releasing the spear that stayed perfectly upright in defiance of gravity. The aura returned, but stronger this time, freezing my body completely.
I felt like invisible men pressed in on every side to lock me in place as part of a unit dedicated to violence. A bronze finger reached down and stretched out to rest against my left shoulder. Light flared, and my old friend pain returned. A burning agony coursed through the top of my arm, and my coveralls ignited, burning away across my left side. I stood still, unable to even scream as the fire burned me for what felt like an eternity. Then the finger pulled away, and the statue resumed its original stance. The pressure on me faded, and I grasped at what I assumed would be a ruined shoulder. My hatred burned hotter than that damn finger had. I cursed all the treacherous fucking gods and added Ares to my list, immediately after Poseidon. "Foolish mortal, you are unharmed," laughed Ares. My fingers reached my shoulder and found no damage. I looked down, twisting my arm out to one side to examine it for myself, and found a golden tattoo had been placed on my unblemished skin. It was shaped like a spear, vertical on my arm, and in the middle it ran behind a shield in the old Greek style. I shook out my arm to free it from the apparently illusory pain. I'd never had any tattoos. No permanent markings to make identifying me easy. I'd never felt the need, even back when I was a foot slogger killing for the government. Now, as to your colleagues, I cannot tell you too much. Even such as I, in my unlimited glory, must obey the rules. However, I'll say what I can. My soldier has gone pirate and now serves Hades. The mogul is setting up a new business empire, and slavery suits his purposes.
He's dedicated to the Lady of the Waters. Perhaps she didn't have so much faith in you. The influencer is working with the scholar for now, but their alliance is fragile at best. The warrior has found his new octagon. "Where are they?" I ground out, letting my arms drop to my sides. "That I cannot say. But you were heading in the right direction before old Jacobin waylaid you," said Ares. "I could keep you longer. I'd love to hear you tell your war stories from Earth. But the dream smoke is starting to fade, and to hold you might damage you. Remember, speak my name when you slay them. If you do, we will feast and boast of our exploits when you die. If you don't, you'll curse the day your mother opened her legs to your father for all eternity." Ares boomed, and a final squeeze with his aura reminded me I was in no position to challenge him. The world vanished, and I was once again in that disembodied state I had experienced when I was exiled to my new world. It only lasted a moment this time, and then I opened my eyes. Back then, and touched. I can feel it. "What did the old bastard say?" asked Krill's voice from off to my right. I sat up slowly, feeling the lingering ache that had been pleasantly absent in the dream. "You do that a lot?" I asked, carefully rubbing the back of my neck. "I never needed the powder. He usually ignores my powder dreams. I've been there before, though. A giant bronze statue garbed for war, correct?" I felt his eyes on me and turned to look at him. His gaze was bright, almost feverish. I nodded at him in confirmation. "Erisk's balls! Where is it?" Krill gasped. He rushed over and began patting me down like he was looking for a weapon. "What?" I pushed him away, using more strength than I intended to, and he stumbled backwards. He didn't seem to care, and moved back towards me and started tugging at my tunic roughly. "The mark! Where did he touch you?" "Ah!" He caught a glimpse of gold from my left sleeve and yanked it up over my shoulder. The spear and shield tattoo glowed golden at the top of my left bicep. Krill ran to a chest by the tent wall and rummaged through it.
He pulled out a strip of cloth and ran back to me. I need to wrap this. Most of the tribe cannot see it until you're ready. The king, for sure. It would mean your death. He began to wind the fine cloth around my arm and shoulder to cover the godly tattoo. Once I have my strength back, I won't need to worry about your king, Krill. My voice was laced with violence. Do you have your strength right now? Of course not. You've been half dead for days. Erisk alone knows how you survived and are now fit enough to bitch at your betters. The god touch always messes with their heads, he sighed. Whatever powers Erisk promised won't come for some time. Until then, you need a tribe. The Eriskin can be that tribe, but you will have to earn their respect. I don't want to join these fucking savages. I want to kill Hakubin, and then I have a job to do in the south, I snapped. If you flee, you'll be hunted, just like if Hakubin dies. You'll not escape the riders. You don't fear the king, but you cannot fight an entire tribe. Usurpation is your hope, boy, not fight nor flight. He had finished wrapping my arm and tied a neat knot, reminding me of a combat medic fixing a bandage in place. Then he stepped back and looked me up and down. If you do it my way, you'll ride south with the war bands of a dozen tribes at your back. The last time the tribes united, we razed Angrilid. It's still in ruins 300 winters later, he chuckled. Krill, I need your help to escape. I think you're willing to do that. It's what Erisk would want. Will you help me? I asked. Ha! That won't work on me. The compulsion works on the peasants, not the priests, he cackled again. You're destined to lead us to war, boy. Erisk has whispered it in my dreams for years.
Chapter 17. Tapped in the Head. I had slept by the fire on some furs Krill had given me. I woke up before him and stretched quietly. I hadn't felt any fear of being vulnerable in the night. Krill and I had talked for a while after his interrogation about my dream, or vision, or whatever it was. He was a true follower of Erisk, a worldly man among his people, and would be a valuable ally in the days to come. I felt a strange kinship with him. He was a different breed from the rest of his tribe, as I had been to my own back on Earth. Perhaps the mark also made me more open to Eresk's followers. Did it work both ways and tie me to the god's people, while it made them more likely to trust me? I did not like the idea of being robbed of my free will. My head still throbbed faintly, and my shoulders continued to ache, but I quietly set a fire and lit it with a cast of Summon Fire. I kept the fire small and set up a wooden tripod over it. A clay bowl dangled over the tips of the flames that I carefully filled with water from a barrel just outside the tent. Gedrick farted noisily and twitched in his sleep under the wagon behind Krill's tent, where he slept in a pile of rancid-looking furs. I went back inside and carefully tipped the water into the suspended pot to heat it through. I quietly went over to the shelves and began assessing their contents. Vials filled with viscous liquids meant nothing to me. I opened a few to sniff them, but stopped as the acrid odor from one seemed to burn my nose. Poking at the clay pots with various powders and seeds in them revealed nothing of interest beyond demonstrating Krill's penchant for herbalism. I left my bear's teeth alone and picked up one of the books. It was a leather-wrapped tome, written on crude, thick paper. It seemed so out of place in this barbarian village. Papyrus or hide scrolls I would have been able to understand, and a few of those were scattered on the shelves as well. But this was paper, or at least a crude precursor of true paper. It had obviously been read many times, judging from the smudges and small tears on many of the pages as I flipped through it. The writing was alien, but I was happy to find it was an alphabet of some sort.
If it had been hieroglyphs or ideograms like some Eastern scripts on Earth, I would have faced an insurmountable barrier to becoming literate in this world. Going back to the beginning, I carefully turned a few of the brittle pages and scanned through them properly, hoping I'd get a notification saying, "Language blah unlocked." But I wasn't that lucky. With a sigh, I put it back and turned to find gimlet eyes staring at me from where Krill was sitting on his bed. "Not your native tongue?" he asked, getting up to examine the boiling water. "No, I don't recognize the letters." "I can help with that. They're pictures of sounds. Once you understand the sounds for the picture, you understand the writing." "I know how an alphabet works," I laughed. It was the first time I'd laughed since... I couldn't remember when I'd last laughed. Krill gave his signature cackle in reply. "So you aren't a humorless construct. That's written in Crathan, the language of the archipelago. They're a weird bunch," he muttered. He passed me and took a clay pot off the shelf, then went to sprinkle some of its contents into the almost boiling water. "You should add the ched in before it starts to bubble. It helps the flavor come through." "What is ched?" I asked. He pointed at the pot, and I moved to sniff the contents carefully. It smelled like black tea to me. "Do you need to let it steep afterwards?" I asked. "Of course." He raised an eyebrow at me. "As soon as it boils, you take it off the heat and let it rest for 10 minutes. After it's poured, it has to sit for 5 more so that the leaves settle. You can drink the leaves, but it makes the whole process unpleasant. Watch the water." He left me by the fire and stuck his head out the door flap. "Gedrick, you're on household duties today. I'm taking my new slave herb gathering," he bellowed. The boy was about 6 feet away, and the volume was completely unnecessary. "Yes, master," came a groggy response from under the wagon. "Are you fit to travel?" Krill asked, taking over monitoring the pot as he returned to the fire. "How far?" I asked. "Should have asked how long," Krill chuckled. "All day. We'll leave after we eat and be back at sundown. You'll have to carry my baggage. We have to keep up appearances for the peasants. Apologies." I flexed and stretched again, just enough to gauge my range of movement and to catch any lingering aches. My shoulders were still sore, and my head throbbed if I moved too quickly, but otherwise I was feeling a lot better. "I can manage that." After a delicious cup of ched, which I found was indeed similar to black teas from Earth, we ate a brief meal of dried meat. I filled a pair of waterskins, recognizing them as the ones I had paid souls for in the shop, from the barrel by the tent. Krill gave me a pair of large canvas sacks, thankfully empty for now, that I hung from each shoulder with a slight wince. He gave me 2 walking staves that came up to my chest, and we made our way to the palisade, skirting around the center of the camp that was still quiet, none of the bustle and chatter having begun quite yet, but the first stirrings of the camp wouldn't be far off. "Dreamer," said one of the watchmen politely, while shooting an angry look at me. "I need a pony. I'll take that one." His voice was back to androgynous, wheezy, and high-pitched again. Krill pointed at the last horse on the line, a sorry-looking beast in need of a good brush and probably a few bags of oats. The guard bowed his head in respect and fetched the horse for Krill.
The other guard spent the time walking slowly around me, eyeing me like a diseased animal.
"Dreamer, shouldn't you take an escort in case you have to drag that filth back?" "I'd be happy to volunteer," guard number 2 said. "This slave is no threat to me. He knows full well what you men will do should we not return by sundown. Don't you, slave?" I nodded. I was really starting to hate this society. "I would prefer," guard number 1 began, but Krill cut him off as he took the reins. "Oh, shut up, Jittik," Krill muttered as he mounted. I eyed the guard. This was the slinger who had damn near killed me? He must have sensed something as he flicked his head my way. "What are you staring at, slave? Bow your head in my presence," he barked. I glowered, but slowly nodded my head, not breaking eye contact with the man. "Come along, slave," said Krill blandly, as he trotted his pony between us. I turned and followed, using the body of the pony to break eye contact with the guard without backing down. It was petty, but this slinger was almost at the top of my immediate shit list. I owed him one hell of a headache at the bare minimum. Once the encampment was considerably behind us, Krill kicked his heels into the horse and took off at a canter. I sighed and picked up my pace. My long strides quickly ate up the lead he had gained, and I ended up pacing the horse comfortably. My head was pulsing at the exertion, but I wasn't going to be left behind by the only person who could ensure my safety in town. "You shouldn't be able to do this," Krill called as he urged the horse into a gallop and increased his speed. I sped up, matching him for a minute or so, before slowing down and falling behind. He pulled on the reins and brought the horse back so he was facing me. As he brought it to a stop, he let the reins fall and slid off. "Have a drink," he instructed, voice back to normal, as he began looking around in the undergrowth nearby.
I took a long gulp from a water skin and held it out to him. He glanced up and shook his head, turning back to sorting through various grasses and shrubs. "Not possible. When Aresk gave you the mark, what did he say?" Krill asked absently. I opened my mouth to say that he had called me foolish and told me I was unharmed, but my voice wouldn't work. My mouth opened and closed like a goldfish. Krill glanced at me and snickered. "A gayish of silence. Are they really playing these games again?" he muttered without looking up. He began picking clumps of grass and sorting them. "Bag these up, boy," I was told, and I obeyed, slowly filling the sacks I'd brought with us. Once we were halfway through loading the second sack, having scoured an ever-widening area of plants seemingly selected at random, Krill stood back up and glared at me. "You can fight?" he asked. I nodded. "Killed some men, I reckon?" Another nod. "Good. Let's see what you can do against an old man like me, He picked up the staves I'd dragged along and tossed one to me. Each staff had one end crudely rounded to resemble a blunt spear tip. "Well, boy, let's see it," he said, assuming a fighting stance, staff held loosely in his forehand and tightly in his left hand by the base. "I'm not sure this is a good idea. Should I just do some stances and forms?" I asked. I didn't want to hurt the old goat. "Pah! You're from the East? They have all that fancy shit. There's some sense in it, but you can't get a feel for someone by watching them dance about like a woman." He lunged, driving the blunt tip towards my stomach. I reacted without thought, batting the spear to one side and swinging a leg up. My shin stopped an inch from his balls. He looked down and grunted. "Thanks for pulling that." He sat down cross-legged and laid the staff across his knees, then gestured for me to sit as well. "Too strong, too fast," he muttered. Then his eyes almost glowed as I failed to hide my reaction to that particular choice of words. "Not the first time you've heard that. Graben?" He read the answer in my face and nodded. "You know he was a bastard." "Graben?" I asked, surprised at the change of subject. "Yes, the name, boy," he snapped. "His name didn't start with Haku?" Not completely tapped in the head then. Yes, boy. Graben was Hakubin's favorite child, and one that he shouldn't have had. There are other bastards in the camp. Hakubin likes to put it around, and he isn't the only one who does. Being king has its rewards, and his armsmen take a poor view of people criticizing him for womanizing, so he gets away with it more than is decent. Understandable. A man like him lives or dies by his reputation, I replied. The little shit who pelted you with aurochs dung. Can you guess his name? Does it start with Haku? Hakudan,
His mother, who styles herself Queen like some shit-sitter, is one of your biggest fans in the village, believe it or not. Graben was popular with the men since he was small, and Hakudan is at best tolerated. When Graben came back from Coriolis, he was going to be trained to lead the war band. Krill shrugged and reached for the water skin. After a pause to drink, he glared at me. How did you start the fire? Shit. If he saw me light the fire with a thought, and based on that bloody phrase of Graben's he'd repeated, I figured I was rumbled. I have a few tricks. It wasn't a lie. Magic was handy as a surprise, but I could only cast 5 fireballs. Then I needed a 10-hour break before I could do it again. The heal spell was more useful, but again, it didn't make me unstoppable. Tricks. Did you bury the Coriolis? Burn them? He asked. Graben and his friends? No. I cremated my friend that they killed. The word friend felt right for Wilson, despite our short acquaintance. You weren't alone? There was another like you, he asked, sharp eyes locked on my face. A wolf I befriended while I was at the cave. There weren't any other people with me there. But you didn't come here alone. How many of you came? He asked sharply. The man was too smart for his own good. I'm not a threat to you. I can probably be of more help than you realize, Shikrikin. Do you know what it means, Shikrikin? I asked. I know you're not of this world, and that others came through at the same time. How many? He repeated. 5 more. Did Arisk tell you how to find them? I did my goldfish impression again. I was pissed about this gayish whatever it was. Kind of, then. How strong are you? Much stronger than I was before, back home, I replied with a shrug. You were fit on the other side? I nodded. What did you do? Within your tribe, I mean, he asked, eyes still boring into me. I killed people. I sounded almost sad when I said it, but I relaxed as he simply nodded and smiled slightly. It felt strange that my murderous past didn't even raise an eyebrow among these people. A good pick for my god, he nodded decisively. You are beyond what a human should be capable of. Perhaps you might stand a chance. I assume the others all have the same tricks as me. One of them is a soldier, a warrior who fights as part of a team, I clarified. I know the difference, boy. Krathen militia troops are not to be underestimated in formation. They're pussies one-on-one, though. How do you get stronger? With your tricks, I mean, he asked. Ah, I have to kill. How do you know about this? An honest answer. I'm a wise old man who's traveled the world and spent a lot of time in the greatest libraries in existence. Kill only men? He said quietly. No, anything. Aurochs, bears, wolves, rabbits, as far as I can tell. Anything with a spark of intelligence. I explained about the traps I'd set up to farm souls from rabbits and mice. So the larger the beast, the more souls. And vile variants yield even more? He asked when I'd finished. Vile. Fuck's sake, I should have worked that out. Yes, vials gave more souls. He smiled wickedly at me and rose to his feet. I swear to serve Aresk's champion for the rest of my days. His voice was solemn, and I felt a brief touch of Aresk's aura, feeling like Krill was one of the men in the phalanx next to me, locking me in place. How long until you're back in condition? Krill asked as he walked back to his pony, which was still happily cropping grass to one side. I shrugged as I picked up his bags of plants. A few more days for the aches and pains to fade? Why? I've got some things you can kill. Big things, he chuckled. He kept the pace slow as we made our way back to the village, for which I was grateful. Chapter 18.
The offering.
What do the tunic colors signify? I asked Krill as we skirted around the settlement towards his yurt. The bags weren't heavy, and the earlier exercise had helped clear away the stiffness in my muscles. Some dyes are expensive. The fewer people you see wearing a color, the richer they likely are, he replied absently. He had grown quieter and quieter on the journey home. I was beginning to worry about the cogs that were no doubt whirring in his brain. I had no intention of founding an empire or taking control of the plainsfolk. I had 5 marks to deal with, and then I could go home. However, the advantage of spending some time with a local scholar and leader who had sworn to serve me couldn't hurt. That he also seemed to have a plan to help me rapidly gain some souls was too good to pass up. So red is high caste, yellow, green, and blue are low caste, I asked. More or less. Brighter colors cost more, too, so dull colors tend to represent lower status folks within each class. If you ever see someone wearing even a dull purple, they'll be a powerful man, or married to one. He hurried us through the encampment and immediately screamed for Gedrick as we reached his tent. The boy appeared from under a different wagon to his usual nest and bowed his head. He shot me a scowl as he did so. "Refill the barrel," Krill snapped, and the boy hurried away towards the center of town. "Come in, boy. We need to talk." By talk, Krill meant interrogating me exhaustively about my magic and the system. His eyes were wide and bright when he finally felt he'd dragged everything he could out of me. "You can buy materials in the shop?" he asked, like a giddy schoolboy. "Sure. They're all too expensive to be worth it, though," I replied. "I'd rather spend the points on levels or magic." A wise serves his future self, not his immediate desires.
Boy, how much do you think this is worth?
He pulled out his bronze dagger, and the edge glinted in the dim light from the smoke hole above.
What currency do you use? In my world, it wouldn't be worth much. Certainly not the... I checked in the shop for an equivalent. 70 souls it would cost me.
Currency is for city dwellers. Shit-sitters, the tribes call them. Little clay tablets and metal trinkets. Here, a man is valued by the size of his herd. I told you I had 3 bulls and a dozen heifers. That makes me rich, boy. It would take a pair of heifers, good milkers, mind you, for me to sell this blade. He slipped it back in the sheath at his belt.
Where is your wealth? The herds are just wandering about the plains with a few kids guarding them. Don't they get lost or eaten by vile bears?
Pah! We're good at what we do. A few are lost to predators, but this is tame land. It'll be different where we'll be going, though.
Another cackle split the air.
What's your plan, Krill? I'd be happy enough to set some traps and gather souls that way.
Idiot. You're thinking small. First, we go north and hunt the great tusks. If we can find a herd of vile pachyderms, you'll be able to grow so strong that Hakubin and his armed men will have to give you respect. On the way, the tundra and forests will provide rich pickings for your traps. He sounded so sure of himself, I found I was nodding along with his words. Just you and me in the wild, hunting herds of giant elephants? Alone I could manage perhaps, but I can't promise to keep you safe.
I'm no woman, boy. I can care for myself. We wouldn't go alone anyway. We would need a kend, and you, my God-touched friend, are in luck. It will help establish you as a man and justify your emancipation when the time comes.
You plan to free me? Why not just do that, and I'll head south?
The mob would be against it, and, as a result, against you, fool.
We need to gradually reveal your abilities to a few chosen members of the powerful families. Back to the fucking point, boy. You can buy bronze weapons. What about the raw material?
It's
150 souls for an ingot of bronze shaped like a hide. I can get copper and tin ingots for 70 each. For 300 souls, you could buy half the herds of every family in a resket. We have no smiths here. Shit-sitters don't let smiths come north to trade with us directly. The Jagon clan to the south has one, last I heard. Sulk has a strange story, and he's mad as all smiths are, but he might be. You said you cannot imbue your magic in items bought from the shop, so you must craft them yourself or find talents to do it for you. He fixed me with a beady stare. You need us more than you think, boy. I work best on my own. It was a simple fact. I'd never used a team for jobs back home, and any support I'd required was a one-off and done kind of deal, used only when absolutely necessary. Not anymore. Do you need anything urgently? I have things to organize, and Aresk hates time-wasters. No? Should I just stay here? I asked, looking around the tent. For now. I won't be long. You'll have a busy evening, though. Krill rushed out of the tent, muttering to himself too low for me to catch all of what he was saying, but I did catch the word feast at least twice in the seconds it took his ramblings to fade away as he ran from the tent. I sat down with my back resting against the wooden lattice that made up the internal supports for the yurt, and rested an elbow on the chest next to me. Krill seemed like a godsend, quite literally, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I didn't want to play the game as the gods thought I should. If I could find the others, it would be a simple enough matter to assassinate them. The only one I was genuinely concerned about was Gallagher. Unless I caught him completely unawares, it would be tough to kill him. Then the worries set in. What if the others were already stronger than me? I'd wasted so many days since I arrived, either injured or unconscious, or now as a sort of slave. Maybe I needed Krill's help more than I was willing to admit. I wasn't happy at the thought of going north, but I was the last to arrive in this world. Aresk had as good as told me the others were south of here. Then again, the Vilebear had been worth 16 souls, and I began to speculate how much I would get for killing what sounded like woolly mammoths. Master? I was lost in thought, so I ignored Gedrick's soft voice. The tent flap to my left lifted slowly and cautiously. The boy crept in and went directly to the far wall where one of Krill's chests was placed. He lifted the lid cautiously and snuck a hand in, pulling out a small pouch. He tipped some of the contents into his palm and turned to leave. He jumped as he spotted me and thrust both hands behind his back. "What are you doing, slave?" he snapped, but he wasn't able to keep a quaver out of his tone. "The master has told me to get you to refill the barrel. Outside, now!" His high-pitched voice had firmed up. I rose to my feet, head brushing the roof of the tent as I was near the edge. "What was that?" I asked, pointing towards the chest. "Master asked me to fetch something for him. It's none of your concern, slave. Come along." He marched out of the tent. I sat back down and waited. "Slave! One cry from me, and a dozen warriors will be here to slay you," Gedrick snarled as he burst back into the tent. Whatever he had stolen, he must have hidden away somewhere nearby, as both hands were animated now as he blustered back into the tent. "Gedrick, what did you steal?" I asked calmly. "Slaves don't interrogate free men." "You're a boy," I scoffed. He bristled in response. "Still higher than a slave." "I'll tell you what. How about I fill the water barrel as a token of goodwill? And in return, you don't mention what you saw," he asked, going from angry to wheedling as the realization sank in that no matter how loud he screamed, he wouldn't escape if I chose to attack. My blue eyes glared up at him to drive home the point. "What was it?" I asked. "Nothing a godless foreigner would need to know about. It's for my training to replace Master Hakukril. He was trying to sidle back to the tent flap without being obvious about it. Boy, what the hell are you doing in my tent? Krill demanded from behind him. The boy looked like he was about to wet himself. Just checking that your slave was recovering well, Master. I was offering to prepare some herbs for him should he need them, Gedrick squeaked. He turned pleading eyes on me. I don't think that will be necessary, boy. I notice the barrel isn't refilled. Krill's voice was cold. The boy squeaked and fled the tent. Useless brat, Krill muttered fondly after the boy had fled. I have a job for you tonight. The word job stirred up old habits. Was the target a criminal? Would my code let me take the money? Who's the mark? I asked automatically. The mark? Krill looked confused as he sat down on his furs. The target, I said flatly. Oh, she's a right bitch. A great big lump of evil and mean, Krill smirked. I hadn't seen anyone in the encampment who matched that description. One thing these steppe people didn't have a problem with was obesity. The queen? I guessed in a suspicious voice, and Krill broke into cackling laughter. An aurochs, you fucking idiot. We're throwing a bit of a celebration, and I decided to make it a night to remember. A few hours later, I was clean and freshly shaved. Krill had insisted on cutting my hair. The fringe had been sliced short, and the sides of my head were shorn down to the skin. A fresh tunic, pure white this time, had been provided, and I felt very strange.
Why the white? No one wears white, I asked as Krill fussed around in his chest looking for something. It's part of the ritual. Look, all you have to do is say for Eresk as you slit the heifer's throat. It's not that hard. Ah, found it. He brought out a slim package wrapped in leather. He unwrapped it and revealed a bone dagger almost as long as my forearm. The polish on it gleamed in the firelight. This is what you'll use. I'll carry it for now. If you get seen with a weapon, you'll get swarmed. He turned and looked me over. Excellent. You look just like a Krathan peasant. That means a slave to us, boy, he chuckled. I've made arrangements with the Hattrick family. They're a powerful faction that's opposed to our dear monarch. If any of them choose to speak to you this evening, be very polite. Their people will be joining me on our little expedition. In fact, if anyone chooses to speak to you tonight, be very polite, he added as an afterthought. So I kill the aurochs, get some souls, and then fade into the background? I asked hopefully. Only if you're lucky. Our noble ruler will be in attendance, and some of his armsmen might single you out. Don't kill any of them. You know how to take a beating, I trust? Krill asked as he ran the dagger over a rough stone to refresh the fragile bone edge. I nodded as he glanced up. Better to just take it tonight than fight back. We'll be gone by noon tomorrow. As I was led through the tents, it felt like I was going to be on the receiving end of the sacrificial knife. Whatever word Krill had spread, it had gone round the close-knit group quickly, and everyone was making their way towards the clearing at the heart of the encampment. Walking behind Krill, I kept my eyes low as I'd been instructed. A long fire pit had been dug, and it was already filled with glowing coals. A pile of dried wood had been built to one side to keep it stoked. The largest tent in the camp loomed off to one side. A pair of men, wearing the leather aprons that passed for armor here, stood outside the entrance, fingering their stone maces and glaring at everyone who got near them. I was taken aback by the numbers that had gathered. A few hundred people would be nothing back on Earth, but even at home, I'd rarely attended large gatherings outside of work. And when I was working, I tended not to stick around after the job was done, for obvious reasons. Krill had me stand too, at something like attention, with Gedrick slouched next to me as he made a speech.
Noble brothers, ladies of the tribe, I have been blessed with a true dream. In celebration, I have called for a feast, he called out, pacing back and forth like a cockerel and using his wheezing, high-pitched voice again. Eresk has demanded I travel north and acquire 3 sets of great tusks. House Hatrick has offered to assist me in this endeavor. Eresk sees their bravery. A relatively tall man, still short by my standards, stepped forward and bowed to Krill. His tunic was a bruised red color, not as bright as Hakubin's, but the closest shade to it that I'd seen. His entire family wore the same, from what I could see, as they mimicked the bow after the patriarch had straightened. They were short and stocky, like all the Ereskin, but there was a single exception. A woman caught my eye. The tallest of her family's heads barely reached her chin. She had high cheekbones and a strong jawline that might have been described as handsome at best back on Earth. As her head rose from the bow, her almond-shaped eyes locked with my own, and her full lips quirked into a faint smile. The eyes changed my mind. She was undoubtedly a beauty. A dull red shawl hid her hair, but I fancied it was something other than the ruddy brown or black of the rest of the tribe.
Krill prattled on for a while about the holy quest Eresk had decided to demand of him, the greatness of the tribe, the manliness of their warriors. I would have been at risk of falling asleep on my feet, except for those almond eyes that I kept noticing glance in my direction.
Enough, Hakukrill. Make the sacrifice and let us start cooking your generous offering, Hakubin snapped. A large wooden chair had been brought out like it was a throne and set up next to the fire pit. It was the first proper furniture I'd seen since being in the camp. He had sat on it and spent his time splitting his glares between me and his uncle. I'd carefully avoided meeting his eyes. "Bring out the offering," Krill called. Gedrick shot away, stumbling over his own feet towards the palisade and the penned animals that lived just inside it. A minute later, he returned, leading an aurochs that snorted and tugged at the rope tied around her neck. On either side walked a pair of goats, their leads held in Gedrick's free hand. They looked terrified of the massive bovine between them. Scared bleating echoed out continuously. I killed the goats first, calling out, "For Eresk!" each time. The smell of blood had spooked the aurochs, and she shied away, refusing the pressure from the halter as Gedrick tried to bring her into position. I moved over, bloody bone dagger held behind me, and grabbed a horn to drag her into position. As soon as I had hold of her, Gedrick bolted back to hide at the edge of the throng. So many eyes watching me, so many eyes marking my appearance. It made my back itch. I was meant to be a gray man, forgettable and unremarkable. Yet here I was, conducting an animal sacrifice with an entire town of savages staring at me. The aurochs still wasn't happy, but when she tried to toss her head and found that my grip yanked her back into position without difficulty, she became more obedient. My feet left deep impressions in the earth as I pulled her into position against her will. "Sorry, girl," I whispered. The knife flashed, and my legs were coated in crimson as I called out, "For Eresk!" at the top of my lungs. I felt a brief sense of being in a shield wall as the blood soaked my feet. "Butcher the animals and prepare them for the feast. Get him out of my sight," barked Hakubin, waving a hand at me. "Of course, mighty king," Krill said loudly, with a faint hint of a smirk in his voice. He hurried over to me and handed me a basket covered with a cloth lid. "Keep that steady. I've put a little of the good stuff in there for you. Get on back to my tent," he said with a wink. Normalis capre slain ×2. 6 souls gathered. Normalis aurochs slain. 6 souls gathered. Chapter 19. Laughter is the first sound of freedom. I was up 12 souls for officiating over an animal sacrifice, and I silently thanked Krill for inveigling me into doing the honors, despite the barbaric nature of the ritual. The animals had died quickly, with as little pain as one could hope for, but it still felt wrong somehow. I made my way back through the tents, and once I was outside Krill's yurt, I stripped off the no longer white tunic. I used a bucket to lift water from the barrel and scrubbed my legs, doing what I could for the tunic, leaving it still stained and draped over a guy rope. I donned my dull green tunic once again and settled down to investigate the basket Krill had handed to me. It was a warm night, and the sound of singing and dancing rang out from the center of town. Naturally, I wasn't concerned about not being present. Large gatherings made my skin crawl, even when it was normal people and not Stone Age savages. Inside the basket, I found a bowl of still warm vegetables and some thick slices of meat. I chewed into one and concluded that it had been cooked yesterday at best, but it was well seasoned in a way I hadn't tasted before. I couldn't think of an analogous taste from Earth. It was a delicious complement to the vegetables, and I devoured the meal in minutes. There was also a stoppered clay bottle in the basket, and I set it aside after taking a sniff. Once I'd eaten and felt better, I picked it back up and had another smell. Faintly cheesy, but with something that almost had some bite to it. I took a swig and stared at the bottle. This was booze. It was hardly a fine wine or a nice cold lager, but the tang of alcohol was clearly present between the dairy flavors. I took a long swig and felt a faint warmth run out from my stomach into my limbs and head. Krill had earned my gratitude once more. The bottle contained something like 1.5 liters of the fermented milk, and before I was halfway done, I had a pleasant buzz going.
I put the stopper back in carefully and lay back on the grass, staring at the star I had worked out was this world's equivalent of Polaris. Going north felt wrong. The job I had to do was simple enough, in theory. Getting to the marks would no doubt involve some work, but none of them had any experience with people like me from back home. Honor and fair play were words other people used to complain after you had won. I had no compunctions about slipping a blade between their ribs, or shooting them, with an arrow, I supposed, in the back, without warning. I took another swig of the milk, and continued to watch the stars turning slowly above me. Off to one side there was a faint rustling sound, and I cocked my head over to look. Gedrick had returned, and retreated into his cozy lair of furs under a nearby wagon. I turned back to the stars, and started trying to pick out recognizable shapes. The total absence of light pollution made the night sky a brilliant diorama of pinpricks of light. Some flickered and pulsed like Sirius had on Earth. Others were stable and constant. To the east was a shape that resembled a bow, a large D shape in the sky, composed of over a dozen brighter specks. To one side of it, something that reminded me of a bird stood out, roughly shaped wings crowned by a trio of stars to form a beak. I took another swig and continued to watch the sky, until gruff cursing from nearby disturbed me. "Fucking ropes," a man muttered. "Are you okay?" I asked. I felt remarkably at peace and relaxed. Krill hadn't been joking about the good stuff. I didn't get a reply, but the footsteps came closer until a man in a long leather apron stumbled around the next tent along. As soon as he saw me, he started in my direction with narrowed eyes. "I saw you watching her. Fiala is not for a fucking slave," he snarled as he unhooked his mace from his belt. Who the hell was Fiala? Who the hell was this Priya? As he got closer, I recognized Jitik, the slinger whose stone had knocked me out when I was captured. Anger fled through me, replacing the calm in an instant. I tried to fight it down, but the alcohol was affecting me.
"Not so tough without your rope and stones," I mumbled as I surged to my feet. "You shouldn't have survived. I saw that bullet hit your skull. Sometimes, maybe a mace is better than a bullet," he snarled as he leapt forward, his mace descending overhead and aimed at my temple. This would be a killing blow to most men if it landed. Without thinking, my left hand shot out and caught his wrist, holding the mace in the air. My right snapped forward, driving my fist into his solar plexus and knocking him backwards. He stumbled away and got caught in some lines, falling on his arse. I started laughing. I couldn't help it. I broke into guffaws that stole my breath away as I watched him trying to get back to his feet without knocking over the next tent along. He failed. "Fucker!" he spat as he got back to his feet. A flint dagger appeared in his other hand, and he came at me again. I was laughing so hard I missed the block on the mace, only deflecting it from my head so that it slammed down on my shoulder. The pain brought me back into a focused state. I caught the dagger arm firmly, despite my drunken condition. With the pain in my shoulder clearing my head somewhat, I squeezed with my hand on his wrist. He began to shriek as bones ground against each other. I kneed him in the balls, and he collapsed to the ground. I was on him in an instant, throwing the dagger and mace into the darkness as I snatched him up by the front of the stupid apron, lifting his head off the soil. My other fist came down 3 times. Each time, there was a satisfying crunch. He had gone quiet on the first blow to his face. As I brought my fist back again, a quiet voice hissed out, "Stop, you fool. He's one of the king's men."
Gedrick scurried out of his den and latched onto my upraised arm, trying to hold it in place.
"Too strong. Erisk, damn you, stop. We need to dump him somewhere that will explain his condition. If anyone finds out you attacked a king's man, you're dead," the boy hissed.
"He's worth 10, I muttered. Then I pulled myself together, put my greed aside, and focused. "Where?" I asked.
"By the horses. If he's found at the edge of the paddock, they'll think he just got trampled," Gedrick suggested.
"Horses don't step on people if they can avoid it," I pointed out.
"What fucking horses do you know? Most of them are trained for battle. If we scare them a little so they make some noise, no one will be any the wiser," he whispered back.
"Pick that prick up. I'll go first and check for trouble. If I stop moving or start talking, hide."
"Why?" I asked, meeting his frightened gaze. "They might not just kill you for this. Also, you didn't tell the master what I did. I owe you a little. Enough for this, anyway. Jittik was always cruel to the orphans."
The boy set off, and I heaved the body over one shoulder and staggered off after him. The festivities were still in full swing, and had hopefully provided cover for Jittik's yells as we fought. Atonal chanting and singing flooded the darkness. No one was wandering the perimeter of the camp, and I noted the vulnerability in this culture. A band of determined and stealthy men could have been among the tents, setting fires and killing the horses before anyone could react. I focused on the silhouette of Gedrick as he slowed and waved me forward to join him.
"We're clear. Can you get him into the paddock?" he asked.
I looked at the waist-high fence of hammered stakes and grunted. I backed up, held Jittik under both arms, and moved forward, spinning like a shot-putter building momentum. I released and fell backwards as Jittik soared across the 10 feet to the paddock.
His leg caught one of the stakes, yanking it over on top of him as he cracked down against the well-packed mud and horse shit. "Too strong," Gedrick muttered again, and he flinched as he saw me looking at him. Did I have to kill this boy? Could I? "I won't tell no one, promise," he swore. "I kept your secret. You keep mine." "Or else," I said slowly. He nodded vigorously. "Let's get back. We don't want to be missed, my master, when he returns." He didn't include me among Krill's servants, I noted. We hurried as quietly as we could back to the tent to find Krill sitting outside waiting for us, looking up at the sky and finishing off the fermented milk I hadn't gotten round to before Jittik intruded. "Busy night, boys." He pointed to a stone mace and a crude dagger he'd laid out next to him. "Who was it?" "Jittik," I replied calmly. "He's been put in the paddock. It will look like an accident." "Dead?" Krill's voice was sharp. "No, but he won't remember much," I smiled coldly. Raymond pounded his nose into his face in 3 blows. "It was fantastic," added Gedrick in a happy voice. "I didn't ask you to speak, boy. Into your den." "Slave, I would have a word in private." Krill's voice was icy and sinister. We went into the tent, and Krill closed the flap behind us. "What did he see?" Krill hissed immediately. "He saw me beat the guy up. Nothing tricky," I confirmed. "I've invested a lot into that lad, and he is the only one of a bad bunch that showed any fucking promise at all." Krill's voice was quiet, but full of anger. "Gedrick's a good kid. Why are you so hard on him?" I asked. Krill harumphed and turned to his wooden chest. He felt around inside it and brought out the dagger I'd bought from the shop and the satchel I'd taken from one of the attackers at the cave. I noticed that he also took a small pouch, which he hooked onto his belt. "You can have these back for now. Once we're away from town, I'll set things up so you can be properly armed."
"You're sure Jittik will live?" he asked.
"I expect so. He was still breathing, and I didn't hit him that hard," I replied. "If he wakes up before noon tomorrow, you're dead. Build the fire up and warm some water. I've noticed you're skittish about unboiled water for some reason. I have a few errands to do. I need to speak to Hatrakan and confirm the arrangements for the Kend. Get to sleep once the fire's done. It will be a long few days starting tomorrow." I nodded and went to get the firewood as he left the tent. I heard some heated whispering from nearby, presumably poor Gedrick getting a bollocking. Then quiet footsteps moved away into the night. The next morning, as we walked towards the gathering Kend outside of the settlement, a bower bearing a long, cloth-wrapped shape was carried out of the palisade by 4 armed men in full aprons. Behind it walked 3 figures in bright red, followed by the rest of Hakobin's fighters. I kept my eyes focused on the little gathering ahead of me and hunched down slightly to try to hide my height. 100 meters past the palisade, 6 aurochs were covered with bulky packs that hung down their sides, and a dozen young men, their hair shaved at the sides, but starting to grow out at the back into the clan mullet, kept watch on them. To the right of the beasts of burden stood one of the largest Araskin I'd seen, almost a match for my own stature, and next to him stood 3 women wearing traveling clothes, one of whom was much taller than everyone bar the tall, grizzled warrior who seemed to be in command. Krill, Gedrick, and I approached them. The tall man stepped forward to greet us. "Hail, Haku Krill," he intoned in a deep, resonant voice. "Hail, Hatrakilo," Krill replied jovially. "Are we ready to depart? It's bad fortune to linger by a funeral when setting off on a Kend." "Who was it?" Hatrakilo asked, nodding towards the procession. "Jittik. In his cups he tried to fuck a horse last night and got trampled." "Or so I heard," Krill said happily. Hatrakilo broke out into booming laughter, loud enough to reach the ears of the funeral procession, and I saw smiles flash among the nearby warriors. "Laughter is the first sound of freedom. Let's go find some great tusks," Hatrakilo boomed. I made a mental note that my murderous mentor and temporary master was not a man to be taken lightly.
Chapter 20.
Lady Fayala. As Areskit gradually blurred into the horizon behind us and became lost in the vast expanse of the plains,
A weight lifted from my shoulders. I was essentially unburdened, carrying only my satchel and knife, which I had tucked into the wide leather belt Krill had given me. Now I was away from the town and the riders. My freedom was only a decision away. 3 of the younger men walked alongside the cattle, long, flexible sticks flicking out to guide them. The rest had spread out into the long grass and carried their spears point first, the butts propped over their shoulders and ready to throw. Easy enough to evade them if I had to. Hatrakilo, Krill, and I walked a short distance behind the beasts of burden, the women just in front of us, and Gedrick was sulking along in the rear. I fought down the urge to ask how far we had to travel and looked for something else to break the amiable silence. "Krill, can I get a spear, please?" I asked. "You want to carry the weight?" He glanced at me. "We've a long way to walk." "It will be fine," I replied. I was twice as strong as any man I'd ever known, and confident it wouldn't be an issue. It would also be nice to be properly armed again. "Strange to speak so to your master, slave," said Hatrakilo, with a glare in my direction. I opened and closed my mouth. I wasn't sure how to respond to that. If this man were a die-hard traditionalist, he might attack me for being so disrespectful. He started chuckling, a deep, booming noise that spooked the cattle and elicited a series of whip-like thwacks as the prods were deployed to steady them. "Don't fret, boy. Krill has told me a little about the nature of your relationship. Why don't we introduce ourselves? We'll be spending a few months with no one else around, so we might as well start this off correctly. I am Hatrakilo, brother and heir of Hatrakan, who is head of the Hatrak family.
Loyal servants of Eresk and mighty warriors, our brightest talents are our escorts. They are named Hatrakul, Hatrakos, and Hatrakend." He gestured at the tallest 3 of our escorts moving through the grass 50 meters away. "Hatrakip is leading the Aurochs. Hermont, Hermoon, Hermald, and Jandak make up the rest," he continued. The last 3 were close by and turned to us, crossing their arms across their chests in some kind of salute. "4 brothers and some close allies?" I asked. Krill snorted. "Something like that, boy. The Herm family has been tied to us for generations. They are cousins," rumbled Hatrakilo. "Jandak is my bastard son." "Are you all mononyms?" I asked in confusion. It would be incredibly complicated to remember their names when they all looked alike and all had the same start to their names. I could see the next few weeks being a constant barrage of, "No, I'm Hermont. He's Hermidid, you fool." "What does that word mean?" asked Hatrakilo. "It means they only have one name. Where I'm from, you have a given name and a surname, a family name." "The shit-sitters use a similar format," offered Krill. "Haklus Jarntis, that kind of thing. So Raymond is your given name? What is your family name?" I paused, but with a mental shrug, I concluded it wasn't worth lying to Krill about this. The old bastard had a 6th sense for falsehood. If I weren't going to flee, I would need to start bonding with these people. "Cobbler," I said. The shortest of the women ahead of us tittered until the tall one swatted her. "Its meaning?" asked Hatrakilo. "It means shoemaker," I replied sheepishly. "Craftsman's stock?" He turned and looked me up and down like a piece of meat or an animal at auction. Not what I was expecting. "What about them?" I asked, pointing towards the women. "You've only introduced the men." "They will give you their names if they choose. Until then, you will simply call them Lady if they speak to you," barked Jandak from our left. I chose not to push the issue. "What were you expecting?" I asked Hatrakilo to return to a less touchy subject. "You're big, well-muscled, not crafter stock. Krill says you can fight and hunt. He claims you're excellent at trapping and foraging. He says you have a charisma that is hard to explain, and that you are destined to lead a mighty war band.
He says a lot of Aurochs shit about many things, so this isn't unusual. Hatrakilo didn't look like he bought any of it, judging by the expression on his face. I don't claim it's that way, Hatrakilo. I stated the truth. My dreams are never wrong. This man has a great future, Krill replied in my defense. You are small and weak because your children often go hungry. Children who aren't properly fed never develop to their full potential, I said casually, and suppressed a smile as Jandak balked and strode over towards me. You're not even a man, but you call us weak? He snarled as he lashed out with the butt of his spear. I caught the spear shaft easily and shoved hard enough that he staggered away and landed on his rump. He rose to his feet, blustering, then stopped as he met my eyes. Perhaps it was the blueness of them. I hadn't seen any Araskin with blue eyes that stopped him. He glared at me for a moment, then burst out laughing. Oh, this one I like. I will be the first to train him, he declared loudly enough that all of our small party could hear him. Well played, baby Ervile. But when we train this evening, you'll see why speed and strength aren't everything. He walked back to the side, chuckling evilly to himself. Too strong, too fast, muttered Hatrakilo. You weren't lying. He accused Krill as though telling the truth was some sort of crime. The wiry old man shrugged. I never speak Aurochs shit, Trakilo. I'm famous among all the cities of the South for my forthright honesty. You should know that by now. Fuck your cities in the South, Hatrakilo replied amicably. Show me the mark. He glared at me. I glanced at Krill, who was studiously observing the horizon. I lifted my sleeve and unwrapped the bandage hiding the tattoo Eresk had given me. He glared at it briefly, then turned away with a snort. Now, do you believe me? This is the solution to our problems, cackled Krill happily. Hatrakilo grunted noncommittally. Our problems? I wonder how much they intersect, old man. I have problems. You have problems. He has problems. Hatrakilo shot me another glare as he said the last sentence. I was very aware of my own problems, so I nodded in reply. I'll help you if I can, but there are things I have to do that are more important, I added. 5 kills, then home I'd go to settle accounts with the god bitch. The problem is Hakubin, boy. We need a new king, and it can't be Hakudan, said Krill. I can knock him for you, no problem, as long as I won't get mobbed for it. He's definitely on my list of acceptable targets. The boy is off limits, though. Knock? Asked Krill. Kill. Oh, that might be part of it, but we need to win over the crowd first. You need a reputation to match your character. That's what this trip is about, Krill replied. I don't need a fucking PR campaign. I can off him in his sleep and catch a fast horse south. I do not understand all of what you just said, but I assume you mean killing him and fleeing would be simple. It would not. The entire tribe would hunt you. Other tribes would hunt you on our behalf. Thousands of warriors would be on your heels until you died. It would be a matter of honor, and you would not leave the plains alive, said Hatrakilo with straightforward confidence. We walked, mostly in silence, for the rest of the afternoon. They wanted me to kill Hakubin, but I would have to do it in a fashion that met their weird honor code. It felt a little like Poseidon offering me the Mortimer job all over again, setting my teeth on edge and putting me in a bad mood. When we stopped to make camp, I fetched firewood with a couple of the men, and when I came back, 3 tents had been set up. They weren't the complicated yurts of the village, more like wigwams with simple hide walls. You're in this one with me and Troikilo,
said Krill, waving a hand at the tent furthest from where the animals had been hobbled and were enjoying the contents of feed bags. The others? I asked. The middle tent is for the women. The other is for the warriors. Do not attempt to enter the women's tent, he told me. I ignored his implication. You're going to be busy anyway. Here. He tossed some thin rope at me. Go set up some snares. See if you can catch us some breakfast overnight. His eyes twinkled as I looked down at the thin rope. I sent him a grateful look and moved back towards the small copse of trees to find likely animal paths I might trap. When I got back to the camp, having set traps everywhere I thought I might catch a rabbit or fox, the light was fading, and the first moon was already glowing in the sky. A fire was crackling, and the smell of stewed meat and vegetables filled the heart of the camp. I accepted a bowl from one of the women with a nod of gratitude and went to sit by my shared tent to eat in silence. Why had they brought the women? This was meant to be a dangerous trip, after all, and I couldn't see the sense in exposing the females to the risk. In primitive societies, women were very highly protected. A tribe with 50 men and 50 women could lose 40 men and still have 50 babies the next year. Losing 80% of the women was the death of the tribe. Why are they here? I asked Krill quietly, waving my spoon at the pair of women who were tending the pot. I need my attendants, said a soft voice from behind me. I turned my head to find the woman whose eyes I'd met at the sacrifice, looking down at me. Her smile was almost predatory in the half-light of the moons and the flickering flames.
Lady Fiala, I think he means to ask why we would bring anyone other than warriors, said Krill, as he shoveled food into his face. Well, that is a tale I might choose to share. I would want some answers myself in return, she said. Her voice was like a cat's purr, rough and smooth at the same time, and very pleasant to my ears. What would my lady ask of her humble dreamer? Replied Krill in a deadpan voice. Not you, she laughed. Raymond Cobbler. Such a strange name. Are all your people named so? She lowered herself gracefully to the grass. Beneath her long dress, I saw flashes of tight leggings that only exaggerated the shapeliness of her limbs. In my culture, yes. There are others with different standards. She arched an eyebrow, and I once again noticed the color of her eyes. Hazel. Coupled with their almond shape, it gave her the gaze of a bird of prey. And where are you from? She asked pointedly. You wouldn't have heard of it. Suffice to say, it's a long way away, and all I want to do is get home and settle some debts, if I can. She glared at me, her lips pursing in annoyance. One day I'd like to hear of your home, Raymond. She rose to her feet, said goodnight to Krill, and went into her tent, calling out to the other women, whose names I discovered were Halen and Gardell, to clean up the meal quickly and join her. Halen, with her pink cheeks and bright eyes, was constantly shooting coquettish looks at Jandak, who smirked and winked at her every chance he got. Boy, you need training. Come with us, called Hatricolo, as three of the warriors, including Jandak, rose to their feet and grinned at each other. I followed behind, ignoring the teasing and insults as we moved away from the fire a short distance. Krill shifted around so he could watch unobstructed and pulled out strips of dried meat to munch on like they were popcorn. We will begin with fist and foot. You have training in such fighting? Demanded Hatricolo in a no-nonsense tone.
I nodded. I'd spent years learning various martial arts on top of the training I'd received in the military. I was competent, at best, in my estimation. Why fight with fists when knives are more effective? Why use a knife when guns are a thing? A professional should always use the most effective tools available. Firearms are often too noisy, too attention-grabbing, so knives and close-in fighting had played a major part in my activities back home.
Jandak shrugged out of his tunic and threw it to one side. He was short, but covered in wiry muscles that bore a patchwork of scars. Most of his skin seemed to be made of scar tissue from what I could tell. "Stop ogling me, I'm not into that." "Come on then, let's see your form," he laughed. I removed my own tunic and, wearing just my rough shorts, I stepped into the arena formed by our audience. He rushed me. His form was good. He went straight for a takedown, crouching low to hurl me off my feet and remove my range advantage. My fist slammed into his temple as soon as he was in range, knocking him face first into the dirt. He didn't move immediately, and I worried I'd struck too hard. He lifted his head slowly and spat out a mouthful of dirt and grass. "You're going to pay for that," he muttered as he slowly climbed back to his feet. One-on-one, none of them were a match for me. Even if I toned down my speed and strength to something merely human, my decades of sophisticated training and experience shone in the face of their brutal autodidactism. Once this became clear, Hatrakilo ordered them to pair up against me. This was more challenging, but not terribly so. Then he ordered a third to join in, and it became increasingly difficult for me to dominate. The warriors worked reasonably well together, creating openings for each other to land blows, and soon I was having to strain to hold them off. They tended to go for glory, though, and this gave me chances to exploit the weakness in their teamwork. I was battered and bruised when Hatrakilo finally called a stop, but I had emerged victorious in the end. Jandak smiled broadly and nodded his head deeply in my direction. "Tomorrow we fight with staves, yes?" he chuckled as he walked back to the fire with a slight limp. The others all seemed excited to try themselves against me with weapons they assumed they knew better than I did. I looked forward to disabusing them of the notion.
Chapter 21. Spent them lavishly. 3 weeks passed in a fashion that soon became humdrum. I would wake to notifications of kills from my snares, gather the bodies and gleefully hoard my souls. Then a quick breakfast and a long, long walk. Each evening I would set traps once more and then fight against the other warriors. I carefully limited my strength and speed in our training bouts. I wanted to learn what I could from them, and I quickly began to pick up their fighting styles with maces and spears. They favored simple striking blows to the head, knee, or elbow with the blunt weapons. Their spear technique was more complex, as they tended not to fight in ranks like European spearmen in an army might have done. They favored a flowing style, where the butt was used as much as the tip, and the spear seemed like a living thing in the hands of the most talented of them. Jandak was far superior to the rest, so he and I sparred regularly. I felt a lot more confident with the weapon now than when I had faced down the bear. In terms of knife fighting and hand-to-hand, I was the reluctant master, and they quickly fell into the roles of students. I was far from a master by the standards of Earth in unarmed combat, but here I was, a passable journeyman training relative novices. With the knife, I was a terror. None of them could match me. Knives are nice and quiet, so a blade in the dark had been my modus operandi for a lot of jobs back home, and I felt completely at ease with the short dagger in my hand. We had headed steadily northwest to skirt around the worst of the hills, one of which had been where I arrived on this world. Fording the river, known as the Grethnillik according to Krill, had been a challenge. Keeping the cattle together as they waded knee-deep across the shallowest stretch had taken everyone working as a team. I'd been taught how to guide the aurochs, taking my turn at handling the long, whip-like branches that were used as goads, as well as more mundane tasks like the cooking and cleaning with fire ash. We were all travel-stained now. Our tunics were dirty and marked by the filth of the journey, but we had gelled together as a group. The distance between the women and the men was a marked difference from what I would have expected on Earth. Their culture was highly stratified by sex, and while the warriors now all joked with me and called monde
to mimic my habit of skipping the family denominator in their own names. The women had remained aloof from the camaraderie that had come to dominate our conversations. I was no longer considering ditching them and running south again. The idea of mammoths, extinct for so long back home, also intrigued me. After passing the river, we switched to heading directly north, and the land began to change. The grasslands and tiny forests began to be dominated by larger trees. Krill assured me the forest would fall away behind us when we reached the ice plains. From his answers to my questions, I came to expect a vast tundra beyond the hills and trees where we would hunt his great tusks.